Welcome to the Classic Ghost Stories podcast. Winter has always been a season of stories. Stories whispered by candlelight of ancient folklore, cursed woods, and beasts that stalk the cold. Tonight we return to those tales, where the snow remembers and the darkness listens.
The Wishing Well by E.F. Benson. The village of St. Gervais lies at the seaward base of that broad triangular valley which lies scooped out among the uplands of the North Cornish moors, and not even among the fells of Cumberland could you find so remote a cluster of human habitations. 4 miles of by-road, steep and stony, lies between it and the highway, along which in tourist time the motor buses pound dustily to Bude and Newquay, and 8 more separate it from the railhead. Scarcely once in the summer does an inquisitive traveller think it worthwhile to visit a village which his guidebook dismisses with the very briefest reference to the ancient wishing well that lies near the lich gate of the graveyard there. The world, in fact, takes very little heed of St. Gervais, and St. Gervais hardly more of the outer world. Seldom do you see man or woman waiting at the corner where the road from the village joins the highway for the advent of the motor bus, and seldom does it pause there to set down one of its passengers. An occasional trolley laden with sacks of coal and cargo of beer barrels jolts heavily down the lane, for the rest of the farms of the valley and the kitchen gardens of the cottagers supply it with the needs of life, and its few fishing boats bring in their harvest from the sea. Nor does St. Gervais seek after any fruits of science or culture or religion, save such as spring from its soil, which furnishes its wise women with herbs of healing for ailing bodies, and from its tradition of spells and superstition of a darker sort to be used in the service of love or of vengeance. These latter are not publicly spoken of, save in one house at St. Gervais, but are muttered and whispered in quiet conversations, and thus the knowledge has been handed down from mother to daughter since the days when, 3 centuries ago, a screeching, handcuffed band of women were driven from here to Bodmin, and, after a parody of a trial, burned at the stake. It was strange that the vicarage, which might have been expected to be unblackened by the smoke of legendary learning, was the one house where magic and witchcraft were openly and sedulously studied. But such study was purely academical, the Reverend Lionel Eustace being the foremost authority in England as a writer on folklore. His parochial duties were light and his leisure plentiful, for a couple of services on Sunday were, to judge by the congregation, sufficient for the spiritual needs of his parish, and for the rest of the week he was busy in the library of the creeper-covered vicarage that stood hard by the lich gate that led to the churchyard. Here, patient but unremitting, he worked at his great book on witchcraft, which had engaged him so many years, occasionally printing some subsection of it as a pamphlet. The Origin of the Witch's Broomstick, for instance, had furnished curious reading. He was a wealthy man with no expensive taste, save that for books on his subject, and the big library he had built onto the vicarage had now but few empty shelves. 20 years ago, when ill health had driven him from the chill clays of Cambridge, he had been appointed to this remote college living, and the warm, soft climate and the strange, primitive traditions that hung about the place suited both his health and his hobby. Mr. Eustace had long been a widower, and his daughter Judith, now a woman of 40 years old, kept house for him. The time of her more marriageable maidenhood had been spent here in complete isolation from her own class, and though sometimes, when she saw the courtships and childbirths of the village, the sense of what she had missed made a bitter brew for her, she had long known that St. Gervais had cast some spell upon her, and that had a wooer from without sought her, he must indeed be a magnet to her heart, if he could draw her from this secluded valley into the world that lay beyond the moors. In the few visits she had paid to relations of her father and mother, she had always pined to be home again, and to wake to the glinting of the sun on the gorse-clad hills, or to the bellowing roar of some westerly gale that threw the sheets of rain against the window. A stormy day at home was worth all the alien sunshine, and the sandy beach of the bay, with the waves asleep or toppling in foam-laced and thunderous, was better than the brilliance of southern seas. Here alone her mind knew that background of content which is brighter than all the pleasures the world offers. Here every day the spell of St. Gervase was like some magic shuttle weaving its threads through her. Since her mother's death, Judith's days had been of a uniform monotony. Household cares claimed a short hour of the morning, and then she went to the library where her father worked to transcribe his works, if he had a section of his work ready for dictation, or to look up endless references in the volumes that lined the room, if he was preparing the notes which formed the material of his dictation. Some branch of witchcraft was always the subject of it, some magical rite for the fertility of the cattle, some charm for childbearing, some philtre for love, or, what had by degrees got to interest her most, one that caused the man on whom a girl's heart was set, but who had naught for her, to wither in the grip of some nameless sickness and miserably to perish. Month by month, as her father pushed his patient way forward through the ancient mists, these satanic spells that blighted grew to be a fascination with Judith. Just now he was deep in an exploration into wishing wells, and there she sat this morning, pencil in hand for his dictation, as he walked up and down the library, glancing now and then at his memoranda spread out on the table. "These wishing wells," he said, "are common to the whole of early European beliefs, but nowhere do we find that the power which supposedly presided over them was at the beck and call of any chance persons who invoked their efficacy. Only witches and those who had occult powers could set the spell working, and the origin of that spell was undoubtedly satanic, and not till Christian times were these wells used for any purpose but that of invoking evil. The form of these wells is curiously similar. An arch or shelter of stonework is invariably built over them, and in the sides are cut small niches where, in Christian days, candles were placed or thank offerings deposited. What they were previously used for is uncertain, but they were, beyond doubt, connected with the evil spells, and I conjecture that the name of the person devoted to destruction was scratched on a coin or written on a slip of linen or paper to await the action of the diabolical power. The most perfectly preserved of these wishing wells known to me is that of St. Gervase in Cornwall. Its arched shelter is in excellent condition, and the well, as is usual, very deep. The local belief in its efficacy has survived to this day, though its power is never invoked, as far as I can ascertain, for evil purposes. A woman in pregnancy, for instance, will drink of the well and pray beside it. A girl whose lover has gone to sea will scratch her name on a silver coin and drop it into the water, thus ensuring his safe return. The village folk are curiously reticent about such practices, but I can personally vouch for cases of this kind. He paused, fingering the short Van Dyke beard that grew greyly from his chin. "My dear, I wonder if that is quite discreet," he said to Judith. "But, after all, it is highly improbable that any copy of my work published by the University at a guinea will find its way here. But I think I will chance it. Dear me, the bell for luncheon already. We will resume our work this evening, if you are at leisure, as I have much ready for dictation." Judith smiled to herself as she paged the sheets. She knew very much more about her father's parishioners than he, for he, scholar, recluse, and parson, only lived on the fringe of their lives, whereas she, in chatty visits to the women who sat and knitted at their cottage doors, had got into real touch with an inner life to which he was a stranger. She knew, for instance, that old Sally Trenair, whose death less than a week ago had been a source of such relief to her neighbours, was universally held to be a witch, and Sally was always muttering and mumbling round the wishing well. None who crossed her will prospered. Their cows went dry or threw stillborn calves. Their sheep wilted. The atrocious henbane, fatal to cattle, appeared in their fields. So the prudent wished Sally a polite good day, and sent her honey from their hives and a cut of prime bacon when the pig was killed. But from some vein of secretiveness, Judith did not tell her father of such talk, whispered to her over the knitting needles, which would have inclined him to modify his view about the surviving association of the wishing well with evil invocations. It was idle gossip, perhaps, For if you had challenged her to say whether she believed such tales of old Sally, she would certainly have denied it. And yet something deep down in her would have whispered, I don't only believe, I know. Today, when luncheon was finished, her father returned to his desk and Judith started to walk a couple of miles up the valley to the farm of John Penarth, whose family from time immemorial had owned these rich acres. For the last 8 years, he and his wife had lived there alone, for their only son Stephen had gone out to America at the age of 16 to seek his fortune. But fortune had not sought him, and now, when his father was growing old and his health declining, Stephen was coming home with the intention of settling down here. Judith remembered him well, a big, handsome boy, with the blue of the sea in his eyes and the sunshine in his hair, and she wondered into what sort of man he would have grown. She had heard that he was already home, but though she was curious to see him, the motive for her visit was really the same as that which so often drew her to the Penarth farm, namely, to have a talk with Stephen's mother. There was no one, thought Judith, who was so learned in what was truly worth knowing as Mrs. Penarth. She couldn't have pointed you India on the big globe that stood in her parlour, or have answered the simplest board school question about Queen Elizabeth, or have added 5 to 4 without counting on her fingers. But she had rarer knowledge in the stead of such trivialities. She had the healing touch for man and beast. She stroked an ailing cow, and next day it would be at pasture again. She whispered in the ear of a feverish child, plucking gently at its forehead, and pulled a headache out so that the child slept. And she, alone of all the village, paid no court to Sally Trenair, nor sought to propitiate her. One day, as she passed Sally's cottage, Sally had screamed curses on her and followed her, yelling halfway to the farm. Then suddenly Mrs. Penarth had turned and shot out her finger at her. "Grach nos os ta. Havel a war pub onen. You silly tipsy old crone," she had cried. "Down on your knees and crave my pardon, and then get home and don't cross my way again." Sure enough, Sally knelt on the stones and slunk off home, and thereafter, if Mrs. Penarth was down in the village, she would make haste to get into her cottage and shut the door. Mrs. Penarth, it seemed, knew more than Sally. Judith swung her easy way up the steep hill, hatless in spite of the hot sun, and unbreathed by the ascent. She was a tall woman, black-haired and comely, her skin clear and healthy, with the bloom on it that only sun and air can give. Her full-lipped mouth hinted that passion smouldered there. Her eyebrows, fine and level, nearly met across the base of her forehead. Her eyes, big and black, looked ever so slightly inwards. So small was the convergence that it was no disfigurement. When she looked directly at you, it wasn't perceptible, but if she was immersed in her own thoughts, then it was there. Most noticeable was it when her father was dictating to her some grim story of malign magic or witchcraft. But now she had come to the paved road through the garden of the farmhouse, set with flowers and herbs in front of the espaliered apple trees, and there was Mrs. Penarth knitting in the shade of the house during these hot hours before she went out again to chicken run and milking shed. But you're a welcome sight, Miss Judith," she said in the soft Cornish speech, "and you hatless in the sun as ever. But indeed, you're one of the wise who've made the sun and rain your friends, and 'tis far you'd have to search ere you found better. Come in, dear soul, and have a glass of currant water after your walk, and tell me the goings-on down at St. Gervais." Judith always fell into their mode of speech when she was with the native folk. "Sure, there's little to tell," she said. "There was a grand catch 2 days agone, and yesterday was the burying of old Sally Trenair." Mrs. Penarth pulled out for her a glass of the clear ruby liquor for which she was famous. "Strange how the folk was scared of that tipsy old poppet," she said. "She had nobbut a few rhymes to gabble and a foul tongue to flap at them. A tale of curses she blew off at me one day, and I doubt not she hid my name in the wishing well, though I never troubled to look." "Hid your name in the wishing well?" asked Judith, thinking of the morning's dictation. Mrs. Penarth shot a swift, oblique glance at her. There were certain things she had noticed about Judith, and they interested her. "Oh, my dear, you've sure got too much sense and book learning to heed such tales," she said. But when I was a girl, my mother used to talk of them. Even now I scarce know what to make of such strange things. Oh, tell me of them, said Judith. My father's just set on the wishing wells and the lore of them. He was dictating to me of them all the morning. Hey, to think of that. Well, when I was a girl, there were many queer doings round the well. A maid would tell an old crone like Sally if she fancied a young man and get some gabble to con over as she sipped the water. Or if a fellow had an ill will towards another, he'd consult a witch woman, and she'd write the name of his enemy for him and bid him hide it in the well. And then, sure as eve or morning, tribulations drove fast on him, and as long as his name bided there, his cows would go dry, or his boat be wrecked, or his children get deadly dwams, or his wife break her marriage vows, or he himself would pine and fail till he was scarce able to put foot to floor, and presently the bell would be tolling for him. Idle tales, no doubt. Judith had been drinking this in, eager as the thirsty earth drinks the rain after drought, or as a starving man sets his teeth in food. Her mouth smiled, her blood beat high and strong. It was as if she was learning some news of good fortune which was hers by birthright. Just then there came a step in the passage, and the door opened. "Why, 'tis Stephen," said Mrs. Penarth. "Come, lad, and pay your duty to Miss Judith. Maybe she remembers you." Tall as she was, he towered over her. He had a boy's face still, and the sea was in his eyes and the sun in his hair. And on the instant Judith knew that no magnet of man would avail to draw her from St. Gervais. There was dictation again for her up till summer-time, and when, after that, her father went back to his books, she strolled out, as she often did on hot nights like this, before going to bed. Never yet had she felt so strong an emotional excitement as that afternoon when Mrs. Penarth, talking of those old beliefs of her girlhood, had somehow revealed Judith to herself. All that narrative about the wishing well was already familiar to some secret cell in her brain. She only needed to be reminded of it to make it her own. And on top of that had come Stephen's entry, and her heart had leaped to him. Some mixed brew of these two was at ferment within her now. Sometimes a bubble from one, sometimes from the other, rose luminous to the surface. She felt restless and tingling with stored energy, and she paused for a moment at the gate of the garden, uncertain how to spend it. The night was thickly overcast, the road that led down to the village a riband of grey, scarcely visible, and as she stood there she heard a step, brisk and active, coming along it, and there, swung into view, recognisable even in the deep dusk by his height and gait, the figure of Stephen on his way to the village. Dearly would she have loved to call to him and walk with him, but that could not be. Besides, another desire tugged at her, and when he was past, she turned in at the lich gate to the churchyard. The white tombstones glimmered faintly in the dusk, and she looked up beyond them towards the grave by which she had stood 2 days ago at the burying of old Sally. Then her breath caught in her throat, for she could see the mound of new-turned earth gleaming whitely. She made her way to it. This dark earth was certainly luminous with some wavering light, and on the moment she was conscious that Sally herself, not the mere bag of bones that had been put away in the earth, was close to her. So vivid was this impression that she whispered, "Sally? Are you there, Sally?" No audible response came, but the answer tingled in every nerve in her body, and she knew that Sally was here. No pale, wandering spirit, but a power friendly and sisterly, and altogether evil. It was trickling into her, growing warm in her veins as by some transfusion of blood. She went to the wishing well, and kneeling on the curbstone of it, drank of its water from her cupped hands. Something stirred beside her, and turning, she saw at her side, illuminated by some pale gleam, a little bent figure, shrouded in clean grave clothes, and a brown, wizened face, which she had last beheld in the composure and dignity of death, now all alive with glee. and with welcome. And her flesh was weak, for in a spasm of terror she sprang to her feet with arms flung out against the spectre, and lo! there was nothing there but the quiet churchyard with the headstones of those who slumbered there, and at her feet the black, invisible water of which she had drunk. Despising herself for the fright, and yet winged with it, she ran stumbling from the place, not halting till she was back at the vicarage, where the light shining from the library window showed that her father was still pursuing his academic researches into the world of things occult and terrible, of which the doors were now swinging open to admit her in very truth. For some days the horror of that moment by the well was effective, and she threw herself into the normal ways of life, which lured her with a new brightness. She often saw Stephen, for it was he who brought the milk of a morning from the farm, and she would be out in the garden by the time of his early arrival, cutting roses for her vases, or more strenuously engaged in weeding the borders. At first she gave him just a nodded "Good morning," but soon they would stand chatting there for 5 minutes. She knew she made a fine, handsome figure. She saw he appreciated her healthy splendour. He looked at her with the involuntary tribute a man pays to a good-looking woman. Fond, wild notions took root in her mind, spreading their fibres beneath in the soil and anchoring there. Another morning she heard him singing as he clattered down the road in the milk cart, a big, rough, resonant voice, of high pitch for a man. Judith played the organ in church, conducting a choir practice every Saturday for the singers, and next week Stephen was sitting among the men while she took them through the canticles and hymns. Women and girls took alto and treble parts. The chief chorister was Nance Pascoe, a maid of 20, and she was like a folded rosebud just bursting into full flower. By some blind instinct, Judith began to dislike her. She would stop in the middle of a verse to tell the trebles they were flat, which meant that Nance was the culprit. Again, she would ask the tenors singly to sing some line over which they had bungled, and had a word of praise for Stephen. Or she would go to the farm for a chat with Mrs. Penarth, and by some casual questions learn that Stephen was hedge-clipping nearby in the meadow. Then she would remember she wanted a chicken for next day, and go to tell him. It was but a step. In 100 infinitesimal ways she betrayed herself. Mixed with this growth of longing which had so firmly rooted itself was another of more poisonous breed. There was a power eager to help her, and like a frightened fool she had fled from its manifestation. But she knew now she was making no way with Stephen, and now she bethought herself again of it, and found that her terror had withered, and that her thirst for commerce with these dark enchantments was keen, not only for the help they could give her, but for her own love of them. Once more in the evening, when her father was back at his books, she set out for the wishing well. Her step was noiseless on the grass of the churchyard, and she was close to the wishing well, still screened by bushes that grew there, when she heard from behind them a ringing man's laugh, and a girl's voice joined in. "Sure she's terrible set on you, Stephen. It makes me bubble within when she says at the choir singing, 'Yes, very nice, Mr. Penarth.' And what the poor soul means is, 'Ah, Stephen, do 'ee come here and give me a hug?'" Stephen laughed again. "I'm fair scared of her," he said, "though mother laughs fit to burst when she's come up to the farm to see and order one egg or a sprig of mint. And every morning when I take the milk, the old girl be weeding and hoeing, showing off like, as if she was the strong man at the fair. I declare I'm sorry for her," says Nance, "for I know what it is to love you, poor empty heart." "Nance, we must put our banns up," said he. "I'm scared, but give your lad a kiss to strengthen him, and I'll pluck up and ask Parson to read us out next Sunday." There was silence. "Hey, Stephen, don't hug so tight," whispered Nance. "You'll get your fill of me ere long, just a drink from the well for us both, and then I must go home." Judith stole back along the grass, and from behind the curtain in the parlour window saw the two, arm entwined, pass down the road. No thought was there now in her mind of any love philtre. No longer did she want the help of a friendly power to get Stephen. He had mocked at her. He was scared of her, and soon he would have good reason for that. Of Nance she hardly thought. It was not for Nance that her heart was black as the water in the wishing well. She felt no hysterical rage or longing for revenge. It was a hellish glee that fed her soul. Quaint and pleasant was it, she thought, as she wrote on a slip of paper the name Stephen Penarth, that it should have been his mother who taught her that. Mrs. Penarth had laughed fit to burst at her, so Mrs. Penarth must learn not to laugh so much. She went forth with the inscribed slip. The power she courted was flooding into her wave on wave. Now she was back at the well again, and there she knelt a moment, drinking in, like a thirsty field, the dew of power with which the air was thick. She felt in the darkness for one of those fern-fringed niches in the wall, and deep among its fronds she hid the paper. "Master of evil and of me," she muttered, "send sickness and death on him whom I here dedicate." Something stirred beside her. She knew that the presence which had terrified her before was manifest again. She turned with hands of welcome, and there beside her was the shroud-wrapped figure and the wizened face. But now the shroud was white no longer, but spotted with earth mould, and the flesh was rotting from the face. Judith put her hands close round the spectre and kissed the frayed lips fretted with decay, and she felt it melting into her. She shut her eyes in the ecstasy of that union. When she opened them, she was clasping the empty air. She was down early next morning, full of youthful fire and fitness, and presently the milk cart clattered up to the gate. But it was not Stephen who drove it, but Mrs. Penarth. "'Tis I who've come with your milk today, Miss Judith," she said, "for Stephen's got a terrible bad headache, and I bade him lie abed, but he charged me to ask Parson to put up his banns come Sunday." "Oh, is Stephen to be married?" asked Judith. "Who's the maid?" "Just Nance Pascoe, whom he's played with since he was a lad." "Then he's lucky," said Judith, "for she's pretty as a picture. I'll tell my father about the banns, and I'm so sorry Mr. Stephen's not well, but he'll mend quick." The days passed on, and soon it was seen that Stephen lay stricken with some sore fever, to which neither his mother's healing hands nor the doctor's potions brought relief. Every morning Judith learned from Mrs. Penarth that he was no better, and every morning she felt herself the object of some keen, silent scrutiny. She was not one who prinked before her glass, but one day, after Mrs. Penarth had gone, she ran upstairs and questioned her face. It certainly had changed. It was sharper in outline, and that cast in her eye was surely more pronounced. But she liked that. It seemed an outward and visible sign of her power. Every night now she sat by the wishing well, concentrating on her desire. The news of Stephen had been joyfully bad that day. His fever had burned more fiercely, consuming the flesh on his bones and drinking up his strength. Twice now had his banns been called, but it was not likely that he would go to church next as a bridegroom. The moon was soon to rise as Judith got up to go home. She fancied she heard something stir in the bushes by the well, and called, "Sally, Sally!" But no response came. Her limbs were light with joy. She danced along the strip of turf, leaping high in the air for the very exuberance of her soul. And soon, as she turned out of the lych gate, Mrs. Penarth stole out of the bushes. She had a dark lantern with her, and she searched the walls of the wishing well. She spied the paper Judith had hidden there, and she drew it out and read it. She tore it in half, and on the blank piece she wrote another name and put it back exactly where it had been. That night Stephen slept well and long, and in the morning, even as Judith had surmised, he was mending quick. Judith was not in the garden at the milk hour to hear the favourable report, and later in the day Dr. Addis was called in. He found her suffering from just such an attack of fever as he had been attending for the past fortnight. It puzzled him. But his treatment of the other patient was proving successful, and he assured her father there was no cause for alarm. Fevers ran their course, and Judith's fever ran its course even more fiercely. She was lying in her bed facing the window 10 days after she had been taken ill. She knew that the power she had absorbed into her when she embraced that spectral horror by the wishing well was being drained out of her by some vaster potency, which, vampire-like, was drinking up her own vitality as well. She had been conscious all day, but often she had seen, waveringly like the flame of a candle blown this way and that in a draught, the dim semblance of that shrouded figure round which she had cast her welcoming arms. It seemed to be still attached to her by some band of filmy whiteness, and to be incomplete. But about the hour of sunset, she saw that the spectre stood by her bed, fully formed and severed from her. The face was now deeply pitted by corruption, and it floated away from her and drifted out of the window. She was left here, human once more, but sick unto death. She remembered how she had written Stephen's name and dedicated him to the power of the wishing well. Yet what had come of that? For the last week now Stephen had brought the morning's milk, hale and handsome, with inquiries about her from his mother. Could it be, she questioned herself, that she had failed in some point of that damnable ritual, and that what she had written was active not for his doom, but for hers? It would be wise to destroy that slip of paper, if she could only get to it. Not because she had ceased to wish him evil, but from the fear that it was her vitality that was being drained from her on that fruitless purpose. She got out of bed, giddy with weakness, and managed to get into a skirt and jersey and slip her feet into her shoes. The house was quiet, and step by step she struggled downstairs and to the door. The wholesome wind off the sea put a little life into her, and she shuffled along the strip of turf down which she had danced and capered, and which lay between the lich gate and the well. She passed round the screen of bushes, and there, on the stone bench, was Stephen's mother. She rose as Judith appeared, and curtsied. "Oh dear, why you look poorly indeed, Miss Judith," she said. "Is it wise for you to come out to the wishing well too? There have been strange doings there." "I'll be mending soon," said Judith. "A drink from the wishing well was what I fancied." She knelt down on the curb, leaning one hand against the wall of the well, while with the other she felt among the ferns that fringed it. There was the slip of paper she had hidden, and she drew it forth. "Take your drink then, Miss Judith," said Mrs. Penarth. "Why, whatever have you found? That's a queer thing to have gotten. A slip of paper in it. Open it, dear soul. Maybe there's some good news in it." Judith crushed it up in her hand. There was no need for her to look, and even as she knelt there, she felt a sweet lightening and cooling of her fever come over her. Mrs. Penarth shot out her hand at her. "Open it, you slut, you paltry witch," she screamed. "Do my bidding." Judith opened it and read her own name written there. She tried to rise to her feet. She swayed and staggered, and she fell forward into the wishing well. It was very deep, and the sides of it were slippery with slime and water moss. Once she caught at the step on which she had knelt, but her fingers failed to grasp it, and she sank. Once after that she rose, and then there came a roaring in her ears, and to her eyes a blackness, and down her throat there poured the cool water of the wishing well.
The Taroo Ushtey by Nigel Kneale. In the far-off days, before the preachers and the schoolmasters came, the island held a great many creatures besides people and beasts. The place swarmed with monsters. A man would think twice before answering his cottage door on a windy night, in dread of a visit from his own ghost. The high mountain roads rang in the darkness with the thunderous tiffs of the buggans, which had unspeakable shapes and heads bigger than houses. while a walk along the seashore after the sun had set was to invite the misty appearance of a Taroo Ushtey in the likeness of a monstrous bull ready to rush the beholder into the sea and devour him. At harvest time, the hairy troll man, the Finodari, might come springing out of his elder tree to assist in the reaping, to the farmer's dismay, for the best intentioned of the beings were no more helpful than interfering neighbours, and likely to finish the day pulling the thatch off the house or trying to teach the hens to swim. What with the little people, the fairies themselves, so numerous that they were under everybody's feet, turning milk sour and jamming locks and putting the fire out, and with witches waiting at every other bend in the road with their evil eye ready to paralyse the horses, ordinary people led a difficult life. It was necessary to carry charm herbs or beads and to remember warding off rhymes that had been taught in early childhood. As the generations went by and people took to speaking English on polite occasions, the old creatures grew scarcer. By the time that travellers from the packet boats had spread the story about a girl named Victoria being the new queen of the English, their influence was slipping. At night, people put out milk for the fairies, more from habit than fear, half guessing it would be drunk by the cat. If they heard a midnight clamour from the hen house, they reached for a musket, not a bunch of hawthorn. But back hair could still rise on a dark mountain road. From the gradual loss of the old knowledge came dependence on the wise men and women. Charles E. Quilliam was one of these. He was the fattest man on the island, said those who had travelled all over it and could speak with authority. He carried his enormous body with special care, like a man with a brimful jug, but he still stuck indoors and caused chairs to collapse, and people meeting him on a narrow path had to climb the hedge to let him pass. The right of way was always Charles's. His fatness, coupled with a huge black beard, left little shape to his face, but his eyes were quick. Above them, like a heathery ledge, ran a single unbroken line of eyebrow, which denoted second sight. Whatever question was asked, he would be able to answer it, even if he said nothing. The expression in his eyes showed that he knew, but considered the questioner would be better in ignorance. It was Charlesy who'd had a vision of the potato blight crossing to Ireland in a black cloud, but he kept the frightening secret to himself until long afterwards, when the subsequent famine was common talk and nobody could be alarmed by what he had seen. Old secret customs, birth charms and death charms and rites for other dark days, Charlesy's big head held them all. Folk in trouble might set out for the minister's house, think better of it, and go to find Charlesy where he sat on a hump of earth outside his cottage, his thick fingers busy with scraps of coloured wool and feathers. Ever since he became too fat for other work, his secret knowledge had supported him, and gifts of food from grateful clients kept his weight creeping up. Many a winter night he would be at the centre of a fireside gathering. Charlesy's guttural hoarse voice could hold a packed cottage in frightened suspense for hours as it laid horror upon horror. Personal experience of dealing with witches was his chief subject. Most of his stories had little point, which made them all the more uncanny and likely. People went home in groups after an evening with Charlesy. Apart from the witches, he only had one open enemy. This was a Scottish pedlar named MacRae. The man had lost a leg in the Crimea and called himself a Calvinist. He sneered at the old beliefs and tried to tell his own war experiences instead, but people were chary of listening in case Charlesy got to know. They bought Duncan MacRae's buttons and shut the door quickly. The little Scot hated it. At hardly a single house in the fat man's territory could he get himself invited inside for a free meal. Even the news he brought from the towns was received with suspicion, when at all, as if he'd made it up on the road. He would have cut the district out altogether, except that he sold more elastic there than anywhere else. One hot afternoon in the late summer, the pedlar sweated up the hill toward the village.
A dense sea fog had smothered the sun. The air was close, and his pack wearied him. Time after time he had to rest his wooden leg. Duncan MacRae had news. A titbit he'd picked up before he left town particularly pleased him, and had gone down well in 2 villages already, for it was an item that people would be able to put to the proof themselves later on. A new machine was to be tested on the English side of the channel, less than 30 miles away. It was said to be able to warn ships in fog. MacRae hastened. He'd heard that when the new foghorn, as they called it, was tested, people on the island might be able to hear it blowing faintly. Today's weather seemed very suitable for such an experiment, but even if nothing happened, surely this story at least had enough interest to call for hospitality. At the top of the hill he leaned on a hedge to ease his leg. The air was heavy, and the quietness a relief after the clumping of his iron-tipped stump in the grit. He held his breath, listening. Far away, there was a moan. He pulled himself up the hedge and faced towards the fog-blanketed sea. The sound came again, faint and eerie, a growl so low-pitched that it could hardly be heard at all. It could only be one thing. Excitedly, MacRae slid down the hedge and straightened his pack. Within 10 minutes, bursting with news, he'd reached the first outlying cottage door. He rattled the latch and pushed it open. "Hello there," he said. "Do you hear the new invention yonder?" There was silence. No one at home. He hurried out and on to the next fuchsia-hedged cabin. "Hello, missus. Do you hear the wonders that's going on across the water?" No one to be seen. MacRae frowned. He was at the top end of the village now, looking down the winding street as it sloped towards the sea. There was nobody moving in it and no sound. Even the blacksmith's forge was silent. The pedlar shouted, "Where is everybody? Is there no a single body up the day?" His voice went quietly away into the mist. Charles Quilliam had been in his cottage when they came for him. He was threading a dried caul on a neckband as a cure against shipwreck, working indoors because the damp grieved his chest. People came clustering round his door, muttering. "Come in or go out," called Charlesy. He pricked his thumb. "Devil take it, this caul is like the hide of a crocodile." They saw that he did not hear what they heard. He suffered at times from deafness. At last, old Juan Corjeg persuaded him to come outside. Charlesy was surprised to see nearly all the village assembled at his door. "Just listen, Charlesy," said old Juan. The frightened faces seemed to be expecting something from him. "Well, what is it at all?" he said after a moment. "Oh, listen, do." Then Charlesy heard it. A sound that might have been made by a coughing cow far away on a calm night. "Some beast that wants looking to," he decided. "Is that all? Whatever's got into everybody?" Old Juan's face was too horrified to express anything. He pointed. "Them sounds is from out at sea," he said. There was a shocked murmur from the villagers at the speaking of the words. Charlesy made no move. His little eyes sharpened. "Tell us what it is, Charlesy. What have we got to do? Oh, and it's far worse down by the water. The twist of the land smothers it here." Without a word, Charlesy Quilliam turned back into his cottage. The crowd were alarmed by his stillness. When he reappeared, he had his big blackthorn walking stick in one hand. In the other was a bunch of dried leaves. "I'm going down there for a sight," he said. "Anybody that wants to can come." He sat ponderously off. For a little space they hesitated, whispering among themselves. Old Juan licked his lips and went after Charlesy. When he looked round, a few dozen paces down the short path, he saw the rest following behind him and a body on the sandy track. Charlesy stopped for breath. Old Juan caught him up. "You're right. It's clearer down here." Old Juan spoke slowly. "Charlesy, I'm hoping it won't put bad luck on me, but I was the first that heard it." He swallowed, remembering. "Down in the tide, digging for lugworms." "Ah?" said Charlesy. He grunted. "Let's get nearer." As they came over the low brow of the foreshore, where the yellow sandy grass ended and the pebbles began, the sound hit them. It travelled straight in along the surface of the water, still very far away, but plainer to the ear. So unnatural that it shocked everybody afresh. It ended with a throaty gulp. Charlesy made his way slowly across the stones, picking his way with the stick among the puddles. They all followed in silence towards the water's edge. There he stood, leaning and listening. Again and again and again the distant cry came from the fog, and they shivered. Old Juan made to speak, but Charlesy silenced him. "Yes," said Charlesy, turning back casually. "It's a Taroo Ushtey." A woman screamed and had a hand clapped across her mouth. People drew back hastily from the creamy water's edge. "What'll happen?" whispered old Juan. Charlesy's single brow bent in a frown. "Queer thing for it to come in the daylight," he said. "It goes to prove such creatures is no fancy." He turned to the crowd and addressed them. "Now, listen all. It's a Taroo Ushtey out yonder. Hush now, hush. It's in trouble over something. Maybe lost and calling out to another one." "Aye, it's mate likely," said Juan. Charlesy ignored him. "For all that they're not of this world, they can get lost in thick fog like any other creature. It's a terrible long way off at present, so the best thing to do is to be quiet and go home and do nothing to draw it this way. And I'll tell you what he's like. They look like a tremendous big black bull, but the feet is webbed. And in the old days, they've had many a person eaten, so nobody must come down here tonight for fear of the fog clearing, and it's seeing him. There's no telling what it might do if it got up to the village." He showed the bunch of herbs in his left hand. "Now, everybody go home quiet, and I'll see about laying a charm on the water. Keep all the children indoors." He sat on a low rock near the tide as they went. Peering back at him, they saw him wave the leaves back and forth in his hand. He seemed to be chanting something. In the sight of old Juan, the last to cross the sandy bluff, he finished by tossing the bunch into the sea and turning abruptly away. Charlesy laboured up the track without a look behind. The lowing sound still continued. He felt satisfied with what he'd done, but was checking the rights over in his mind to make sure. Ahead, the last stragglers reached the safety of the village. But when he came to the houses, Charlesy found people still talking in small groups. "Look here, I told you to get the children out of sight," he said, "and it'd be just as well if everybody kept themselves." A commotion was going on further up the street. "What the devil is it now?" Charlesy shouted. He felt privileged to make a noise. Old Juan hobbled towards him. "It's that Scotch peddler," he said. "He's got some nonsense tale. Oh, you'd better give him a word, Charlesy. He'll be putting foolishness in their heads." Charlesy scowled. He came ponderously to where Duncan MacRae sat on a wooden bench outside a cottage. People parted before him, but he felt that there was a questioning quality in their respect. "What's going on here?" he said. The little Scot grinned up, hands tucked comfortably behind his head. "Oh, I've been sitting here wondering if you'd all fled away into a far country. I was thinking you had a nice day for it," he said. "What are you blethering about?" "Have you got a straitjacket on yon sea monster?" The pedlar chuckled. "Look him in the eye, man. That's what I say. Look him in the eye and put salt on his tail. I've a new brand of table salt in my pack. Would you care to try some?" They began to laugh loudly. Charlesy's face was purple. "Is the fella crazy or what? Shut up, will you?" He seized the little man by the hair and shook him violently. "Stop laughing. Haven't I ordered quiet?" The pedlar squealed as he tried to escape. His wooden legs skidded and he thrashed about. The staring villagers broke into explanation. "He's got a tale that the noise is from a machine, Charlesy. A warning of fog for the ships. That's what he said." There was dead silence, apart from the spluttering breath of the dazed pedlar. Charlesy slowly released him. They were all tense, watching Charlesy's face. It showed no expression. He might have been thinking or working something out, or studying his victim, or listening. "Juan," he said at last, pointedly. "Yes, Charlesy? Can you still hear it?" They all waited, listening. The noise at sea had stopped. "No, Charlesy, no. It's gone." It was Charlesy's moment. He glowered down at the wretched pedlar and took a chance. "It's gone because I stopped it," he said. "I put a charm on the water to send it away. Now, tell me something, my little Scotchman. Could I have done that if it was only some kind of steam engine across the water?" He felt the awe all around him. "You poor ignorant cuss, you're not worth minding. I pity you," said Charlesy kindly. "Oh, look here. You go down to the town and they'll tell you there." Charlesy gave a laugh. It began deep inside him, where there was plenty of room, and rose into a throaty bellow. "In the town, oh my!" Charlesy was overcome. "You better stick to selling buttons, master." He heard it in the town, and he believed it. In the town, where they're washing themselves from morning to night, and where they have to give each other little bits of cardboard to know who they are, and get special knives out for to eat a fish. There was a fella in the town thought he was Napoleon of the French. Oh, yes, the town. That's where they know everything, I'm sure. There was a howl of laughter. It was a complete victory. The pedlar protested and raged against their laughter, but he could do nothing to stop it. Only Charlesy could do that, by a finger to his lips and a warning nod at the sea. Charlesy watched MacRae go stumping away in a fury without selling anything. His face was dark and thoughtful. "Juan," he said loudly enough for others to hear, and with great conviction, "this has given me an idea. You know, the sound of a Taroo Ushtey's voice would be a good thing to imitate, as a warning to the ships. It needs a frightening sort of noise. I've a mind to suggest that to the English government. In fact, I will. I'll send the letter now, and describe how it can be done." He went indoors, where he felt weak now that the crisis was over, praying for the silence to continue, but ready to make another journey to the beach with a bunch of herbs. His luck held. The foghorn did not sound again that day, or again for more than a week. When at last it did, Charlesy reassured the village and bade them observe the sound. They would find, he said, that it was copied from the cry of the Taroo Ushtey, according to a simple invention of his own. They listened, and it was so. He was often to be seen after that, sitting outside his home on foggy days, listening to the far-off hooting with a critical expression. When he went indoors, they said it was to write to the English government again, advising them. Charlesy's fame as an inventor spread. He was rumoured to be working on a device for closing gates automatically, and another to condense water from clouds. Even strangers came to the village to have their ailments or troubles charmed away, or to undergo his new massage treatment. But Duncan MacRae did not sell another inch of elastic in the whole district.
The Shadow on the Moor by Stuart Strauss. The stillness of the room was broken only by the clicking of a typewriter, which went on uninterruptedly for some time. Finally, a man arose, and stretching himself, yawned and spoke to his companion. "It's too hot to work tonight, and besides, who could write a horror story on a night like this?" The other man raised his eyes from his book. "I suppose it should be thundering, lightning, and raining torrents with a wind that whistles round the housetops. Come on, let's hit the hay, Jerry." When he had finished his preparations for bed, Jerry Jarvis slipped out upon the balcony of the inn for a final cigarette. He stood there silent, gazing off across the moor. The night was very still, and the moon flooded everything with a soft silvery light that brought all out in a marble whiteness, a softness that hid the grime and the dirt, and gave the commonplace an air of beauty unseen by the glare of day. There was only the faintest hint of a breeze that, soft as midnight velvet, whipped his dressing-gown around his legs and made the trees bend ever so gracefully, ever so slightly, seeming to bow and quiver like dancers on a polished ballroom floor. Jarvis was silent, rapt, alone, and lost in the beauty of the night. For a long time he had heard of this section of desolate country with its memories and mementos of a lost race. No other part of England held its savage charm. Jarvis had come here seeking new material, new colour and new ideas. He had been stagnating,
Before, to him, mystery had meant the East, the Orient, but here at home, in the quiet of old England, was more mystery, more allure than he had ever known. Far away, across the moonlit bleakness of the moor, were the ruins, that mass of toppled columns and rough-hewn slabs set in crude circles. The stones glistened mistily, and threw huge, sprawling shadows beneath them like pools of blood on a silver tray. Broken only by the whispering of the trees, the stillness gripped Jarvis, held him tense, expectant, waiting. But for what? For there was only the stillness and the soft rustle of the night wind among the trees. As Jarvis was about to toss his finished cigarette over the balcony rail and return to his room, he paused and glanced sharply across the empty lawn. He'd seen something. He didn't know what. There was movement where but a moment before had been naught but moonlit emptiness. He'd heard nothing, but he was conscious of another presence. He looked out again across the moor. All was as before, but here, beneath the balcony, was something. Someone. He had caught but the fleeting glimpse of a shadow moving where before had been but nothingness. It was a shadow, the dim silhouette of a woman. The time was long past midnight, and the inhabitants of the inn were all asleep. What was a woman doing here, alone on the moor at this hour? The sight of something alive here in this deserted place, and at this hour, made him shiver. It was so out of all keeping with his thoughts and the place. Icy fingers of dread clutched his heart. Then he shrugged his shoulders and smiled. It was nothing. Some tourist out to see the moor. But what was a woman doing here alone at this hour? None the less, here she was, moving slowly across the silvery waste towards the ruins that were so white and still in the glow of the dying moon. Jarvis rubbed his eyes, shook his head, and looked again. The shadow was still there, but becoming fainter and more distant. He paused, and suddenly a thought came to him. Shadows were cast by bodies. They were mere reflections of a concrete shape. Perhaps a wind-blown tree had cast it. But the shadow, which seemed a woman, was bodiless. There was only the shadow and no figure. There were now no trees near the shadow to cast such strange reflections. To find that the shadow was actually bodiless brought back all of his first terror, the sense of dread that he had first experienced. This was not earthly, it was uncanny, impossible. Yet his eyes told him that the impossible was fact. Through his mind raced all the tales he had heard of this lonely, lovely country, of things that should be dead, but lived, things spoken of only in whispers and never to be mentioned. The shadow was moving towards the ruins. What was happening here beneath his window? Strange, weird, terrorizing. There was but one thing to do. Follow. Silently he dropped over the rail of the low balcony, caught up with and followed behind the shadow of the woman, if a woman it were. It seemed to Jarvis that this ghostly pursuit lasted for hours. Now he would lose it and would wait. Then, in a few moments, he would see the dim outlines again, before him, always moving toward that heap of rocks, the ruins that had held his fancy with their starkness. Now and then clouds scudded across the face of the moon, and the moor took on strange lights and patches of colour. On and on he followed, and suddenly stopped dead still, for in the place of the one shadow there now were many, all hurrying in the same direction towards the ruins, bodiless shapes that moved noiselessly before him. Now that they were nearing the ruins, Jarvis could make out how crude they were, how rough-hewn, yet withal they held a subtle sense of majestic power, of latent evil, a sense of darkness and decay, a sense of age and forgotten secrets. He wondered who were the people that had built them, what strange gods they had worshipped here, and how many savage cries of exultation had risen on the still moonlit air and echoed far across the now deserted moor. From out of the silence came a weird sound, then music, soft and low in the distance, soft and yet with an eerie strain that chilled his blood and echoed in his brain. The music increased its beat and time, and in it were savagery and cries of lust and forbidden desires. The shadows, with Jarvis close behind, were approaching the ruins, coming closer, ever closer, and the moon, now setting in the west, cast pale rays on the rude stones that lay sprawling in drunken rings. The music became more terrible, tore at his brain like iron fingers. Strange voices whispered of uncanny, revolting mysteries. Obscene shapes floated before his eyes. Ever the music hammered at his brain. He stumbled and nearly fell. The gibbering in his ears increased, became more awful, more degrading, more passionately revolting. The music throbbed through all his senses. Frenzy swayed him and swept away his last touch of wisdom. He was a primate, one of the first men, uncivilized, terror-stricken, back in the dawn of time, back with black terror and the rolling drums. He gave way to the madness of the music, cast aside his garments, and ran as naked as the first man after the shadows that were converging in a dark mass toward the narrow entryway between the two huge, rough-hewn pillars. With a cry of exultation, Jarvis sprang after them, and then it seemed to him that the whole world was shaken by a thunderclap. A heavy weight struck across his shoulder. He moved forward, stumbled, and fell. As through a mist he saw flickering lights and heard hoots and bellows, and in his brain echoed screeches and catcalls. The music roared into a terrifying crescendo. Then blackness and oblivion came upon him. He awoke to painful consciousness in the grey of an early dawn, shivering and cold, surprised to find himself here alone, naked upon the grey and barren moor. How had he gotten here? Then memory came back to him. He recalled how he had run screaming naked in the moonlight, remembered the shadow and the horror of the ruins. He looked up and saw he was lying not more than 5 feet from the entrance. Seen in the light of dawn, the piles were still sinister, but not horrible, a mass of grey tumble-down rocks and crude broken columns. Sinister, but surely no terror could lurk within them. Soon Jarvis located his cast-off clothing and wearily started to return to the inn, which he could see in the distance, but surely not the distance he had come on the preceding night. Shakily he laughed, for he must have been running round in circles. He decided he would tell no one of his nocturnal adventures. Unobserved, he gained his room, and after bathing and dressing he joined his friend for breakfast. Nothing was said concerning his experience, and in the afternoon they returned to London. Once more at home, Jarvis plunged into work with a new vigour, striving in it to erase from his mind the events of that night upon the moor, the night with all its unexplained, mysterious happenings and horrors, over which brooded those ageless ruins. Slowly, as time passed, the thing began to slip from his memory, to be recalled only on moonlit nights, when he had stayed too long over his books. As he was reading the paper one morning, he ran across an item that at once attracted his attention and caused him to remember too vividly things he wished to forget, things that had tugged at his mind, despite his desire to let them slip into the place of unwanted memories. The item was dated at the little village where he had spent the never-to-be-forgotten time.
Dead man found upon the moor. Early this morning, the body of Charles Gilbert, living at the Blue Boar Tavern, was found on the moor near the ruined temple, naked, and his head crushed by a mammoth rock apparently fallen from the ruins. How such a huge slab had been dislodged is one of the mysteries that surround this case. Near the body were found the night clothes of the dead man. No motive for the crime was apparent. The mere fact of the body's being here has only deepened the mystery. Gilbert was a famous student of pre-Druidistic culture and remains. To Jarvis came an overwhelming desire to revisit the moor, to see again its sinister ruins and the bodiless shadows. He wished to solve, if possible, the enigma hidden behind those rings of crouching stones. Here was something deadly, something dangerous that had taken human life and would, beyond all doubt, be unappeased until Moor had fallen under its malevolent spell. Quietly he packed, as if fearing he might change his mind, and returned to the little inn that nestled on the border of the sombre moor, where such strange events had taken place. He found the place almost deserted. The mysterious death of Gilbert had frightened away the casual tourists. The innkeeper was pathetically glad to see Jarvis. He bustled up, and after having arranged with him about his room, he asked, "And what you doing here, Mr. Jarvis?" "I came up for a rest and a little quiet, Johnston." "Well, you'll get it here, sir. No one comes here any more after Mr. Gilbert's death, sir. It's the Moor. She frightens them. She's bad, is the Moor. No one knows her secrets, and if they do learn, well, they don't come back, sir." Jarvis looked at him for a moment, and then broke the silence that followed the innkeeper's last remark. "What do you know about those ruins?" "Well, Mr. Jarvis, not much, sir, but I know this. I wouldn't go there for £1,000,000, I wouldn't. There's things there, sir, that a man better not talk about. There's death there, and worse." "Sure, don't be an ass, Johnston," said Jarvis crossly, and climbed the stairs to his room. After his dinner, Jarvis strolled towards the village, which lay at no great distance from the inn. Lights glimmered yellowly through shuttered windows. At every house the door was strongly barred. As the dusk deepened into darkness, the few people who were upon the streets disappeared, and except for the glow of a few poor street lamps, the village was dead and deserted. Jarvis returned to his lodging, ready to take up his nocturnal vigil. He sat in the unlighted room, trying to pierce the mystery that lay out there on the silent moor. Downstairs the inn clock struck 2. The fire that had played so merrily upon its hearth was sending out its last dying rays, and the lights flickering over the walls made ghost-like figures that danced and rolled like souls in torture. Jarvis arose with a sigh, and opening his casement windows, he stepped out upon the balcony. The air was cold, with a touch of winter in its fingertips, brighter even than that other night, 6 months before. Shivering slightly, he stood, waiting, with his eyes intent upon the patch of lawn where first he had seen the shadow which had no body. Very slowly time passed. Twice he had heard the clock below stairs strike the hour. Finally, Jarvis felt certain that nothing would occur this night, went to bed, and at once fell asleep. Dream after dream pursued each other through his brain, each more horrible than the last. Queer, bloated things danced with witches, and a monstrous hairy being without eyes performed strange rites. The eerie music of the moor echoed in his brain, and in all these dreams the ruins had their grim and terrifying part, silently, broodingly overlooking the obscenity within the circle of crumbling rocks. He awoke in a cold sweat of terror, and lay for some time almost fearing to return to sleep, but finally he dropped off into untroubled rest. After a meagre breakfast, he mapped out his procedure for the day. He had a letter to write, and then the rest of the day to inspect the ruins. So, after posting a letter to a firm in London, he shouldered his knapsack of lunch and went to spend the day upon the moor. When he had reached the ruins, he stood and inspected them carefully. On that sunshiny morning, the grey pile of rock looked very peaceful. Vines and mosses grew here and there over them. On some of the stones were crude carven figures and designs half obliterated by storm and decay. As he was walking around the circle of broken rocks, he soon saw the gateway through which he had plunged on that never-to-be-forgotten night. He entered and found himself in a hollowed circle which was several inches below the level of the moor. Nothing was visible except hard-packed earth. Carefully he searched for footprints, but found none. Then, from the inside, he examined diligently each post and stone for some sign of recent use, but again he drew a blank. Giving up his quest for the time, he ate his lunch and then continued the search as fruitlessly as before. As far as appearances showed, there had been no one here for ages, but here a thought struck him. Before the death of Gilbert, the ruins had been frequently visited by tourists, and yet there was no sign of them. Certainly this was queer. It was a puzzle he couldn't solve. Tiring of his useless search, he left the ruins and started for the village and the inn. As he reached the entrance of the ruins and stooped over to pick up his knapsack, he noticed, hidden in a crevice between the stones, a fragment of paper. He picked it up and looked at it closely. It was dirty, torn, and weather-beaten, a leaf evidently torn from a notebook, for the paper was small and could very easily have fitted into the pocket. It had been carelessly torn, for only a part of the sentence was visible. The handwriting was neat and painstaking. This scrap of writing had neither beginning nor end. Discovered secret today. Will return for further investigation tonight. The altar is... Then came the tear, running clear across the page. In the still remaining upper corner were the initials C.G. Evidently the dead man on the moor had found something that had eluded Jarvis. The mention of the altar puzzled him. Surely the matter was becoming more involved, more mystifying. Jarvis was as much lost in darkness as he had been before. The thing had a deeper look. He could see no beginning and no end. Placing the scrap of paper in his wallet and turning the jumble of thoughts over in his mind, he returned to his lodgings. As he opened the door, Jarvis was impressed by the bright hospitality of the place. The inn's room was cheerily alight. A huge fire blazed and flickered on the hearth, and around it, seated in a semicircle, were some of the village worthies, the smoke of their pipes wreathed about their heads. "It is," said Jarvis to himself, "like a page straight out of Dickens." The opening of the door caused them to turn and stare at him, and in the memorable manner of all villagers, they spoke to him courteously. Little Johnson, the innkeeper, bustled up and made a place for him around the circle, and when Jarvis had been made comfortable with a cigar and glass of steaming toddy, the innkeeper introduced him. "This is Mr. Jarvis, the writing gentleman who wants to know somewhat about the moor. Mr. Jarvis, these are the mayor and the select men of the village." There was a silence for some time, as though all were plunged deeply into thought. Finally, an old greybeard, the mayor, shook his head and spoke. "There ain't none of us here that knows much about us, sir. Nothing at all, except George here. And George, he can't speak, poor fellow, 'cause he's dumb." Jarvis followed the pointing finger and saw, huddled in a corner, as close to the fire as possible, a wisp of a man, so emaciated and dried up that he looked like a mummy. Countless centuries seemed to have passed over his head. How old he was, Jarvis couldn't judge. The countenance was terrifying, not a face at all, but a ghastly caricature of a human face. Always, Jarvis thought, it would haunt his dreams. Dreadful, worse than bestial, it leered at him from across the room. The mouth, a flabby gash from which saliva trickled down the chin, moved constantly, emitting little clucking noises. The eyes fascinated Jarvis like the eyes of a snake. They were round, full, nearly opaque, of a dull grey glassiness shot with fine red lines. "Why, he's blind as well as dumb," exclaimed Jarvis. "That he is, sir. He walked too late on the moor one moonlight night and saw the shadows." The last word shattered all of Jarvis's fast disappearing equanimity. So the shadows were common gossip. "The shadows!" he exclaimed. "Yes, sir. They haunt the moor near the ruins and mean death, or worse, to such as see them. But George isn't dead. No, sir, he ran away before he heard the music, and don't you think he would be better dead? There be strange things on the moor, cries and shouts and lights where there ain't nothing nor nobody. I tell you, sir, we stay clear of the moor on the moonlight nights, sir, in the summer and late fall. Rest of the time, nothing happens. It's best not to go out of doors on them nights. Them ruins is terrible. There be haunted places, and it be wise not to go anywhere close to them, sir. I warned Mr. Gilbert, him that was killed, you know, but he wouldn't pay no attention to me. And they got him." "Who are they?" asked Jarvis, sensing that he was getting to the crux of the matter at last. "There be shadows, sir, shadows that ain't got no bodies, so I hear. I ain't seen them yet, praise God." Shortly after this, Jarvis, tiring of the now commonplace conversation, excused himself, and leaving the circle round the fire, went to his room. Switching on the light, he noticed a package lying on his table. It was the book he'd ordered from London, entitled Pre-Druidistic Ruins in England. Sitting himself in a chair beside the shaded reading light, he was soon deeply engrossed in his purchase. As he read on, he stopped with a jerk, and then reread more carefully the following 2 paragraphs. "Perhaps the most interesting of these ancient ruins are those at Hambledon, which are the earliest known, so far as we have been able to trace. How far back beyond the Druids and their religion these ruins of another race and age go, we can only estimate. It is, in fact, almost impossible to tell. There is another factor that makes the piles at Hambledon of exceeding interest to students. While it is, as we have stated before, the oldest of the ruins, it is, strangely, the best preserved. And so far as investigation can go, there is no sound reason for this being the case. The carving in most cases is remarkably clear, and the dancing ring almost in its original state. Here, however, we encounter the most peculiar factor in these remains. While the dancing ring is very wonderfully preserved, the moon altar, which is the distinguishing feature of most pre-Druidistic piles, is missing. The moon altar in all similar ruins discovered is a huge stone carved in the shape of a new moon. From all evidence we can gather, the victim, or the sacrifice, to term it more fitly, was tied between the horns of these altars, and then sacrificed by the sacred knife that is shown in many carvings. It seemingly carried a huge crescent-shaped blade, and must, from the pictures, have had an edge like a razor. In most cases, the altar is found in the exact centre of the dancing ring. There has been intensive search made for the one at Hambledon, but so far without satisfaction. The absence of the altar in this, the best preserved of all pre-Druidistic remains, makes one of the most fascinating studies for the student of these things. As he finished reading, Jarvis remembered the slip of paper he had found on the moor early that morning, the torn scrap that ended so suddenly. The altar is. What could the rest of the sentence be? What was lost by his not having the remaining fragment? Undoubtedly, Gilbert had found the answer to the puzzle, and the answer to the great secret of the moor, the secret that had eluded all the other students and archaeologists. Why, here in the best preserved of all these ruins was there no moon altar? Even in the most ravaged of the others, the altar was conspicuous, but here none could be found. At last Jarvis arose and stretched himself. He was cramped and tired. He looked at his watch.
It was after 2. He had sat engrossed in his reading longer than he had realized. Pulling on a sweater, Jarvis opened his casements and stepped upon the balcony. Again it was moonlight, for this was the season of the moon, when bright nights were common, and the people of the village kept behind barred doors. The moor was white, cold, and apparently tenantless. The night was very still. Not even the breath of a breeze stirred in the trees, and the shadows of the buildings and the shrubbery were solid black patches of darkness on the silver lawn. Over the moor, far in the distance, were the ruins, clear cut and white beneath the moon. But there was always about them, Jarvis thought, a majestic power holding threats and a menace of dark deeds, still unfulfilled. He stood looking intently at the patch of lawn where he had first seen the shadow. He waited for what seemed to him hours. Then, as his glance wandered and came back, he saw it, the shadow. Again, it was a woman who moved apparently stealthily across the lawn, but over the moor, ever toward the ruins. Stealthily, Jarvis followed after her. Emulating Ulysses, he had stuffed his ears with cotton because he had no desire to hear the throb of the music that turned his blood to flame. On and on he followed the ghostly chase. As before, he pursued the shadow, now losing it in some patch of darkness, now seeing it once more as it crossed an open place. On and on, keeping well behind the bodiless woman. Though he could not hear, he could sense that now the music was swelling out over the moor. Because of the cotton in his ears, he remained unmoved. The pace of the shadow quickened, and he hastened after it. They were now at the gateway. For some time Jarvis had been noticing the growing number of shadowy forms. The space before the entrance to the dancing floor was crowded with wriggling, hurrying black shapes. The strangeness of being able to see all this that no other living person except dumb George had ever seen thrilled Jarvis deeply. But then suddenly a thought came to him. The sight had made that other both blind and dumb, yet he himself was not affected in the least. What was the reason for this? Its mystery eluded him, but he dismissed it from his mind and sped on after the shadows. He could tell from the way the shadows were moving that the music was now booming on the air, full of hate and lust and darkness. The very thought made him think of those eerie phantasmagoria of the Grand Guignol. They were now at the very threshold of the dancing floor. Something grasped Jarvis by the shoulders and hurled him through the gateway. Then, hearing a crash behind him that penetrated even through the cotton in his ear, so close he was to it, he turned and saw a huge slab that had fallen from the top of the archway and now lay in the exact centre of the entrance. It seemed to him that the huge stone had an intention, a purpose, a malevolent design. Its fall seemed timed to the fraction of a second. Had it not been for that impetus from unseen forces, had he been but a moment slower, he would have been crushed to pulp beneath its ponderous weight. As he now glanced at it, he thought it seemed to have a personality, a soul, old and evil, longing to crush to atoms the lives of those who entered its once sacred portals. The mystery of Gilbert's death upon the moor had now been solved. He had been but a moment too late to cross the threshold. Jarvis swung around again and faced the hard-packed earth of the dancing floor. Here the shadows were gathered in a ring, circling, whirling to the soundless music, now turning this way, now spinning that, in complete silence, yet in a mad frenzy of motion. As Jarvis watched them, it seemed as though he were becoming paralyzed, and too, something was affecting his eyes.
Objects became blurred and hazy, yet the shadows themselves became more and more distinct. With a rush, the shadows came together, and in a mass, the dance grew wilder and more abandoned. Suddenly they stopped, with shadowy arms uplifted. In the exact centre of the dancing floor, something was rising. Inch by inch, it seemed to struggle through the hard-packed earth. Finally, Jarvis could partly distinguish what it was, a huge stone, and by the paleness of the moon, now dimming on the horizon's edge, he could make out its odd shape, which seemed like a monstrous half-moon lying on its back, with its two sharp horns pointing skyward. Beside it was another shadow with arms uplifted, that of a man, huge and powerful. Jarvis had never seen a man of such stature. He could see the shadow's giant torso, the swelling chest, the pillar-like legs, and the arms long and muscular with great long-fingered, prehensile hands, all this cast in high relief against the whiteness of the altar, for altar he now knew it to be. At last the Moor had given up to him her deepest secret, and he knew, too, why the search of all but Gilbert had been unsuccessful, and Gilbert had paid with his life for the secret. The shadow man lowered his arms, and the multitude of shades threw themselves on their faces as the altar finally came to rest upon the surface of the floor. To Jarvis it seemed as if thick smoke rolled before his eyes. As through a cloud he saw the shadow man rise and turn toward him and point a commanding finger. For the first time real terror smote him, and he knew such fear as few men have ever known. He tried to turn and run, but it was as if he were turned to stone, as heavy and solid as those silent grey rocks about him. Amid the gathering blackness he saw the shadows, now dimmed, spring suddenly upon him. He felt hot breaths upon his cheeks. Shapeless, shadowy hands tore at him, strong hands they were. Surely such strength could not belong to bodiless shadows, but he could see no one, just a rolling mass of deeper blackness in the mist before his eyes. The shadows overbore him and carried him along. Strong arms lifted him up, and now he caught a stench as of something long dead, and of rottenness beyond human ken, yet not dead, but alive. For the dead have no strength, and here was strength abundant. High, high aloft he was lifted up to the altar. The mist that had been before his eyes cleared, and he could still feel unseen shadowy hands that tugged at him, pulled at his feet. Up he went until he could plainly see the fearful carvings on the altar, too horrible even to glance at again. He felt himself wrenched and stretched out, and then found himself strung between the horns of the mighty altar. The moon had almost set, and it was throwing its last dim rays across the plain. Unseen fingers tore the cotton from his ears, and at last he heard what he had dreaded to hear, that uncanny, bestial music of the ruins. It was playing, now softly, now rising in a hellish crescendo, while all about him danced the shadows noiselessly, ceaselessly. He turned his eyes away and looked up. Towering over him was the tremendous man, or rather the shadow of some giant from the ancient past, when the world must have been young and terrible. Stretching his arms toward the dying moon, the man knelt. The music ceased with a throb, and the shadows prostrated themselves in a ring about the altar. The sudden silence beat on Jarvis's frayed nerves more horribly than the din of the music. Long it lasted, this silent prayer to the dying moon. But finally the huge shadow man arose, reached below Jarvis, and took from its hiding place a knife. There was nothing shadowy about the knife. It flashed fire in the light and glistened evilly before his eyes. Fascinated, Jarvis watched the shadowy arm lift the crescent blade, point foremost toward the moon, hold it still, then lift it again, now hilt foremost, holding it quiveringly high in the air. Down came the mighty arm towards Jarvis's chest. He saw it begin slowly, oh, so slowly. Down on down, nearer. Then the moon set, and all was blackness and stillness on the moor. From a London paper, noted novelist disappears. The mysterious disappearance of Gerald Jarvis, one of England's most noted authors, has caused one of the biggest sensations of the day. Mr. Jarvis was spending a weekend at Humbledon on the moors. According to Edward Johnson, the innkeeper, Mr. Jarvis had sat in the main room of the inn until late, and then gone to his room. From there he disappeared. His bed had not been slept in. Nor had he undressed for the night. Mr. Jarvis had no enemies, and the police are unable to find a clue to his whereabouts. This is the second tragedy of the kind in the little town in as many months. The old wives of the village whisper of strange things on the moor, and say that Jarvis and Gilbert, the man found murdered last month, knew too much about the ruins on the moor. However, the police laugh at such ideas and believe that Mr. Jarvis was a victim of foul play. The Authors' League has offered a reward of £1,000 for information as to his whereabouts.
The Mysterious Bride by James Hogg. A great number of people nowadays are beginning broadly to insinuate that there are no such things as ghosts or spiritual beings visible to mortal sight. Even Sir Walter Scott has turned renegade, and with his stories made up of half and half like Nathaniel Gow's Toddy, is trying to throw cold water on the most certain, though most impalpable, phenomena of human nature. The bodies are daft, heaven mend their wits. Before they had ventured to assert such things, I wish they had been where I have often been, or, in particular, where the Laird of Birkendelly was on St. Lawrence's Eve in the year 1777, and sundry times subsequent to that. Be it known, then, to every reader of this relation of facts that happened in my own remembrance, that the road from Birkendelly to the great muckle village of Balmawhapple, commonly called the Muckle Town, in opposition to the little town that stood on the other side of the burn, that road, I say, lay between two thorn hedges, so well kept by the laird's hedger, so close and so high that a rabbit could not have escaped from the highway into any of the adjoining fields. Along this road was the laird riding on the eve of St. Lawrence in a careless, indifferent manner, with his hat to one side, and his cane dancing a hornpipe on the crutch of the saddle before him. He was, moreover, chanting a song to himself, and I've heard people tell what song it was too. There was once a certain, or rather uncertain bard, yclept Robert Burns, who made a number of good songs. But this that the laird sang was an amorous song of great antiquity, which, like all the said bard's best songs, was sung 150 years before he was born. It began thus: I am the laird of Windy Was, I come nae here without a cause, and I hae gotten 40 fars in coming o' the no-jo. The nicht it is baith wind and weet, the morn it will be snow and sleet. My shoon are frozen to my feet. Oh, rise and let me in, Jo. Let me in this ae night, etc. This song was the laird singing, while at the same time he was smudging and laughing at the catastrophe, when, ere ever aware, he beheld, a short way before him, an uncommonly elegant and beautiful girl walking in the same direction with him. Aye, said the laird to himself, here is something very attractive indeed. Where the deuce can she have sprung from? She must have risen out of the earth, for I never saw her till this breath.
Well, I declare, I have not seen such a female figure. I wish I had such an assignation with her as the Laird of Windy Wars had with his sweetheart. As the Laird was half thinking, half speaking this to himself, the enchanting creature looked back at him with a motion of intelligence that she knew what he was half saying, half thinking, and then vanished over the summit of rising ground before him called the Birky Brow. "Aye, go on your ways," said the Laird. "I see by you, you'll not be very hard to overtake. You cannot get off the road, and I'll have a chat with you before you make the Deer's Den." The Laird jogged on. He did not sing the Laird of Windy Wars any more, for he felt a sort of stifling about his heart. But he often repeated to himself, "She's a very fine woman, a very fine woman indeed, and to be walking here by herself. I cannot comprehend it." When he reached the summit of the Birky Brow, he did not see her, although he had a longer view of the road than before. He thought this very singular, and began to suspect that she wanted to escape him, although apparently rather lingering on him before. "I shall have another look at her, however," thought the Laird, and off he set at a flying trot. No. He came first to one turn, then another. There was nothing of the young lady to be seen. "Unless she take wings and fly away, I shall be up with her," quoth the Laird, and off he set at the full gallop. In the middle of his career he met with Mr. M'Murdy of Alton, who hailed him with, "Hello, Birkendelly, where the deuce are you flying at that rate?" "I was riding after a woman," said the Laird, with great simplicity, reining in his steed. "Then I'm sure no woman on earth can long escape you unless she be in an air balloon." "I don't know that. Is she far gone? In which way do you mean?" "In this." "Aha, he," nickered M'Murdy, misconstruing the Laird's meaning. "Why do you laugh at that, my dear sir? Do you know her, then?" "Ho, ho, ho! He! How should I, or how can I know her, Birkendelly, unless you inform me who she is?" "Why, that's the very thing I want to know of you. I mean the young lady whom you met just now." "You are raving, Birkendelly. I met no young lady, nor is there a single person on the road I have come by, while you know that for a mile and a half forward your way she could not get out of it." "I know that," said the Lord, biting his lip and looking greatly puzzled. "But confound me if I understand this, for I was within speech of her just now, on the top of Birky Brow there, and when I think of it, she could not have been even thus far as yet. She had on a pure white gauze frock, a small green bonnet and feathers, and a green veil, which, flung back over her left shoulder, hung below her waist, and was altogether such an engaging figure that no man could have passed her on the road without taking some note of her. Are you not making game of me? Did you really not meet with her?" "On my word of truth and honour, I did not. Come, ride back with me, and we shall meet her still, depend on it. She has given you the go-by on the road. Let us go. I am only going to call at the mill about some barley for the distillery, and I will return with you to the big town." Birkendelly returned with his friend. The sun was not yet set, yet M'Murdy could not help observing that the Laird looked very thoughtful and confused, and not a word could he speak about anything save this lovely apparition with the white frock and green veil. And lo, when they reached the top of Birky Brow, there was the maiden again before them, and exactly at the same spot where the Laird first saw her before, only walking in the contrary direction. "Well, this is the most extraordinary thing that I ever knew," exclaimed the Laird. "What is it, sir?" said M'Murdy. "How that young lady could have eluded me," returned the Laird. "See, here she is still." "I beg your pardon, sir, I don't see her. Where is she?" "There, on the other side of the angle, but you are short-sighted. See, there she's ascending the other eminence in her white frock and green veil, as I told you. What a lovely creature." Well, we have her fairly before us now, and shall see what she is like, at all events," said M'Murdy. Between the Birky Brow and this other slight eminence, there is an obtuse angle of the road at the part where it is lowest. And in passing this, the two friends necessarily lost sight of the object of their curiosity. They pushed on at a quick pace, cleared the low angle. The maiden was not there. They rode full speed to the top of the eminence, from whence a long extent of road was visible before them. There was no human creature in view. Macmurdy laughed aloud, but the laird turned pale as death and bit his lip. His friend asked him good-humouredly why he was so much affected. He said because he could not comprehend the meaning of this singular apparition or illusion, and it troubled him the more, as he now remembered a dream of the same nature which he had, and which terminated in a dreadful manner. "Why, man, you're dreaming still," said Macmurdy, "but never mind. It's quite common for men of your complexion to dream of beautiful maidens with white frocks and green veils, bonnets, feathers, and slender waists. It's a lovely image, the creation of your own sanguine imagination, and you may worship it without any blame. Were her shoes black or green, and her stockings? Did you note them? The symmetry of the limbs, I am sure you did. Goodbye. I see you're not disposed to leave the spot. Perhaps she'll appear to you again." So saying, Macmurdy rode on towards the mill, and Birkendelly, after musing for some time, turned his beast's head slowly round and began to move towards the great muckle village. The laird's feelings were now in terrible commotion. He was taken beyond measure with the beauty and elegance of the figure he'd seen, but he remembered, with a mixture of admiration and horror, that a dream of the same enchanting object had haunted his slumbers all the days of his life. Yet how singular that he should never have recollected the circumstance till now. But farther, with the dream there were connected some painful circumstances which, though terrible in their issue, he could not recollect so as to form them into any degree of arrangement. As he was considering deeply of these things and riding slowly down the declivity, neither dancing his cane nor singing the Laird of Windy Wars, he lifted up his eyes, and there was the girl, on the same spot where he saw her first, walking deliberately up the Birky Brow. The sun was down, but it was the month of August and a fine evening, and the laird, seized with an unconquerable desire to see and speak with that incomparable creature, could restrain himself no longer, but shouted out to her to stop till he came up. She beckoned acquiescence and slackened her pace into a slow movement. The laird turned the corner quickly, but when he had rounded it, the maiden was still there, though on the summit of the brow. She turned round, and, with an ineffable smile and curtsy, saluted him, and again moved slowly on. She vanished gradually beyond the summit, and while the green feathers were still nodding in view, and so nigh that the laird could have touched them with a fishing rod, he reached the top of the brow himself. There was no living soul there, nor onward, as far as his view reached. He now trembled every limb, and without knowing what he did, rode straight on to the big town, not daring well to return to see what he had seen for 3 several times, and certain he would see it again when the shades of evening were deepening. He deemed it proper and prudent to decline the pursuit of such a phantom any farther. He alighted at the Queen's Head, called for some brandy and water, quite forgot what was his errand to the great muckle town that afternoon, there being nothing visible to his mental sight but the lovely fairy images with white gauze frocks and green veils. His friend Macmurdy joined him. They drank deep, bantered, reasoned, got angry, reasoned themselves calm again, and still all would not do. The laird was conscious that he had seen the beautiful apparition, and moreover that she was the very maiden, or the resemblance of her, who in the irrevocable decrees of Providence was destined to be his. It was in vain that Macmurdy reasoned of impressions on the imagination, and of fancy moulding in the mind light visions on the passing wind. Vain also was a story that he told him of a relation of his own who was greatly harassed by the apparition of an officer in a red uniform that haunted him day and night, and had very nigh put him quite distracted several times, till at length his physicians found out the nature of this illusion so well that he knew, from the state of his pulse, to an hour when the ghost of the officer would appear, and by bleeding, low diet, and emollients contrived to keep the apparition away altogether. The laird admitted the singularity of this incident, but not that it was one in point, for the one, he said, was imaginary, and the other real, and that no conclusions could convince him in opposition to the authority of his own senses. He accepted of an invitation to spend a few days with Macmurdy and his family, but they all acknowledged afterwards that the laird was very much like one bewitched. As soon as he reached home, he went straight to the Birkie Brow, certain of seeing once more the angelic phantom. But she was not there. He took each of his former positions again and again, but the desired vision would in no wise make its appearance. He tried every day and every hour of the day, all with the same effect, till he grew absolutely desperate, and had the audacity to kneel on the spot and entreat of heaven to see her. Yes, he called on heaven to see her once more, whatever she was, whether a being of earth, heaven, or hell. He was now in such a state of excitement that he could not exist. He grew listless, impatient, and sickly, took to his bed, and sent for Macmurdy and the doctor, and the issue of the consultation was that Birkendelly consented to leave the country for a season on a visit to his only sister in Ireland, whither we must now accompany him for a short space. His sister was married to Captain Bryan, younger of Scoresby, and they too lived in a cottage on the estate, and the captain's parents and sisters at Scoresby Hall. Great was the stir and preparation when the gallant young laird of Birkendelly arrived at the cottage, it never being doubted that he had come to forward a second bond of connection with the family, which still contained 7 dashing sisters, all unmarried, and all alike willing to change that solitary and helpless state for the envied one of matrimony, a state highly popular among the young women of Ireland. Some of the Mrs. Bryan had now reached the years of womanhood, several of them scarcely, but these small disqualifications made no difference in the estimation of the young ladies themselves. Each and all of them brushed up for the competition, with high hopes and unflinching resolutions. True, the elder ones tried to check the younger in their good-natured, forthright Irish way, but they retorted and persisted in their superior pretensions. Then there was such shopping in the county town. It was so boundless that the credit of the hall was finally exhausted, and the old squire was driven to remark that, and to be sure, it was a dreadful and terrible concussion to be put upon the equipment of 7 daughters, all at the same moment, as if the young gentleman could marry them all. Then, poor dear soul, he would be after finding that one was sufficient and not one too many. Therefore, there was no occasion, not at all, and that there was not, for any of them to rig out more than one. It was hinted that the laird had some reason for complaint at this time, but as the lady sided with her daughters, he had no chance. One of the items of his account was 37 buckling combs, then greatly in vogue. There were black combs, pale combs, yellow combs, and gilt ones, all to suit or set off various complexions, and if other articles bore any proportion at all to these, it had been better for the laird and all his family that Birkendelly had never set foot in Ireland. The plan was concocted. There was to be a grand dinner at the hall, at which the damsels were to appear in all their finery, a ball to follow, and note to be taken which of the young ladies was their guest's choice, and measures taken accordingly. The dinner and the ball took place, and what a pity I may not describe that entertainment, the dresses, the dances, for they were all exquisite in their way, and outré beyond measure. But such details only serve to derange a winter's evening's tale such as this. Birkendelly, having at this time but one model for his choice among womankind, all that he ever did while in the presence of ladies was to look out for some resemblance to her, the angel of his fancy. and it so happened that in one of old Brian's daughters, named Luna, or more familiarly Loony, he perceived, or thought he perceived, some imaginary similarity in form and air to the lovely apparition. This was the sole reason why he was incapable of taking his eyes off from her the whole of the night. And this incident settled the point. Not only with the old people, but even the young ladies were forced, after every exertion on their parts, to yield the point to their sister Loony, who certainly was not the most gentlest nor most handsomest of that good-looking family. The next day, Lady Luna was dispatched off to the cottage in grand style, there to live hand in glove with her supposed lover. There was no standing all this. There were the two, parrocked together like a ewe and a lamb, early and late, and though the laird really appeared to have, and probably had, some delight in her company, it was only in contemplating that certain indefinable air of resemblance which she bore to the sole image impressed on his heart. He bought her a white gauze frock, a green bonnet and feather with a veil which she was obliged to wear thrown over her left shoulder, and every day after, 6 times a day, was she obliged to walk over a certain eminence at a certain distance before her lover. She was delighted to oblige him, but still, when he came up, he looked disappointed, and never said, "Luna, I love you. When are we to be married?" No, he never said any such thing, for all her looks and expressions of fondest love, for alas, in all this dalliance, he was only feeding a mysterious flame that preyed upon his vitals, and proved too severe for the powers either of reason or religion to extinguish. Still, time flew lighter and lighter by. His health was restored, the bloom of his cheek returned, and the frank and simple confidence of Luna had a certain charm with it that reconciled him to his sister's Irish economy. But a strange incident now happened to him, which deranged all his immediate plans. He was returning from angling one evening, a little before sunset, when he saw Lady Luna awaiting him on his way home. But instead of rushing up to meet him as usual, she turned and walked up the rising ground before him. "Poor sweet girl, how condescending she is," said he to himself, "and how like she is in reality to the angelic being whose form and features are so deeply impressed on my heart. I now see it's no fond or fancied resemblance. It is real, real, real. How I long to clasp her in my arms and tell her how I love her, for after all, that is the girl that's to be mine, and the former a vision to impress this the more on my heart." He posted up the ascent to overtake her, when at the top she turned, smiled, and curtsied. Good heavens! It was the identical lady of his fondest adoration herself, but lovelier, far lovelier than ever. He expected every moment that she would vanish, as was her wont, but she did not. She awaited him, and received his embraces with open arms. She was a being of real flesh and blood, courteous, elegant, and affectionate. He kissed her hand, he kissed her glowing cheek, and blessed all the powers of love who had thus restored her to him again, after undergoing pangs of love such as man never suffered. "But, dearest heart, here we are standing in the middle of the highway," said he. "Suffer me to conduct you to my sister's house, where you shall have an apartment with a child of nature having some slight resemblance to yourself." She smiled and said, "No, I will not sleep with Lady Luna tonight. Will you please look around you and see where you are?" He did so, and behold, they were standing on the Birky Brow, on the only spot where he had ever seen her. She smiled at his embarrassed look, and asked if he did not remember aught of his coming over from Ireland. He said he thought he did remember something of it, but love with him had long absorbed every other sense. He then asked her to his own house, which she declined, saying she could only meet him on that spot till after their marriage, which could not be before St. Lawrence's Eve come 3 years. "And now," said she, "we must part. My name is Jane Ogilvy, and you were betrothed to me before you were born. But I am come to release you this evening, if you have the slightest objection." He declared he had none, and kneeling, swore the most solemn oath to be hers for ever, and to meet her there on St. Lawrence's Eve next, and every St. Lawrence's Eve until that blessed day on which she had consented to make him happy by becoming his own for ever. She then asked him affectionately to change rings with her in pledge of their faith and truth, in which he joyfully acquiesced. For she could not have then asked any conditions which, in the fullness of his heart's love, he would not have granted. And after one fond and affectionate kiss, and repeating all their engagements over again, they parted. Birkendelly's heart was now melted within him, and all his senses overpowered by one overwhelming passion. On leaving his fair and kind one, he got bewildered, and could not find the road to his own house, believing sometimes that he was going there, and sometimes to his sister's, till at length he came, as he thought, upon the Liffey at its junction with Loch Allen, and there, in attempting to call for a boat, he awoke from a profound sleep, and found himself lying in his bed within his sister's house, and the dark sky just breaking. If he was puzzled to account for some things in the course of his dream, he was much more puzzled to account for them now that he was wide awake. He was sensible that he had met his love, had embraced, kissed, and exchanged vows and rings with her, and in token of the truth and reality of all these, her emerald ring was on his finger, and his own away, so there was no doubt that they had met. By what means, it was beyond the power of man to calculate. There was then living with Mrs. Bryan, an old Scotswoman, commonly styled Lucky Black. She had nursed Birkendelly's mother, and been dry nurse to himself and sister, and having more than a mother's attachment for the latter when she was married, old Lucky left her country to spend the last of her days in the house of her beloved young lady. When the laird entered the breakfast parlour that evening, she was sitting in her black velvet hood as usual, reading The Fourfold State of Man, and being paralytic and somewhat deaf, she seldom regarded those who went or came in. But chancing to hear him say something about the 9th of August, she quitted reading, turned round her head to listen, and then asked in a hoarse, tremulous voice, "What's that he's saying? What's the unlucky callant saying about the 9th of August, eh? To be sure it is St. Lawrence's Eve, although the 10th be his day. It's our true for him and I's kin, poor man. Ah, what was he saying then?" The men smiled at her incoherent earnestness, but the lady, with true feminine condescension, informed her in a loud voice that Alan had an engagement in Scotland on St. Lawrence's Eve. She then started up, extended her shrivelled hands that shook like the aspen, and panted out, Eh? God preserve him! What an engagement has he on St. Lawrence's Eve! Bind him, shackle him with bands of steel and of brass and of iron. Oh, may he, whose blessed will was pleased to leave him an orphan sae soon, preserve him from the fate which I tremble to think on. She then tottered round the table, as with supernatural energy, and seizing the laird's right hand, she drew it close to her unstable eyes, and then, perceiving the emerald ring chased in blood, she threw up her arms with a jerk, opened her skinny jaws with a fearful gape, and uttering a shriek that made all the house yell and every one within it to tremble, she fell back lifeless and rigid on the floor. The gentlemen both fled out of sheer terror, but a woman never deserts her friends in extremity. The lady called her maids about her, had her old nurse conveyed to bed, where every means were used to restore animation. But alas, life was extinct. The vital spark had fled forever, which filled all their hearts with grief, disappointment, and horror, as some dreadful tale of mystery was now sealed up from their knowledge, which, in all likelihood, no other could reveal. But to say the truth, the laird did not seem greatly disposed to probe it to the bottom. Not all the arguments of Captain Bryan and his lady, nor the simple entreaties of Lady Luna, could induce Birkendelly to put off his engagement to meet his love on the Birky Brow on the evening of the 9th of August. but he promised soon to return, pretending that some business of the utmost importance called him away. Before he went, however, he asked his sister if ever she had heard of such a lady in Scotland as Jane Ogilvy. Mrs. Bryan repeated the name many times to herself, and said that the name undoubtedly was once familiar to her, although she thought not for good, but at that moment she did not recollect one single individual of the name. He then showed her the emerald ring that had been the death of Lucky Black. But the moment the lady looked at it, she made a grasp at it to take it off by force, which she had very nearly effected. "Oh, burn it," cried she. "It is not a right ring. Burn it." "My dear sister, what fault is in the ring?" said he. "It's a very pretty ring, and one that I set great value by." "Oh, for heaven's sake, burn it and renounce the giver," cried she. "If you have any regard for your peace here, or your soul's welfare hereafter, burn that ring. If you saw with your own eyes, you would easily perceive that it is not a ring befitting a Christian to wear." The speech confounded Birkendelly a good deal. He retired by himself and examined the ring, and could see nothing in it unbecoming a Christian to wear. It was a chased gold ring with a bright emerald, which last had a red foil, in some lights giving it a purple gleam, and inside was engraven Elliott, much defaced, but that his sister could not see. Therefore he could not comprehend her vehement injunctions concerning it. But that it might no more give her offence, or any other, he sewed it within his vest, opposite his heart, judging that there was something in it which his eyes were withholden from discerning. Thus he left Ireland with his mind in great confusion, groping his way, as it were, in a hole of mystery, yet with the passion that preyed on his heart and vitals more intense than ever. He seems to have had the impression all his life that some mysterious fate awaited him, which the correspondence of his dreams and day visions tended to confirm. And though he gave himself wholly up to the sway of one overpowering passion, it was not without some yearnings of soul, manifestations of terror, and so much earthly shame that he never more mentioned his love or his engagements to any human being, not even to his friend Macmurdy, whose company he forthwith shunned. It is on this account that I am unable to relate what passed between the lovers thenceforward. It is certain that they met at the Birky Brow that St. Lawrence's Eve, for they were seen in company together. But of the engagements, vows, or dalliance that passed between them, I can say nothing, nor of all their future meetings until the beginning of August 1781, when the laird began decidedly to make preparations for his approaching marriage, yet not as if he and his betrothed had been to reside at Birkendelly, all his provisions rather bespeaking a meditated journey. On the morning of the 9th, he wrote to his sister, and then, arraying himself in his new wedding suit, and putting the emerald ring on his finger, he appeared all impatience, until towards evening, when he sallied out on horseback to his appointment. It seems that his mysterious inamorata had met him, for he was seen riding through the big town before sunset with a young lady behind him, dressed in white and green, and the villagers affirmed that they were riding at the rate of 50 miles an hour. They were seen to pass a cottage called Mosskilt 10 miles farther on, where there was no highway, at the same tremendous speed. I could never hear that there were any more seen, until the following morning, when Birkendelly's fine bay horse was found lying dead at his own stable door, and shortly after, his master was likewise discovered lying a blackened corpse on the Birky Brow, at the very spot where the mysterious but lovely dame had always appeared to him. There was neither wound, bruise, nor dislocation in his whole frame, but his skin was of a livid colour, and his features terribly distorted. This woeful catastrophe struck the neighbourhood with great consternation, so that nothing else was talked of. Every ancient tradition and modern incident were raked together, compared and combined, and certainly a most rare concatenation of misfortunes was elicited. It was authenticated that his father had died on the same spot that day 20 years, and his grandfather that day 40 years, the former, as was supposed, by a fall from his horse when in liquor, and the latter, nobody knew how. And now this Alan was the last of his race, for Mrs. Bryan had no children. It was moreover now remembered by many, and among the rest the Reverend Joseph Taylor, that he had frequently observed a young lady in white and green sauntering about the spot on a St. Lawrence's Eve. When Captain Bryan and his lady arrived to take possession of the premises, they instituted a strict inquiry into every circumstance, but nothing further than what was related to them by Mr. McMurdy could be learned of this mysterious bride, besides what the laird's own letter bore. It ran thus: Dearest sister, I shall, before this time tomorrow, be the most happy or most miserable of mankind, having solemnly engaged myself this night to wed a young and beautiful lady named Jane Ogilvy, to whom it seems I was betrothed before I was born. Our correspondence has been of a most private and mysterious nature, but my troth is pledged and my resolution fixed. We set out on a far journey to the place of her abode on the nuptial eve, so that it will be long before I see you again. Yours till death, Alan George Sanderson, Birkendelly, August 8th, 1781. That very same year, an old woman named Marian Hoare was returned upon that her native parish from Glasgow. She had led a migratory life with her son, who was what he called a bell-hanger, but in fact was a tinker of the worst grade, for many years, and was at last returned to the muckle town in a state of great destitution. She gave the parishioners a history of the mysterious bride, so plausibly correct, but withal so romantic, that everybody said of it, as is often said of my narratives with the same narrow-minded prejudice and injustice, that it was a maid story. There were, however, some strong testimonies of its veracity. She said that the first Alan Sanderson, who married the great heiress of Birkendelly, was previously engaged to a beautiful young lady named Jane Ogilvy, to whom he gave anything but fair play, and, as she believed, either murdered her or caused her to be murdered in the midst of a thicket of birch and broom at a spot which she mentioned, and she had good reasons for believing so, as she had seen the red blood and the new grave when she was a little girl, and ran home and mentioned it to her grandfather, who charged her, as she valued her life, never to mention that again, as it was only the nombles and hide of a deer which he himself had buried there. But when 20 years subsequent to that, the wicked and unhappy Alan Sanderson was found dead on that very spot, and lying across the green mound, then nearly level with the surface, which she had once seen a new grave, she then for the first time ever thought of a divine providence, and she added, For my grandfather Neddy Haw, he died too. There's nobody kens who, nor ever shall. As they were quite incapable of conceiving, from Marian's description, anything of the spot, Mr. McMurdy caused her to be taken out to the Birkie Brow in a cart, accompanied by Mr. Taylor and some hundreds of the town's folks. But whenever she saw it, she said, Birkies, the hale kintra's altered noo. There was nae road here then that gaed straight ower the top of the hill. And let me see, there's the thorn where the cushats bigot, and there's the ould birk that I ainst fell off and left my shoes sticking in a cleft. I can tell ye, Birkies, either the deer's grave or bonny Jane Ogilvy is no 2 yards off the place where that horse's hind feet are standing. Say ye may howk and see if there be ony remains. The minister and McMurdy and all the people stared at one another, for they had purposely caused the horse to stand still on the very spot where both the father and son had been found dead. They digged, and deep, deep below the road, they found part of the slender bones and skull of a young female, which they deposited decently in the churchyard. The family of the Sandersons is extinct. The mysterious bride appears no more on the eve of St. Lawrence, and the wicked people of the great muckle village have got a lesson
on divine justice written to them in lines of blood.
So the Music on the Hill by Saki. Sylvia Selton ate her breakfast in the morning room at Yesney with a pleasant sense of ultimate victory, such as a fervent Ironside might have permitted himself on the morrow of Worcester fight. She was scarcely pugnacious by temperament, but belonged to that more successful class of fighters who are pugnacious by circumstance. Fate had willed that her life should be occupied with a series of small struggles, usually with the odds slightly against her. And usually she had just managed to come through winning, and now she felt she had brought her hardest and certainly her most important struggle to a successful issue. To have married Mortimer Selton, dead Mortimer, as his more intimate enemies called him, in the teeth of the cold hostility of his family, and in spite of his unaffected indifference to women, was indeed an achievement that had needed some determination and adroitness to carry through. Yesterday she had brought her victory to its concluding stage by wrenching her husband away from town and its group of satellite watering places, and settling him down, in the vocabulary of her kind, in this remote wood-girt manor farm, which was his country house. "You'll never get Mortimer to go," his mother had said carpingly. "But if he once goes, he'll stay. Yesney throws almost as much a spell over him as town does. One can understand what holds him to town, but Yesney—" and the dowager had shrugged her shoulders. There was a sombre, almost savage wildness about Yesney that was certainly not likely to appeal to town-bred tastes, and Sylvia, notwithstanding her name, was accustomed to nothing much more sylvan than leafy Kensington. She looked on the country as something excellent and wholesome in its way, which was apt to become troublesome if you encouraged it overmuch. Distrust of town life had been a new thing with her, born of her marriage with Mortimer, and she had watched with satisfaction the gradual fading of what she called the Jermyn Street look in his eyes as the woods and heather of Yesney had closed in on them yesternight. Her willpower and strategy had prevailed. Mortimer would stay. Outside the morning-room windows was a triangular slope of turf, which the indulgent might call a lawn, and beyond its low hedge of neglected fuchsia bushes a steeper slope of heather and bracken dropped down into cavernous combes overgrown with oak and yew. In its wild open savagery there seemed a stealthy linking of the joy of life with the terror of unseen things. Sylvia smiled complacently as she gazed with a school of art appreciation at the landscape, and then of a sudden she almost shuddered. "It is very wild," she said to Mortimer, who had joined her. "One could almost think that in such a place the worship of Pan had never quite died out." "The worship of Pan never has died out," said Mortimer. "Other, newer gods have drawn aside his votaries from time to time, but he is the nature god to whom all must come back at last. He has been called the father of all the gods, but most of his children have been stillborn." Sylvia was religious in an honest, vaguely devotional kind of way, and did not like to hear her beliefs spoken of as mere aftergrowths. But it was at least something new and hopeful to hear dead Mortimer speak with such energy and conviction on any subject. "You don't really believe in Pan?" she asked incredulously. "I've been a fool in most things," said Mortimer quietly, "but I'm not such a fool as not to believe in Pan when I'm down here. And if you're wise, you won't disbelieve in him too boastfully while you're in his country." It was not until a week later, when Sylvia had exhausted the attractions of the woodland walks around Yesney, that she ventured on a tour of inspection of the farm buildings. A farmyard suggested in her mind a scene of cheerful bustle, with churns and flails and smiling dairymaids and reams of horses drinking knee-deep in duck-crowded ponds.
As she wandered among the gaunt grey buildings of Yesney Manor Farm, her first impression was one of crushing stillness and desolation, as though she had happened on some lone, deserted homestead, long given over to owls and cobwebs. Then came a sense of furtive, watchful hostility, the same shadow of unseen things that seemed to lurk in the wooded combes and coppices. From behind heavy doors and shuttered windows came the restless stamp of hoof or rasp of chain halter, and at times a muffled bellow from some stalled beast. From a distant corner a shaggy dog watched her with intent, unfriendly eyes. As she drew near, it slipped quietly into its kennel and slipped out again as noiselessly as when she passed by. A few hens, questing for food under a rick, stole away under a gate at her approach. Sylvia felt as if she had come across any human beings in this wilderness of barn and byre, they would have fled wraith-like from her gaze. At last, turning a corner quickly, she came upon a living thing that did not fly from her. Astretch in a pool of mud was an enormous sow, gigantic beyond the town woman's wildest computation of swine flesh, and speedily alert to resent and, if necessary, repel the unwonted intrusion. It was Sylvia's turn to make an unobtrusive retreat. As she threaded her way past rickyards and cowsheds and long blank walls, she started suddenly at a strange sound, the echo of a boy's laughter, golden and equivocal. Jan, the only boy employed on the farm, a tow-headed, wizen-faced yokel, was visibly at work on a potato clearing halfway up the nearest hillside, and Mortimer, when questioned, knew of no other probable or possible begetter of the hidden mockery that had ambushed Sylvia's retreat. The memory of that untraceable echo was added to her other impressions of a furtive, sinister something that hung around Yesney. Of Mortimer she saw very little. Farm and woods and trout streams seemed to swallow him up from dawn till dusk. Once, following the direction she had seen him take in the morning, she came to an open space in a nut copse, further shut in by huge yew trees, in the centre of which stood a stone pedestal, surmounted by a small bronze figure of a youthful Pan. It was a beautiful piece of workmanship, but her attention was chiefly held by the fact that a newly cut bunch of grapes had been placed as an offering at its feet. Grapes were none too plentiful at the manor house, and Sylvia snatched the bunch angrily from the pedestal. Contemptuous annoyance dominated her thoughts as she strolled slowly homeward, and then gave way to a sharp feeling of something that was very near fright. Across a thick tangle of undergrowth, a boy's face was scowling at her, brown and beautiful, with unutterably evil eyes. It was a lonely pathway. All pathways round Yesney were lonely for that matter, and she sped forward without waiting to give a closer scrutiny to this sudden apparition. It was not till she had reached the house that she discovered that she had dropped the bunch of grapes in her flight. "I saw a youth in the wood today," she told Mortimer that evening, "brown-faced and rather handsome, but a scoundrel to look at. A gypsy lad, I suppose." "A reasonable theory," said Mortimer, "only there aren't any gypsies in these parts at present." "Then who was he?" asked Sylvia, and as Mortimer appeared to have no theory of his own, she passed on to recount her finding of the votive offering. "I suppose it was your doing," she observed. "It's a harmless piece of lunacy, but people would think you dreadfully silly if they knew of it." "Did you meddle with it in any way?" asked Mortimer. I threw the grapes away. It seemed so silly," said Sylvia, watching Mortimer's impassive face for a sign of annoyance. "I don't think you are wise to do that," he said reflectively. "I've heard it said that the wood gods are rather horrible to those who molest them." "Horrible, perhaps, to those who believe in them, but you see I don't," retorted Sylvia.
All the same, said Mortimer, in his even, dispassionate tone, I should avoid the woods and orchards if I were you, and give a wide berth to the horned beasts on the farm. It was all nonsense, of course, but in that lonely wood-girt spot, nonsense seemed able to rear a bastard brood of uneasiness. Mortimer, said Sylvia suddenly, I think we will go back to town sometime soon. Her victory had not been so complete as she had supposed. It had carried her onto ground that she was already anxious to quit. I don't think you'll ever go back to town, said Mortimer. He seemed to be paraphrasing his mother's prediction as of himself. Sylvia noted with dissatisfaction and some self-contempt that the course of her next afternoon's ramble took her instinctively clear of the network of woods. As to the horned cattle, Mortimer's warning was scarcely needed, for she had always regarded them as of doubtful neutrality at the best. Her imagination unsexed the most matronly dairy cows and turned them into bulls liable to see red at any moment. The ram, who fed in the narrow paddock below the orchards she had adjudged, after ample and cautious probation, to be of docile temper. Today, however, she decided to leave his docility untested, for the usually tranquil beast was roaming with every sign of restlessness from corner to corner of his meadow. A low, fitful piping, as of some reedy flute, was coming from the depth of a neighbouring copse, and there seemed to be some subtle connection between the animal's restless pacing and the wild music from the wood. Sylvia turned her steps in an upward direction and climbed the heather-clad slopes that stretched in rolling shoulders high above Yesney. She had left the piping notes behind her, but across the wooded combes at her feet the wind brought her another kind of music, the straining bay of hounds in full chase. Yesney was just on the outskirts of the Devon and Somerset country, and the hunted deer sometimes came that way. Sylvia could presently see a dark body breasting hill after hill and sinking again and again out of sight as he crossed the combes, while behind him steadily swelled that relentless chorus, and she grew tense with the excited sympathy that one feels for any hunted thing in whose capture one is not directly interested. And at last he broke through the outermost line of oak scrub and fern and stood panting in the open, a fat September stag carrying a well-furnished head. His obvious course was to drop down to the broad pools of Undercombe, and thence make his way towards the red deer's favoured sanctuary, the sea. To Sylvia's surprise, however, he turned his head to the upland slope and came lumbering resolutely onward over the heather. It will be dreadful, she thought. The hounds will pull him down under my very eyes. But the music of the pack seemed to have died away for a moment, and in its place she heard again that wild piping which rose now on this side, now on that, as though urging the failing stag to a final effort. Sylvia stood well aside from his path, half hidden in a thick growth of whortle bushes, and watched him swing stiffly upward, his flanks dark with sweat, the coarse hair on his neck showing light by contrast. The pipe music shrilled suddenly around her, seeming to come from the bushes at her very feet, and at the same moment the great beast slewed round and bore directly down upon her. In an instant her pity for the hunted animal was changed to wild terror at her own danger. The thick heather roots mocked her scrambling efforts at flight, and she looked frantically downward for a glimpse of oncoming hounds. The huge antler spikes were within a few yards of her, and in a flash of numbing fear she remembered Mortimer's warning to beware of horned beasts on the farm. And then, with a quick throb of joy, she saw that she was not alone. A human figure stood a few paces aside, knee-deep in the whortle bushes. "Drive it off!" she shrieked, but the figure made no answering movement. The antlers drove straight at her breast. The acrid smell of the hunted animal was in her nostrils, but her eyes were filled with the horror of something she saw other than her oncoming death, and in her ears ran the echo of a boy's laughter, golden and equivocal. The Golden Bough by David H. Keller. Last night, she said, I had a dream. In that dream, I saw a house in a dark forest. Now that we're married, let us travel till we find that house, for it is there that I want to live. Paul Gallion smiled as he looked at his bride of a few hours. This was her first request, and long ago he had promised her that her first request after their marriage should be granted, no matter what it was. This idea of hunting a dream house seemed a peculiar one, but he decided it would be fun, and besides, he had promised. Gallion was of royal blood, but it was in an age when royalty was no longer fashionable, so he contented himself with the other things he had inherited and forgot about the title. He had been bequeathed money, pride which held his head high, courage and a kindly manner. He had married Constance Martin, knowing little and caring less about her ancestry. All that concerned him was the plain fact that they were in love. So Gallion and his bride started eastward through Europe with no definite destination, simply sliding over the hills and down through the valleys in search of their dream house, for Constance often said to her husband, I shall not have any trouble in knowing the house when I see it. When we find it, we shall rest there a long time till the remainder of my dream comes true. It is a house in a dark forest, and it is as real as the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. I know you're laughing at me, but it is not a wild goose chase. We are seeking an actuality. As they slowly drove through the country or sat over their meals at little taverns or enjoyed the sunsets at the close of day, they talked of the dream house, and Gallion asked 1,000 questions. Was it a house or a castle? How large was it? Was it habitable or just a mass of ruins? Were they really to live there? Was there a library? Fireplaces? Thus, through long conversations, they discussed the most important details of their search. Gallion did not care, so long as he could spend 24 joyous hours with Constance. He did not care if the journey never ended, if only she remained contented and happy. On and on, day after day, they went, and finally came to a dark forest. There the giant pines rose 100 feet upward before branching. There was a hush in the air, and a peculiar absence of little living things, which made all still and unusually quiet. The ground was covered with a heavy matting of pine needles. In some of the little open spaces, thick moss shone softly green against the copper background of the dry spills. Circles of moist ground were ringed round about by toadstools, which glowed waxy white in the dim, uncertain light. On high, bare rock shelves, fool's gold glittered in the occasional sunbeams. From the lofty branches of the pines, cones had fallen on the road. These crackled loudly under the tires, but this and the throb of the engine were the only sounds that broke the eerie stillness. The road crossed over other roads, yet here and there bunches of wild grass grew in the wagon ruts, showing how old the road was and how seldom used. Gallion throttled the engine down till the car made only a few miles an hour. They drifted rather than rolled, seeming to sail into a dreamland of ethereal beauty. At times, an unexpected ray of sunshine illuminated a part of the forest, like light breaking through the multi-tinted windows of a Gothic cathedral, and for a moment the heart paused in its beating with the beauty of it all. They came at last to a fork in the road.
The main road went on down into the valley, the other climbed in tortuous curves up the mountain. When the woman saw that upwinding road merging into the pines, she whispered, as though anxious that no one save her husband should hear, "Let us go that way. What a beautiful road! Where will it take us? What shall we find at its end?" "I know," replied her husband as he turned off the main road. "We shall go on and up and on and up, and at the end we shall come to the home of a woodcutter or a charcoal burner, and after much trouble we will turn around and come down again." "Let's do that," she urged enthusiastically. Gallion was not correct, however, in his prophecy, for at the end of the road was neither hut nor peasant burning charcoal. Rather, there was a house in the woods. Constance Martin Gallion looked at it once and looked at it twice, then covering her face with her hands, started to cry. Her husband, who was now accustomed to her moods, gently drew her to him, saying nothing until her sobbing ceased. At last she lifted her head from his shoulder and turned a smiling face to him, saying, "How stupid! But it was joy, Paul, that made me cry, and nothing else. Now we have come to the end of our search, for this is the house of my dreams, and in it I want to live a long time, till I know what life is and the real definition of love." Gallion looked at her, surprised and slightly disappointed. "I didn't know your plan included really living here. I'm sure it would be a splendid place to stay for a little while if we had servants and could entertain and had all the little accessories to make life comfortable and pleasant. But none of these things can be had here. Still, if you want to, we will stay here, if possible, for a few days. Perhaps after a night and day of it, you'll be glad to go on with me to some city where there is light and laughter, music and dancing." Constance jumped out of the car. "At least we can see what it's like. I called it a house, but it's really an old castle. I'm sure it must be very old. Do you remember anything about castles, Paul? Could you tell how old this place is just by looking at it?" He looked at the rough stone-walled building, the weathered parapets, then shook his head. "How can I tell? But there is a part of your answer. See that tree, the one growing near the wall? That was not there when the castle was built. It would have afforded too easy an access to the windows. No doubt, when the place was built, all the trees within 100 yards were cut down, so if an enemy attacked the castle, they would have no shelter. This one tree surely, and perhaps all the others, must have grown since that time. Some of them are 5 feet in diameter. This road must have been built by the Romans. Maybe part of this castle was built by them. Shall we go inside? No one lives here save bats and toads. However, we can look around and go on until we reach a town." But again he was in error. Circling the wall, they came to an old woman, seated on a 3-legged stool, herding a few goats and geese. Gallion spoke to her first in French and then in German, but she only smiled at him toothlessly. Constance tried Italian, and at once there followed a conversation that glittered in explicatives as a summer storm is forked with lightning. At the end of 10 minutes, the bride turned to her puzzled husband. "You didn't know I could do that?" she asked. "I was raised in a convent in Rome. This old dame says she's a caretaker of the castle. Years ago, the owner went to war and simply told her to look after the place, that if anyone came who wanted to live here, to rent it for a certain sum in gold. She says there is everything in the place for comfort, and she will serve us. Her people live in the valley and will bring us food. She prefers to live here with her pets." The aged woman took the bride's hand and whispered. Tears brimmed Constance's eyes as she translated. She says the man who went to war years ago was her lover. They were happy here for a month and a day. Since he has gone, she just stayed here, with her memories for companions. The dame showed them through the castle. They were surprised to find it so comfortable in its homely simplicity. Throughout there were signs of great age, but all had been well and lovingly cared for. A slight chill was over all, but it was not dampness. The walls were dry. The woman asked if they wished her to build fires. Constance looked pleadingly at Paul. Half reluctantly, he handed the woman 5 pieces of gold, the price of a month's service. Thus it was that they came to live in the dream house, now materialized as a castle in the dark forest. Many were the rooms in the castle which the lovers thrilled over, but 2 delighted them especially, each in a different way. One was a library with solid walls and a long horizontal slit of a window through which the sun came from morning to night, and time could be told by the position of the beam of light. The first streaming light of morning fell on Eve, graven in pink marble, conscious of the knowledge gained by the fall in the garden. Just before night came the last light, which fell on a bronze man, tortured by the surety that he must die before he achieved to the wisdom greater age might have taught him. Between the marble Eve and the bronze man were books of every size, cover and age. Paul Gallion knew that he would be very happy in this room. The other room was a bedroom. The floor was of wide oaken boards covered here and there with bearskins. A bridal chest was the only furniture, save a large 4-poster bed standing central in the room, and was, according to the ancient guide, the best bed in the castle. Her eyes glistened as she looked at it, glistened through tears. Many narrow windows completed one side of the room, casement windows which could be opened, giving the night full freedom to enter. Decorations there were none, no pictures nor draperies, simply the chest and the bed. Constance, beholding the bedroom, quivered with delight. "This will be our room," she said, and requested that the bed be aired forthwith and made with fresh, clean sheetings. Thus one was happy because of the library, and the other because of the bedroom, and each pleasured in the joy of the other. For a week they did nothing but explore the castle and the dark woods surrounding it. During that week the automobile stood where they had left it. The road ran past the castle and on through the woods to a sudden ending at a sharp precipice, making an edge to the mountain. A mile below they could see a little mountain stream decorating the mottled green of the valley like a silver ribbon, lying haphazard. Standing on the very rim of the world one day, the lovers felt that here was truly the end of a long trail. Constance turned to her husband, saying, "Will you do one more favour for me?" "If it'll make you happy," he replied with a kiss. She looked at him anxiously, twisting in her indecision. "All my life, dear, I have wanted to be happy in just this way. I do not understand my emotions, but I do know that I am happy, and that I am fearful lest something spoil it. I want to stay here. At night I wake up crying, and I know the tears come because I cannot bear to think of leaving. Ever since I dreamed of this place, I have wanted it, and in it I have found not quiet peace, but a tumultuous rapture, expectation of what I know not, nor why. This I do know, that if I have to leave here, I shall die with longing to return. I can't bear to look at the car. It's a symbol of roving. It means that some day you will ask me to sit on the seat beside you and ride to the cities you delight in. When I see it standing there, a dark despair fills my heart. Suppose I take it down to the village and store it. No, because then you can claim it again. I know it's silly, but I must have you do it. Start it and let it go down over the side here. When I know that it is down there, crushed and broken, a mile below me, I shall sleep in peace. The fears of the great cities will no longer torture me with the menace of their nearness." Gallion drew a deep breath. "'Tis a good car," he said simply. For answer she clung to him, trembling in the fierceness of her desire, and because he loved her, he asked her to wait for him. Without looking at her again, he went and drove the car within 10 feet of the lip of the ledge. Stepping out, he threw on the gas and let it go free. Up it plunged into the air, and down it fell like a fallen star, striking so far below that no noise came to tell them of its destruction. The man looked at the woman, and on his face was a twisted, bitter smile. But the woman, with eyes shut, breathed deeply, peacefully. Nor did she rouse from her seeming sleep for a long time, and then only to kiss him passionately, lapsing again into her dreams. Thus it was dark before they returned to the castle. The old woman was anxious about them, for seeing the car gone when she returned from her herding, she thought that they had left for further adventuring, a new life perhaps, in the great, to her, unknown cities, where her lover had gone whistling in the days before the war. Thus the springtime came and went, and summer brooded warmly over the dark forest in all its sweet, majestic beauty. Time passed happily, though slowly, through long months. More and more time Gallion spent in the library, while Constance, in her long, happy days, spent hours on the bed dreaming of the future and of dreams already come true. The dame had shown her dresses of ladies long dead, and more frequently the bride wore these gay things of past ages, and more she wore her hair braided down her back in 2 long ropes falling below her knees, and more she passed the minutes looking through the windows into the dark forest. One day she noticed that the room was but 20 feet from the ground, and that the ivy covering the wall formed a perfect ladder for adventurous feet. That night she could not sleep. The old woman in her walled-off bedroom slept, dreaming of her long-dead lover and the beautiful wild thing in the forest that had come to her through him. Gallion, tired from a day of study, slept dreamlessly. Under the flagstones in the kitchen the cricket slept, but Constance Martin Gallion, wide-eyed and pulsing-hearted, lay with her face in the moonbeams. Sleep she could not. In the dark forest there was neither song of bird, hoot of moon owl, nor howl of faraway wolf. There all slept. Then came the near music of a pipe, the thin, trilling, few-noted music of a pipe, and Constance, without knowing that she knew it, realized that the tune was the oldest in the world, contained in 1 octave, but encompassing every dread and exultation known to mankind throughout the ages. Even in bed her fair body wove from side to side as she lay listening to the music of the pipe. Not being able to bide longer, she ran to the casement where she saw a man making the music, and around him in silent circles were geese and goats. The man sat on a rock and made mad music in the moonlight. The woman put on a pair of slippers, crept into a black silken robe, and inching to the window, climbed down the ivy. Her feet hardly touched the ground as she sped to the rock, broke through the circle of goats and geese, and came near to the man who was making the olden music. As he came to the end of his song, and the music died in the murmuring notes mixed with the mellow moonbeams, he looked at her with a glad smile. "You like my music? It's wonderful. Who are you, and where did you learn to play?" "I've always lived around here. This is my home. I never learned to play. I always knew how. Only 1 piece, but it can be played in an infinity of ways. Would you like to hear more? Come here beside me while I pipe for you." Then he played in a livelier manner, and the goats and the geese stepped a gay measure to the music. Round and round the rock they went, until at last Constance joined them. Between a goat and a goose she danced, till there was an ending to the music. She rejoined the man on the rock, flushed and breathless, happier than she had been in all her life. "Oh, I'm so happy," she whispered, entranced. Throwing back his head, he laughed, revealing glistening white teeth in the moonlight. He tossed his arms upward. In one hand was the pipe, in the other there was nothing, and with that hand he clutched at moonbeams, and he laughed gaily. "'Tis wonderful to be happy. Men and women used to be happy. I seem to remember this place being filled of a night with bravely dressed men and dainty women in love, and sometimes the men piped for the ladies to dance, sometimes the men loved for the entrancing of their women, and which pleased the women the more, the music or the loving. How can I, being a man, tell? Those days are gone save in my memory, and I am not sure even that serves me honestly. At least I now have no audience save such as you see. Suddenly she turned to him and asked, "Who are you?" "What does that matter, as long as my music thrills you?" It does make me glad. Weeks ago I dreamed of this place and asked my husband to find it with me. He did. I asked him to destroy the car so we would not be able to leave. He did. I want a son, a gay, gladsome son who will be able to catch the moonbeams and play the pipes. Can he give me that son? Perhaps, but what odds? If you want a son, I will tell you how. Have you seen the pool of dark water over the hill on the other side of the castle? No doubt the old lady told you not to drink there, that it was poison. Near the water is a giant oak. Now, you must do thus and so. Slowly, for an hour, he held her hand, telling her just how she should do and why, and if she did this and the other as he directed, the desire of her heart would be granted. He promised that on every moonlit night he would sit on the rock, playing the pipe for her pleasurance, and thus, when her child was born, it would be a child of great joy and wondrous beauty, a player of ancient tunes upon the pipes, a gatherer of moonbeams and stardust. She walked slowly back to the castle, climbed the ivy, put off her shoes and her black silken robes. She stole again to her husband's side, while he, never having wakened, snored peacefully, for that he had never knowingly wronged anyone. Constance, awake beside him, heard him snore, and still in her soul rang the unearthly sweet music of the stranger's pipe. She could not help contrasting the two. Placing one ear against the pillow, she covered the other with a mass of hair and a pink palm. Thus she slept, lulled to calm by the memory of that soul-engulfing liquid music of the moonlight. The next morning she woke and could not tell whether it had been a dream or reality. Her husband was still asleep, but she woke him with a torrent of kisses and then was unable to tell him of the night or her desires. The same day the old woman left the castle and wandered through the dark forest till she met the man who had played the pipes. She kissed him tenderly and ran her fingers through his tight curled hair and over his pointed ears. At last she took courage and asked him to play no more at the castle till the woman and the man departed. "But you were asleep last night," he answered her. "Yes, but I saw the tracks around the rock and the woman's footprints mingled with those of the animals and the birds, so leave her alone, for the sake of your mother." For reply, he only laughed and ran away in big skipping leaps. The mother was worried. She had never been able to tell whether she had created a simpleton or a god. Constance began to prepare according to directions of the man who piped in the moonlight. There had to be a ladder, a sickle, and a white sheet. Some of these things could only be got by the wiles of a cunning woman. Finally, all was ready. With burning heart she undressed and pretended to sleep on her pillow, but while sleep came swiftly to her husband, she remained wide-eyed and anxious till she was sure of his slumber. She donned her robe and slippers. Tying the sickle in the sheet and the bundle to her back, she went out the window to the ivy and down to where the ladder rested against the wall. Lifting the ladder to her shoulder, she tiptoed westward from the castle to the place of the pool of dark water. It was moonlight, and the shadows and the moonbeams made curious fairyland of the dark forest. Though her heart was beating fast, fast, there was a song on her lips, a very old song, such as could have been sung within 1 octave or upon a very simple pipe. She came at last to the old oak tree which grew by the dark pool, and drank of its water. Placing the ladder against the scabby bowl, she looked upward. On the first branch, just a little above the ladder, grew a spray of mistletoe, its green leaves, white berries, and grey stems all shimmering in the eerie moonlight. Taking the sheet, she spread it evenly over the ground under the parasite plant. On the sheet she placed the sickle. Now she loosened the 2 long braids and let those dark, wondrous tresses come in freedom, one in front and one behind her body, which she freed from her silken robe and white gown. Taking the sickle in hand, she, trembling, started up the ladder. Near the top she paused. The mistletoe was within her reach. She still hesitated, and while she did so, was it the wind? A long strand of hair reached over and entwined around the grey-branched parasite. The woman looked at the union of plant and hair, then slowly reached and freed herself. With the curved knife she began cutting the plant from the oak, being careful to take a large piece of the bark with the roots of the plant in it. With the last slash the mistletoe fell earthward, but on the shadowed sheet, which was as it should be, for all in vain had it touched the heart. Then this last of the druid worshippers descended the ladder carefully, and placed wet moss over the cut bark, tying it tenderly in the white linen sheet. The ladder she slid into the dark pool, and did up her hair, and put on her clothes. With ineffable joy in her heart, she tripped back to the castle. Somewhere in the dark, moon-spangled forest, a laughing man piped a very old tune, and she, hearing him, sang the song to his music. Back in the bedroom she found it still light from the moon. On the head-post of the bed, on the side on which she slept, she fastened the freshly cut bark, placing the wet moss over and around it, and wrapped it all with the white sheet, which she tied in hard knots. Thus was the mistletoe grafted onto the oaken bed, just a foot above her pillow. She kissed the white fruit, and loosening her hair, fell asleep. Thus Paul Gallion first beheld her in the morning. On her face the smile of infinite peace. Her slippers, kicked wantonly from her feet, he found were wet, and her silken robe stained with dew. She is a queer little wild thing, and so far I cannot tell what she's doing. Perhaps the old woman can help me. He spoke to himself as a feeling of frustration and futility settled over him, as a rain cloud envelops a mountain peak. The next time one of the girls came up from the village with fruit, Gallion took her and the old woman into the kitchen, whereby the girl's little knowledge of French made the woman understand what he needed to know. Sighing, she bade the girl leave them. She then led Gallion to the library, where she found him a very old book with pictures in it, and crossing herself, left him. Gallion began the study of that book, even as young men have studied it in all centuries past. The young bride woke, saw the mistletoe, smiled, and went to sleep again. When next she woke, she dressed. After dinner, she took the silver pitcher, and in it carried water from the dark pool, as was her wont each day, for the moss must be moist for the grafted parasite to grow. And it grew. Finally, it spread all over the head of the bed, fastening here and there to the ancient oak, and seeming to sap the life from it. At last, Paul Gallion solved the secret of the book and understood the conduct of his wife. Now, while in the library he slept, so when night came he was able to stay awake. The full moon passed. The dark of the moon had come and gone. Now the crescent moon was growing larger, thriving on her diet of stars. The first night of the watch Constance slept as though drugged. So satisfied was her husband with her sound sleep that he arose, lit a candle, and sat on the bridal chest watching her. It was dark in the room, and he decided that when she stirred he would blow out the candle, even though by so doing he would be alone with the shadowless things. Her girlhood beauty was now ripening into the full bloom of womanhood. Her white face shone like a pearl amid the blackness of her loosened hair, which covered the pillow. Above her shadowed masses of the grey mistletoe, green leaves and white berries. Even as he looked, a branch drooped slowly until it rested on her breast. The ringlets of her hair seemed to curl upward from the pillow to interlace caressingly with the green leaves. All her fair body was at last covered with black hair and green plant. She smiled as though her dream were giving her great joy. Now and then her lips moved, as if caressing a lover. The next nights were the same. Then came a fuller moonlight, and the woman was restless. She tossed by her husband with little murmuring cries. "I cannot sleep," she sobbed. "Life is too full. There is so much love and happiness in the world. Why should a woman spend her life sleeping?" She flung herself passionately into her husband's arms, smothering him with kisses, wrapping her hair all about him. "Life is too short," she cried again and again. He tried to satisfy her and calm her, but at last pretended to sleep. She lay quietly by him, but he knew by her short, sharp breathing that she was wide awake and restless. Then, through the sweet, resinous air of the moonlit forest, came the sound of music. Constance sat upright. She listened to her husband, then, satisfied that he was asleep, she ran to the window. There, on the rock, sat the Laughing Man, surrounded by the goats and the geese, and the tune he played was a very old one, all within one octave. Drawing on her leather slippers, she climbed down the ivy, hurrying on eager feet to join the dance. Paul Gallion stood in the shadow and watched her dance, all lovely and exotic in the moonlight, with the goats and the geese who paced sedately with her. After the dance, she sat on the rock with the man who clutched moonbeams. "Is all well with you?" he asked. "All is well. The plant is growing on the oak bed. Every night the spirit enters my body. I never knew how exquisite real happiness could be. The thought of your love and your music fills my every thought." "Life is naught without love," replied the man, laughing as he reached into the air for the moonbeams. "Keep the plant well watered, my dear. Whenever you are not sure of yourself, follow me." As Gallion watched from his window, he thought of the old book with its pictures, and knew that he had but little time to spare. Below, in the little room next to the kitchen, the old dame heard the music, crossed herself, kissed the silver cross which hung from her neck, prayed, and remembered other such nights, long years gone by. She determined to ask the strangers to leave before it was too late. The next day, the young woman made her usual visit to the dark pool, carrying her little silver pitcher, while her husband went to the little village at the bottom of the valley for letters and food. There he talked with some of the young men, and they went far away with a mule team, and in a week came back with a number of long iron pieces of pipe. Came a day when Constance went to the dark pool, carrying her little silver pitcher, and instead of the dark pool of water, there was but a mud spot, nothing save the slime of the ages, and on the slime rested the ladder. Angry, she walked around the edge of the muddy hole, and at last found where the water had all drained through long iron pipes. She looked at the giant oak, and saw all the mistletoe on it was turning golden, a sign of dryness, death, decay. Crying, she ran back to the castle with her empty pitcher, up to her bedroom. Her husband was there arranging some of his ties. She ignored him as she ran to her side of the bed. There was no mistake. The love plant was indeed golden, on the bed as on the tree. It must have water every day from the dark pool, and now it was dead from the lack of it. She touched it pityingly, and the leaves dropped off. All the dried berries rolled in a pitter-pattering across the floor. All the dark green had turned to golden brown. She faced her husband. "Why did you do it?" "Do what?" "Drain my pond. I was afraid of malaria. It was the only place like it on the mountain, and I didn't want you to be sick." "Fool, fool, fool!" she shrieked. "If you had only asked me! Now all life is dead for me." "I still live," he said kindly. At that she burst into tears and ran to him and caught him in her arms. "I didn't mean it," she sobbed. I didn't mean it. I was just worried and sorry because my beautiful plant died. I do have you. But it may be that you die as the plant and the moon and the song of the laughing man. Everything dies, and perhaps your candle will go out in the dark sometime. Take me away from here. I'm afraid. I fear the dark, and the moon will soon pale, shrink, and die also." He soothed her as best he could, caressingly, telling her they would leave in a few days, just as soon as he could get another car. They spent that day as lovers, and for long moments Constance seemed to forget her fears in the embraces of the man. At other times she looked furtively into the dark forest. They told the dame they were leaving, and she sighed, saying she wished they had never come. None too happy, the bride and her husband returned to their bedroom, discussing plans for their future. "And I think," said Paul Gallion suddenly, "that before we go, we had better throw out that dead mistletoe and clean the room. Suppose we do it now. I will borrow a shears from the old woman." He returned shortly with a great pair of shears, such scissors as the oldest fate used to clip the thread of life. While Constance sat on the bridal chest and cried a little, he cut all the ropes and rotten sheet, then threw the dead plant and other things with it out of the window. As he wiped off the oaken bedstead, he remarked, "This wood is all dry and powdery. I believe I could break it in two with my hands. The mistletoe must have taken most of the life out of it." "It has taken most of the life out of me," the woman added under her breath. "No, we are just beginning to live. There are so many happy days to come." Thus and so he tried to cheer her. The work done, he placed the shears on the bed and then coaxed her to come to supper. She said she was tired and asked that they go to bed early that evening. Returning to the room, she noticed the shears on the bed, exactly in the middle of the coverlet. "How odd you are," she said to her husband. "You left those shears on the bed, exactly in the middle. If it stays there, it will be between us all night." "That would be a good idea," he answered gently. "You're tired, and this has been a hard day for you. Thus, in olden times, the knights did with their swords when they wished to assure their damsels of an undisturbed night. So you stay on your side of the shears, and I will stay on mine. Thus we shall both waken refreshed on the morrow." 30 minutes passed. I'm frightened, Paul," she whimpered. "Is that thunder I hear? Hold my hand. Tight." He did so, and went to sleep. Then came the full moon, lighting the room with its yellow beams, and the woman heard the sounds of the pipe in the dark forest. At once she knew she must go out and dance or die from desire. As she tried to rise, her hair held her back. She started to pull the long braids, but they still held her. At last she took courage and slid her hand down the braid till she found it wrapped round the neck of the man who held her hand. Her hair, those long black snake-like tresses, were wrapped around his neck, covered his face. She screamed, for she knew that Paul Gallion was dead, and she knew the manner of his death. Yet the pipe called her to the dark forest. She took the shears and cut her hair. Close to her head she cut it. Strand by strand she cut it, till she was free. And as the hair loosened, it clung closer to the man's face and throat, as though not quite satisfied that the deed was done. Constance took off her silken robe and spread it over the thing that lay on the bed. Under the silk all was well, save for the final convulsive twistings of the ropes of hair tightening uselessly round the throat of the dead. Then the woman ran to the window and climbed feverishly down the ivy. This time she did not wait to put on her slippers. Once she reached the ground, she ran to the rock. The laughing man was gone.
The goats and the geese were gone, but through the woods, down the road, she heard the tones of the music, a very old tune, all within an octave, and she hastened after the song, crying, "Oh, Pan, wait for me, please wait for me so I can love you and be happy." But the laughing man walked on. The running, panting woman could come no closer to him until at last she saw him standing on the edge of the cliff. There he stood and played, waiting for her. She reached out to catch him and kiss him, but failing to touch the fantasy of his body, she plunged over the cliff, her white body curving like a falling star, till she silently became one with the crushed automobile. The laughing man, lurking in the shadows, ran out into the moonlight and threw his open hands into the air as though to pluck the moonbeams with his questing fingers. Then he began to play his pipes anew. From the dark woods came the goats and the geese and gathered silently round him, and the song he played was all in one octave and very old. He laughed and laughed. These mortals are never content. They always try to gather moonbeams. And even I cannot do that.
The Haunted Spinney by Elliott O'Donnell, published in 1905. It was a cold night. Rain had been falling steadily, not only for hours but days. The ground was saturated. As I walked along the country lane, the slush splashed over my boots and trousers. To my left was a huge stone wall, behind which I could see the nodding heads of firs, and through them the wind was rushing, making a curious whistling sound, now loud, now soft, roaring and gently murmuring. The sound fascinated me. I fancied it might be the angry voice of a man and the plaintive pleading of a woman, and then a weird chorus of unearthly beings, of grotesque things that stalked along the Cornish moors and crept from behind huge boulders. Nothing but the wind was to be heard. I stood and listened to it. I could have listened for hours, for I felt in harmony with my surroundings. Lonely. The moon showed itself at intervals from behind the scudding clouds and lighted up the open landscape to my left. A gaunt hill covered with rocks, some piled up pyramidically, others strewn here and there. A few trees with naked arms tossing about and looking distressfully slim beside the more stalwart boulders. A sloping field or two, a couple of level ones crossed by a tiny path, and the lane where I stood. The scenery was desolate, not actually wild, but sad and forlorn, and the spinney by my side lent an additional weird aspect to the place, which was pleasing to me. Suddenly I heard a sound. A familiar sound enough at other times, but at this hour and in this place everything seemed different. A woman was coming along the road, a woman in a dark cloak with a basket under her arm, and the wind was blowing her skirts about her legs. I looked at the trees. One singularly gaunt and fantastic one appalled me. It had long, gnarled arms, and two of them ended in bunches of twigs like hands. Yes, they were exactly like hands. Huge, murderous-looking hands, with bony fingers. The moonlight played over and around me. I was bathed in it. I had no business to be on the earth. My proper place was in the moon. I no longer thought it. I knew it. The woman was close at hand. She stopped at a little wicket gate leading into the lane skirting the north walls of the spinney. I felt angry. What right had she to be there, interrupting my musings with the moon? The tree with the human hands appeared to agree with it. I saw anger in the movements of its branches, anger which soon blazed into fury as they gave a mighty bend towards her, as if longing to rend her in pieces. I followed the woman, and the wind howled louder and louder through those rustling leaves. How long I scrambled on, I do not know. As soon as the moonlight left me, I fell into a kind of slumber, a delicious trance, broken by nothing save the murmurings of the wind and the sighing and groaning of the winds, sweeter music I never heard. Then came a terrible change. The charm of my thoughts was broken. I awoke from my reverie. A terrific roar broke on my ears, and a perfect hurricane of rain swept through the woods. I crept cold and shivering beneath the shelter of the trees. To my surprise, a hand fell on my shoulder. It was a man, and like myself, he shivered. "Who are you?" he whispered in a strangely hoarse voice. "Who are you? Why are you here?" "You wouldn't believe me if I told you," I replied, shaking off his grasp. "Well, tell me, for God's sake, man." He was frightened, trembling with fright. Could it be the storm, or was it those trees? I told him then and there why I had trespassed. I was fascinated. The wind and the trees had led me thither. "So am I," he whispered. "I am fascinated. It is a long word, but it describes my sentiments. What did the wind sound like?" I told him. He was a poor common man and had no poetical ideas. The wildly romantic had never interested him. He was but an ignorant labouring man. "Sounded like sighing, groaning, and so on?" he asked, shifting uneasily from one foot to another. He was cold, horribly cold. "Was that all?" "Yes, of course. Why ask?" I replied. Then I laughed. This stupid, sturdy son of toil had been scared. To him the sounds had been those of his Cornish bogies, things he had dreaded in his infancy. I told him so. He didn't like to hear me make fun of him. He didn't like my laugh, and he persisted. "Was that all you heard?" Then I grew impatient and asked him to explain what he meant. "Well," he said, "I thought I heard a scream, a cry, just as if someone had jumped out on someone else and taken them unawares. Maybe it was the wind, only the wind. But it had an eerie sound." The man was nervous. The storm had frightened away whatever wits he may have possessed. "Come, let's be going," I said, moving away in the direction of the wall. I wanted to find a new exit. I was tired of paths. The man kept close to me. I could hear his teeth chatter. Accidentally, I felt his hand brush against mine. His flesh was icy cold. He gave a cry as if a snake had bitten him. Then the truth flashed through me. The man was mad. His terror, his strange manner of showing it, and now this sudden shrinking from me revealed it all. He was mad. The moon and the trees had done their work. "I'm not going that way," he said. "Come along with me. I want to see which of the trees it was that cried." His voice was changed. He seemed suddenly to have grown stranger. There was no insanity in his tone now, but I knew the cunning of the insane, and I feared to anger him, so I acquiesced. What an idea! One of the trees had cried. Did he mean the wind? He grew sullen when I jeered at him. He led me to a little hollow in the ground, and I noticed the prints of several feet in the wet mud. Then I saw something which sent the cold blood to my heart. A woman bathed in blood lay before me. Somehow she was familiar to me. I looked again, then again. Yes, there was the dark shawl of the basket, broken it was true, with the contents scattered, but it was the same basket. It was the woman I'd seen coming down the road. "My God, whatever is this?" the man by my side spoke. He swayed backwards and forwards on his feet, his face white and awful in the moonlight. He was sick with terror. "Oh, God, it's horrible, horrible!" Then, with a sudden earnestness and a crafty look in his eyes, he bent over her. "Who is it?" he cried. "Who is the poor wretch?" I saw him peer into her face, but he didn't touch her. He dreaded the blood. Then he started back, his eyes filled with such savageness as I had never seen in any man's before. He looked a devil. He was a devil. "It's my wife!" he shrieked. "My wife!" His voice fell and turned into what sounded like a sob. "It's Mary! She was coming back to St. Ives. It was her cry. There, see it, confound you. You have it on your arm, your coat. It's all over you." He raised his hand to strike me. The moonlight fell on it, a great coarse hand, and I noticed with a thrill of horror a red splash on it. It was blood. The man was a murderer. He'd killed her, and with all the cunning of the madman, was trying to throw the guilt on me. I sprang at him with a cry of despair. He kicked, hit, and tried to tear my arms from his neck, but somehow I seemed to have 10 times my usual strength. And all the while we struggled, a sea of faces waved to and fro, peering down at us from the gaunt trees above. He gave in at length, and I held him no longer with the iron grip, and help came in the shape of a policeman. The man seemed to grasp the situation easily. There had been a murder. The man whom I had secured was known to him. He was a labouring man of unsteady habits. He had been drinking, had met and quarrelled with his wife. The rest was to be seen in the ghastly heap before us. The wretch had no defence. He seemed dazed, and eyed the bloodstains on his face and clothes in a kind of stupid way. I slipped 5 shillings into the policeman's hand when we parted. He thanked me and pocketed the money. He knew his position and mine too. I was a gentleman, and a very plucky one at that. So I thought as I walked back to my rooms. Yet I lay awake and shuddered as visions of the nodding heads of trees rose before me, and from without, across the silent rows of houses, lanes and fields, there rose and fell again the wailing of a woman in distress. 2. The murder in the Spinney was an event in St. Ives. The people were unused to such tragedies, and it afforded them conversation for many weeks. The evidence against the husband was conclusive. He'd been caught red-handed, he was a habitual drunkard, and he paid the penalty for his crime in the usual manner. I left St. Ives. I had seen enough of Cornwall, and thirsted for life in London once more. Yet often, at night, the sighing of the wind in the trees sounded in my ears and bid me visit them once more. One day, as I was sitting by my fire with a pile of magazines by my side, taking life easily, for I had nothing to do but kill time, my old friend Frank Wedmore looked me up. We'd been at Clifton together in the far-off 80s, and he was the only friend of the old set of whom I had lost sight. He'd not altered so much, in spite of a moustache and a fair sprinkling of white hairs. I should have known him had I met him anywhere. He was wearing a Chesterfield coat, very spruce and smart, and his face was red with healthy exercise. "How are you, old chap?" he exclaimed, shaking hands in the hearty fashion of true friendship. I winced, for he had strong hands. "Oh, fit enough," I said, "but a bit bored. But you look just the same, and fresh as a daisy." I gave him the easy chair. "Oh, I'm first rate. Plenty of work. I'm a journalist, you know, plenty of grind, but I'm taking a bit of a holiday." "You look pale. Your eyes are bad." I told him they got strained if I read much. "I dare say you'll think me mad," he went on, "but I'm going to ask you a rather curious question. I remember you used to be fond of ghosts and all sorts of queer things." I nodded. We had many such discussions in my study at school. "Well, I'm a member of the Psychical Research Society." I smiled doubtfully. "Well, you can't say they've discovered much. The name is high-sounding, but nothing beyond." "Never mind. Some day, perhaps, we shall show the public that at present it is only in the early stages of investigation." Wedmore lit a cigarette, puffed away in silence for a few seconds, and then went on. "I'm undertaking a little work for the Society now." "Where?" "In Cornwall. Ever been there?" I nodded. Wedmore was very much at his ease. "Been to St. Ives?" I knew by instinct he would mention the place. He thought I looked ill and told me I'd been overdoing it. "It's merely a case of the flu," I assured him. "I had it 6 weeks ago and still feel the effects." The woman in the hollow was before me. I saw again her shabby shawl and the blood round her throat. "There was a murder down there a short time ago." "I heard of it," I remarked casually. "It was a wife murder, I believe." "Yes, just a common wife murder. And the fellow was caught and hanged." "Then why the ghost?" "Well, that's the odd part of it," Wedmore said slowly, leaning back in his chair, his long legs stretched out. "I've heard from 2 St. Ives artists, I beg their pardon, golfists. Yet screams have been heard in the Spinney about 12 o'clock at night. Not the time for practical jokers, and the Cornish are too superstitious to try their pranks in unsavoury spots. And from what I heard, the spot is singularly uncanny." "They haven't seen anything?" I asked. "No, only heard the cries, and they are so terribly realistic and appalling that no one cares to pass the place at night. Indeed, it's utterly banned. I mentioned the case to old Potters. You may have heard of him. He's the author of When the Veil is Cleared Away, and he pressed me to go down and investigate. I agreed. Then I thought I would look you up. Do you recollect your pet aversion in the way of ghosts?" I nodded. Yes, and I still have the aversion. I think locality exercises strange influence over some minds. The peaceful meadow scenery holds no lurking horrors in its bosom, but in the lonesome moorlands, full of curiously moulded boulders, grotesque weakness must affect one there. Creatures seem to come odd and ill-defined as their surroundings. As a child, I had a peculiar horror of those tall, odd-shaped boulders with seeming faces, featureless, it's true, but sometimes strangely resembling humans and animals. I believe the Spinney may be haunted by something of this nature, terrible as the trees. You know the Spinney? I do, and I know the trees. Again in my ears the wind rushed, as it had on the night in question. Will you come with me? Wedmore eyed me eagerly. The same old affection he had once entertained for me was ripening in his eyes. Indeed, it had always remained there. Should I go? An irresistible impulse seized me, a morbid craving to look once more at the blood-stained hollow, to hear again the wind. I looked out of the window. The sky was cold and grey. There were rows and rows of chimneys everywhere, a sea of chimneys, an ocean of dull, uninviting smoke. I began to hate London and to long for the countless miles of blue sea and the fresh air of the woods. I assented when better judgment would have led me to refuse. Yes, I will go. As for the ghost, it may be there, but it's not as you think. It's not the apparition of a man. It may be in part like a man, but it's one of those cursed nightmares I've always had. I shall see it, hear it shriek, and if I drop dead from fright, you, old man, will be to blame. Wedmore was an enthusiast. Psychical adventure always allured him, and he would run the risk of my weak heart and have me with him. 1,000 times I prepared to go back on my word. 1,000 tumultuous emotions of some impending disaster rushed through me. I felt on the border of an abyss, dark and hopeless. I was pushed on by invisible and unfriendly hands. I knew I must fall, knew that the black depths in front would engulf me eternally. I took the plunge. We talked over Clifton days and arranged our train to the west. Wedmore looked very boyish, I thought, as he rose to go, and stood smiling his goodbye in the doorway. He was all kindness. I liked him more than ever. I felt my heart go out to him, and yet, somehow, as we stood looking at one another, a grey shadow swept around him, and an icy pang shot through my heart. 3. It was night once more, and the moonlight poured in floods from over the summit of the knoll where the uncanny boulders lay. Every obstacle stood silhouetted against the dark background. A house with its white walls stood grim and silent. The paths running in various directions up and alongside the hill were made doubly clear in the whiteness of the beams that fell on them. There were no swift clouds, nothing to hide the brilliance of the stars, and it was nearly midnight. The air was cold, colder than is usual in St. Ives. The lights of many boats twinkled on the bay, and Godrevy stood out boldly away to the right, looking not more than a mile or so away. There were no lights to be seen in St. Ives itself. The town was absolutely still and dark. Not a voice, not a sound, not even the baying of a dog. It was very ghostly, and I shivered. Wedmore stood by my side. I glanced apprehensively at him. Why did he stand in the moonlight? What business had he there? I laughed, but I fear there was but little mirth in the sound. I wish you would stop that infernal noise, he said. I'm pretty nervous as it is. All right, I whispered. I won't do it again. But I did, and he edged sharply away from me. I looked over his head. There was the gaunt tree with the great hands. I fancied the branches were once again fingers. I told him so. For God's sake, man, keep quiet, he replied. You're enough to upset anyone's nerves. He pulled out his watch for the 100th time. It's close on the hour. I again looked at the trees and listened. Suddenly, although there had been absolute silence before, I heard a faint breathing sound, a very gentle murmur. It came from over the distant knoll, very soft and low, but gradually louder and louder, and then, as it rushed past us into the spinney beyond, I saw once more the great trees rock beneath it, and again came those voices, those of the woman and the man. Wedmore looked ill, very ill, I thought. I touched him on the arm. "You're frightened," I said. "You, a member of the Research Society. You afraid?" "Something's going to happen," he gasped. "I felt it. I know it. We shall see the murder. We shall know the secret of death." "What's that?" Away in the distance, the tapping of shoes came through the still night air. Tap, 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 down the path from the knoll. I clutched Wedmore by the arm. "You think you'll see the murder, do you? And the murderer?" Wedmore didn't answer. His breath came in gasps. He looked about him like a man at bay. "And the murderer? Ha! It comes from there. See, it's looking at us from those trees. It's all arms and legs. It has no human face. It will drop to the earth. And then we shall see what happens." Tap, tap, tap. The steps grew louder. Nearer and nearer they came. The great shadows from the trees stole down one by one to meet them. I looked again at Wedmore. He was fearfully expectant. So was I. A woman came tripping along the path. I knew her in an instant. There was the shabby shawl, the basket on her arm. It was the same. She approached the wicket. I looked at Wedmore. He was spellbound with fear. I touched his arm. I dragged him with me. "Come," I whispered. "We shall see which of us is right. You think the ghostly murderer will resemble men. It won't. Come." I dragged him forward. Had it not been for me, he would have fled. But I was firm. We passed through the gate. We followed the figure as it silently glided on. We turned to the left. The place grew very dark as the trees met overhead. I heard the trickling of water and knew we were close to the ditch. I gazed intently at the trees. When would the horror drop from them? A sickly terror laid hold of me. I turned to fly. To my surprise, Wedmore stopped me. He was all excitement. "Wait," he hissed, "wait! It's you who are afraid. Hark! It's 12 o'clock. And as he spoke, the clock of the parish church slowly tolled midnight. Then the end came. An awful scream rang out, so piercing and so full of terror that I felt the blood in my heart stand still. But no figure dropped from the trees. Not from the trees, but from behind the woman the form darted forward and seized her round the neck. It tore at her throat with its hands. It dragged and hurried her into the moonlight. And then, oh, damning horror, I saw its face. It was my own. The world in general laughed at the strange tale of Francis Wedmore. The madman he had let at midnight gibbering into St. Ives did not convince the sceptical readers of the London dailies with his corroboration. But the St. Ives people knew and understood. It is on account of that the Spinney so soon lost its ghosts, though the wind whistles as dismally there as ever.
H.R. Wakefield, The First Sheaf. "If only they realised what they were doing," laughed old Portius, leaning over the side of the car. They were a clutter of rustics cuddling vegetable marrows, cauliflowers, apples, and other stuffs, passing into a village church some miles south of Birmingham. Humanity's been doing that, performing that rite, since thousands of years before the first syllable of recorded time, I suppose, though not always in quite such a refined manner. And then there are maypoles of all indecorous symbols, and beating the bounds, a particularly interesting survival with originally a dual function. First they beat the bounds to scare the devils out, and then they beat the small boys that their tears might propitiate the rain goddess. Such propitiation having been found to be superfluous in this climate, they have ceased to beat the urchins, a great pity, but an admirable example of myth adaptation. Great Britain swarms with such survivals, some as innocuous and bland as this harvest festival, others far more formidable in guarded secrets. At least that was so when I was a boy. Did I ever tell you how I lost my arm? No, I replied, yawning. Go ahead. but I hope the tale has entertainment value, for I am feeling deliciously sleepy." Old Porteous leaned back and lit a cigar. He had started his career with £50 and turned this into 7 figures by sheer speculative genius. He seemed to touch nothing which did not appreciate. He is a fat, shrewd, cynical, and very charitable individual, in a far-sighted way, a copious but discriminating eater and drinker, to all appearances just the superb epitome of a type. But he has a less mundane side, which is highly developed, being a devoted amateur of music with a trained and individual taste, and he owns the finest collection of keyboard instruments in Europe. The only one of his many possessions I very greatly envy him. Music indeed was the cause of our being together that Sunday morning in August, for I make my living out of attempting to criticize it, and we were driving to Manchester for a hearty Elias concert. "When I was a boy of 13, he began, my father accepted the living of Reedley End in Essex. There was little competition for the curé, as the place had a notable reputation for toughness in the diocese, and the stipend was £250 a year, and a house which in size and amenities somewhat resembled a contemporary poorhouse. However, the prospect appealed to my dear old dad's zeal, for he was an evangelist by label and temperament. Reedley End was in one of those remote corners of the country which are backwaterish to this day, and was then almost as cut off from the world as a village in Tibet. It sprawled along the lower slopes of a short, narrow valley, was 15 miles from a railway station, and its only avenue to anywhere was a glorified cart track. It was peopled by a strange tribe, aloof, dour, bitter, and revealing copious signs of intensive interbreeding. They greeted my father's arrival with contemptuous nonchalance, spurned his ministrations, and soon enough broke his spirit. "I can do nothing with them," he groaned, half to himself and half to me. "They seem to worship other gods than mine." There was a very real justification for their bitterness. Reedley End was, perhaps, the most arid spot in Britain. Drought, save in very good years, was endemic in that part of Essex, and I believe a bad spring and dry summer still causes great inconvenience and some hardship to this day. There had been 3 successive drought years before our arrival, with crop failures, heavy mortality amongst the beasts, and actual thirst the result. The distress was great and growing, and a mood of venomous despair had come with it. There was no one to help them. The day of governmental paternalism had not yet dawned, and my father's predecessor's prayers for rain had been a singularly ineffectual substitute. They were off the map, and left to stew in their own juice, or rather perish from the lack of it. Men in such a pass, if they cannot look forward for succour, many times look back. In February they went forth to sow again, and my father told me they seemed to him in a sinister and enigmatic mood. I may say my mother had died 5 years before. I was an only child, and through being my father's confidant, was old and wise for my age. Their habitual aloofness had become impenetrable, and all, even the children, seemed imbued with some communal purpose, sharers of some communal secret. One morning, my father went to visit an ancient, bedridden crone who snubbed him with less consistent ruthlessness than the rest of his fearsome flock. To his astonishment, he found the village entirely deserted. When he entered the ancient's cottage, she abruptly told him to be gone. "It's no day for you to be abroad, parson," she said peremptorily. "Go home and stay indoors." In his bewilderment, my father attempted to solve the humiliating mystery, and decided to visit one of the 3 small farmers who strove desperately to scrape a living for themselves and their hinds from the parched acres, and who had treated him with a rough courtesy. His farmhouse was some 2 miles away, and my father set out to walk there. But on reaching the outskirts of the village, he found his way barred by 3 men, placed like sentries across the track. They waved him back without a word, and when he made some show of passing them, it grew so threatening and their gestures so unmistakable that my father cut short his protests and came miserably home again. That night I couldn't sleep. My father's disturbed mood had communicated itself to me. Some time in the course of it, I went to my window and leaned out. A bitter northerly wind was blowing, and suddenly down it came, a horrid thin cry of agony that seemed to have been carried from afar. It came, once again, diminished and cut short. I crept shivering and badly scared back to bed. If my father had heard it, he made no reference to it the next morning when the village seemed itself again. And though the children were brooding and subdued, their elders were almost in good spirits, ruthlessly jocund, like homing lynchers. I made that comparison, of course, long afterwards, but I know it to be psychologically true. My father had made valiant and pathetic attempts to get hold of the village youth, and managed to coax together a meagre attendance at a Sunday school. On the next Sunday, one of the dozen was missing. This was a girl about my own age, the only child of a farm labourer and his wife. He was a foreigner, a native of Sussex, and a sparklingly handsome fellow of the pure Saxon type. His wife had some claims to be a beauty too, and was much fairer than the average of those parts. The result was an oddly lovely child, as fair and rosy as her father. She shone out in the village like a golden oriole in a crew of crows. She aroused my keenest curiosity, the butt of love, I suppose, and I spent much of my time spying on her from a shy distance. When she failed to turn up that Sunday, my father went round to her parents' cottage. They were both at home. The man was pacing up and down the kitchen, his face revealing fury and grief. The mother was sitting in front of the fire wearing an expression my father found it hard to analyse. It reminded him of the appearance often shown by religious maniacs in their less boisterous moments, ecstatic, exalted, yet essentially unbalanced. When he asked after the little girl, the father clenched his fists and swore fiercely. The woman, without turning her head, muttered, "She'll be coming to school no more." This ultimatum was naturally not good enough for my father, who was disagreeably affected by the scene. He asked where she was. She'd been sent away. "Where to?" he asked. But at this she became a raging virago and ordered my father to go and mind his own business. He turned to the man, who seemed on the verge of an outburst, but she muttered something my father couldn't catch, and he ran from the room. Late that night, my dad heard a tap on the study window. It was the father. "Sir," he said, "I'm away. The devil's here." "Your little girl?" asked my father, horrified. "They've taken her," he replied hoarsely. I don't know why, and I don't know where she's gone, but I know I shan't see her no more. As for my wife, I hate her for what she's done. She says they'll kill me if I try to find her. They'd kill me if they knew I was here." My father implored him to tell him more, promised him sanctuary and protection, but all he said was, "Avenge her, sir," and vanished into the night. Naturally, my father was at a loss what to do. He even enlisted my more than willing aid, but all I succeeded in doing was verifying the agonizing fact that my darling had gone, and taking a terrific beating from persons unknown one night when I was snooping near the cottage. In the end, my father wrote a confidential letter to the Colchester police outlining the circumstances, but I suppose his tale was so vague and discreet that though some inquiries were made by a thick-skulled, pot-bellied constable, nothing whatsoever came of them. But my father was a marked man from the moment of this peerless appearance, and audible and impertinent interruptions punctuated his services. Realizing he was beaten, he made up his mind, with many tears and self-reproaches, to resign at the end of the year. The week after the little girl's disappearance, there was a lovely 2 days' rain, and the spring and summer were a farmer's Elysian dream. My father, with pathetic optimism, hoped this copious, if belated, answer to his prayers would improve his status with his iron-fleeced flock. Instead,
he experienced a unanimous and shattering ostracism. In despair, he wrote to his bishop, but the episcopal council was couched in too general and booming terms to be efficacious in converting the denizens of Wreatley End. And one day, it was August, the field shone with a mighty harvest, and it was time to bring it home. The valley divided the cornlands of Wreatley into two areas tilled against the slight slopes. Those facing north were noticeably less productive than those on the south, and do not concern us. Those southern fields were open and treeless, with one exception, a comparatively small circular field in the very middle of the tilled expanse. This was completely hemmed in by evergreens, yews, and holm oaks. Not a single deciduous tree interrupted the dark barrier. In the centre of this field was a stone pillar about 8 feet high. I was forced to be by myself for many hours a day, and I spent many of them roaming the countryside and peopling it with the folk of my fancy. The local youth regarded me without enthusiasm, but young blood is thicker than old, and they did not keep me in rigid Coventry, though they were very guarded in their replies to my questions. This circular field stirred an intense curiosity within me, and all my wanderings on the southern slope seemed to bring me, sooner or later, to its boundaries. Eventually, I summoned up courage to ask a lad who had shown traces of cordiality if the field had a name. For some reason, I was sure it had. He looked at me, oddly, nervously, and angrily, and replied, "It's a good field, not to do with you." After the little girl's disappearance, I was convinced, vaguely but certainly, that this field was concerned with it. Intuition, I suppose. Now that, I interrupted, is a word that baffles me, and the dictionary seems to know no more than I do. In a way, I agree, laughed old Portius. I could answer you negatively and quite accurately by saying that it is a mode of apprehension unknown to women, but I believe an intuitive judgment to be a syllogism of which the premises are in the unconscious, the conclusion in the conscious, though retrospective meditation can sometimes resolve it into a normal thought process. I have often done so in the case of big deals. It is the speed of the intuitive process which is so valuable, and now I hope you're a wiser man. Anyway, I conceived a fascinated horror of the field, a shivering curiosity concerning it I longed to satisfy. One evening, early in March, I determined to do what I had never dared before, walk out into the field and examine the stone pillar. It was almost dusk, and not a soul in sight. When I'd surmounted a small but deep ditch, broken through between two yews, and stood out in that strange place under a hurrying, unstable sky, I felt a sense of extreme isolation. Not, I think, the isolation of being alone in a deserted place, but such as one would experience if alone and horribly conspicuous amongst a hostile crowd. However, I fought down my fears and strode forward. When I reached the pillar, I found it was square and surrounded by a small, cleared expanse of neatly tiled stone. This stone was thickly stained with what appeared to be a red rust. The pillar itself was heavily pitted and indented about a third from its top, with such regularity as suggested an almost obliterated inscription of some kind. I clasped the pillar with my arms, tucked my legs round it, and heaved myself up till I could touch its top. This I found to be hollowed out into a cup. I stretched up farther and pushed my fingers down. The next moment I was lying on my back and wringing my fingers, for if I had dipped my hand into molten lead, I couldn't have known a sharper scald. This emptied my little bag of courage, and with 0 at the bone, I got up and ran for it. As I stumbled forward, I took one look over my shoulder, and it seemed to me that there was a dark figure standing by the pillar and reaching high above its top. And all the time
I gasped homewards. I felt I had a follower, and the pursuit was not called off till I flung myself through the rectory door. "What's the matter?" asked my father. "You shouldn't run like that, and you've cut your hand. Go and bathe it." They started to reap in the second week of August, and I found the process of great interest, for it was the first harvest I'd seen. I hovered about the outskirts of the activity, fearing my reception if I ventured nearer. I found they were working in towards the round field from all points of the compass, and young and inexperienced as I was, it seemed to me that the people were in a strange mood, or rather mood cycle, for at times there would be outbursts of wild singing, with horseplay and gesticulation, and at others they would be even more morose and silent than had been their sombre wont, and day after day they drew nearer the round field. They reached it from all sides almost simultaneously by about noon on a superbly fine day, and then, to my astonishment, they all stopped work and went home. That was on a Tuesday, and they did nothing the next day in the fields, though they were anything but idle. There was incessant activity in the village of a sort which perplexed my father greatly. It struck him that something of great importance was being prepared. The hive was seething. Needless to say, no knowledge of it was vouchsafed to him. He discovered by humiliating experience that a meeting of the older men was held in what was known as Odie's Field, for the sentries posted round all the approaches to it brusquely and menacingly refused him entrance. Now, whether it was our old friend Intuition or not, I was convinced these plans and consultations concerned the round field, and that something was due to be done there on the morrow. So I crept out of the house an hour before dawn, leaving a note on the hall table telling my father not to worry. I took with me 3 slices of bread and butter and a bottle of water. I made my way to the round field by a devious route, so as to avoid passing through the village, creeping along the hedgerows and keeping a sharp lookout with eye and ear. I have said that a ditch encircled the field, and in it I crouched down between 2 yews, well away from the gates. By creeping out into the space where their branches touched, I believed I could spy out undetected. Dawn broke fine, but very heavy and close, and there were red strata of clouds to the east as the sun climbed through them. To my surprise, no one appeared at 6, their usual hour for starting work, nor at 7, 8, or 9, when I ate half my bread and butter and sipped the bottle. By 10 o'clock, I had made up my mind that nothing would happen, and I'd better go home, when I heard voices in the field behind me, and knew it was too late to retreat, even if I'd wanted to. I could see nothing ahead of me save the high white wheat, but presently I heard more voices, and 2 men with sickles came cutting the way past me, and soon I could see an arc of a ring of them slashing towards the centre. When they had advanced some 50 yards, I had a better view to right and left, and a very strange sight I beheld. The villagers, mostly old people and children, were streaming through the gates. All were clad in black, with wreaths of corn around their necks. They formed in line behind the reapers and moved slowly forward. They made no sound. I heard not a single child's cry, but stared in a rapt way straight before them. Slowly and steadily the reapers cut their way forward. By this time, the sun had disappeared, and a dense cloud bank was spreading from the east. By 4 o'clock, the reapers had met in the centre round the last small patch of wheat by the stone pillar, and there they stopped, laid down their sickles, and took their stand in front of the people. For perhaps 5 minutes they all stayed motionless with bowed heads, and then they lifted their faces to the sky and began to chant. And a very odd song they sang, one which made me shiver beneath the yew branches. It was mainly in the minor mode, but at perfectly regular intervals it transposed into the major in a tremendous but perfectly controlled cry of exultation and ecstasy. I have heard nothing like it since, though a spiritual sung by 4,000 god-drunk worshippers in Georgia faintly reminded me of it. But this was something far more formidable, far more primitive. In fact, it seemed like the oldest song ever sung. The last fierce, sustained shout of triumph made me tremble with some unnameable emotion, and I longed to be out there shouting with them. When it ended, they all knelt down, save one old, white-bearded man with a wreath of corn around his brow, who, taking some of the corn in his right hand, raised it above his head and stared into the sky. At once 4 men came forward, and with what seemed like large trowels, began digging with them. The people then rose to their feet, somewhat obstructing my view, but soon the 4 men had finished their work and stood upright. Then the old man stepped out again, and I could see he was holding what appeared to be a short iron bar. With this, he pounded the earth for some moments. Then, picking up something, it looked as if he dropped it into a vessel, a dark metal pot, I fancied, and paced to the stone pillar, raised his right arm, and poured the contents of the cup at the pillar's top. At that moment, a terrific flash of lightning cut down from the clouds and enveloped the pillar in mauve and devilish flame. And there came such a piercing blast of thunder that I fell backwards into the ditch. When I'd struggled back, the rain was hurling itself down in such fury that it was bouncing high off the lanes of stiff soil. Dimly through it, I could see that all the folk had prostrated themselves once more. But in 2 minutes, the thundercloud had run with the squall, and the sun was blazing from a clear sky. The 4 men then bound up the corn in that last patch and placed the sheaf in front of the pillar, after which the old man, leading the people, paced the length of the field, scattering something from the vessel in the manner of one sowing, and he led them out of the gate. And that was the last I saw of them. Now, somehow, I felt that if they knew I'd been watching them, it would have gone hard with me. So I determined to wait for dusk. I was stiff, cold, and hungry, but I stuck it till the sun went flaming down, and the loveliest afterglow I ever remember had faded. While I waited, there was a resolve that had been forming in my mind. I had the most intense desire to know what the old man had dropped in the hollow on the pillar. And curiosity is in all animals the strongest foe of fear. Every moment that emotion grew more compelling, and when at last it was just not dark, it became overmastering. I stumbled across as fast as I could to the pillar, looking neither to right nor left, clambered up, and thrust down my hand. I could feel small pieces of what might have been wood, and then it was as if my forefinger was caught and gripped. The most agonizing pain shot up my arm and through my body. I fell to the ground and shook my hand wildly to free my finger from that which held it. In the end, it clattered down beside me and splintered on the stone, and then the blood streamed from my finger, which had been punctured to the bone. Somehow, I struggled home, leaving a trail of blood behind me. The next day, my arm was swollen up like a black bladder. The morning after, it was amputated at the shoulder. The surgeon who operated on me came up to my father in the hospital and held something out to him. I found this embedded in your son's finger, he said. What is it? Asked my father. A child's tooth, he replied. I suppose he's been fighting someone with a very dirty mouth. And that's why, said old Portius, though I have none of my own, I have ever since shown the greatest respect to the gods of others.
Devil of the Marsh. It was nigh upon dusk when I drew close to the great marsh, and already the white vapours were about, riding across the sunken levels like ghosts in a churchyard. Though I had set forth in a mood of wild delight, I had sobered in a lonely ride across the moor, and was now uneasily alert. As my horse jerked down the grassy slopes that fell away to the jaws of the swamp, I could see thin streams of mist rise slowly, hover like wraiths above the long rushes, and then, turning gradually more material, go blowing heavily away across the flat. The appearance of the place at this desolate hour, so remote from human society, and so darkly significant of evil presences, struck me with a certain wonder that she should have chosen this spot for our meeting. She was a familiar of the moors where I had invariably encountered her, but it was like her arrogant caprice to test my devotion by some such dreary assignation. The wide and horrid prospect depressed me beyond reason, but the fact of her neighbourhood drew me on, and my spirits mounted at the thought that at last she was to put me in possession of herself. Tethering my horse upon the verge of the swamp, I soon discovered the path that crossed it, and entering, struck out boldly for the heart. The track could have been little used, for the reeds, which stood high above the level of my eyes upon either side, straggled everywhere across in low arches, through which I dodged and broke my way with some inconvenience and much impatience. A full half-hour I was solitary in that wilderness, and when at last a sound other than my own footsteps broke the silence, the dusk had fallen. I was moving very slowly at the time, with a mind half disposed to turn from the melancholy expedition, when it seemed to me now, must surely be a cruel jest she had played upon me. While some reluctance held me, I was suddenly arrested by a hoarse croaking, which broke out on my left, sounding somewhere from the reeds in the black mire. A little further it came again from close at hand, and when I had passed on a few more steps in wonder and perplexity, I heard it for the third time. I stopped and listened, but the marsh was as a grave, and so taking the noise for the signal of some raucous frog, I resumed my way. But in a little the croaking was repeated, and coming quickly to a stand, I pushed the reeds aside and peered into the darkness. I could see nothing, but at the immediate moment of my pause, I thought I detected the sound of some body trailing through the rushes. My distaste for the adventure grew with this suspicion, and had it not been for my delirious infatuation, I had assuredly turned back and ridden home. The ghastly sound pursued me at intervals along the track, until, at last, irritated beyond endurance by the sense of this persistent and invisible company, I broke into a sort of run. This, it seemed, the creature, whatever it was, could not achieve, for I heard no more of it, and continued my way in peace. My path at length ran out from among the reeds upon the smooth flat of which she had spoken, and here my heart quickened, and the gloom of the dreadful place lifted. The flat lay in the very centre of the marsh, and here and there in it a gaunt bush or withered tree rose like a spectre against the white mists. At the further end I fancied some kind of building loomed up, but the fog, which had been gathering ever since my entrance upon the passage, sailed down upon me at that moment, and the prospect went out with suddenness. As I stood waiting for the clouds to pass, a voice cried to me out of its centre, and I saw her next second, with bands of mist swirling about her body, come rushing to me from the darkness. She put her long arms about me, and drawing her close, I looked into her deep eyes. Far down in them, it seemed to me, I could discern a mystic laughter dancing in the wells of light, and I had that ecstatic sense of nearness to some spirit of fire which was wont to possess me at her contact. "At last," she said, "at last, my beloved." I caressed her. "Why," said I, tingling at the nerves, "why have you put this dolorous journey between us? And what mad freak is your presence in this swamp?" She uttered her silver laugh and nestled to me again. "I am the creature of this place," she answered. "This is my home. I have sworn you should behold me in my native sin ere you ravished me away." "Come then," said I have seen. Let there be an end to this. I know you, what you are. This marsh chokes up my heart. God forbid you should spend more of your days here. Come." "You are in haste," she cried. "There is yet much to learn. Look, my friend," she said, "you who know me, what I am. This is my prison, and I have inherited its properties. Have you no fear?" For answer I pulled her to me, and her warm lips drove out the horrid humours of the night. But the swift passage of a flickering mockery over her eyes struck me as a flash of lightning, and I grew chill again. "I have the marsh in my blood," she whispered, "the marsh and the fog of it. Think ere you vow to me, for I am the cloud in a starry night." A lithe and lovely creature, palpable of warm flesh, she lifted her magic face to mine and besought me plaintively with these words. The dews of the nightfall hung on her lashes and seemed to plead with me for her forlorn and solitary plight. "Behold," I cried, "witch or devil of the marsh, you shall come with me. I have known you on the moors, a roving apparition of beauty. Nothing more I know, nothing more I ask. I care not what this dismal haunt means, not what these strange and mystic eyes. You have powers and senses above me. Your sphere and habits are as mysterious and incomprehensible as your beauty. But that," I said, "is mine, and the world that is mine shall be yours also." She moved her head nearer to me with an antic gesture, and her gleaming eyes glanced up at me with a sudden flash, the similitude, great heavens, of a hooded snake. Starting, I fell away, but at that moment she turned her face and set it fast towards the fog that came rolling in thick volumes over the flat. Noiselessly the great cloud crept down upon us, and all dazed and troubled I watched her, watching it in silence. It was as if she awaited some omen of horror, and I too trembled in the fear of its coming. Then, suddenly out of the night, issued the hoarse and hideous croaking I had heard upon my passage. I reached out my arm to take her hand, but in an instant the mists broke over us, and I was groping in the vacancy. Something like panic took hold of me, and beating through the blind obscurity, I rushed over the flat, calling upon her. In a little the swirl went by, and I perceived her upon the margin of the swamp, her arm raised as in imperious command. I ran to her, but stopped, amazed and shaken by a fearful sight. Low by the dripping reeds crouched a small, squat thing in the likeness of a monstrous frog, coughing and choking in its throat. As I stared, the creature rose upon its legs and disclosed a horrid human resemblance.
Its face was white and thin, with long black hair, its body gnarled and twisted as with the ague of 1,000 years. Shaking, it whined in a breathless voice, pointing a skeleton finger at the woman by my side. "Your eyes were my guide," it quavered. "Do you think that after all these years I have no knowledge of your eyes? Lo, is there aught of evil in you I am not instructed in? This is the hell you designed for me, and now you would leave me to a greater." The wretch paused and panting leaned upon a bush, while she stood silent, mocking him with her eyes and soothing my terror with her soft touch. "Here," he cried, turning to me, "hear the tale of this woman, that you may know her as she is. She is the presence of the marshes. Woman or devil, I know not, but only that the accursed marsh has crept into her soul, and she herself is become its evil spirit. She herself that lives and grows young and beautiful by it has its full power to blight and chill and slay. I, who was once as you are, have this knowledge. What bones lie in this black swamp, who can say? But she has drained of health. She has drained of mind and of soul. What is between her and her desire, that she should not drain also of life? She has made me a devil in her hell, and now she would leave me to my solitary pain and go search for another victim. But she shall not!" He screamed through his chattering teeth. "She shall not! My hell is also hers. She shall not!" Her smiling, untroubled eyes left his face and turned to me. She put out her arms, swaying towards me, and so fervid and so great a light glowed in her face that, as one distraught of superhuman means, I took her into my embrace. And then the madness seized me. "Woman or devil," I said, "I will go with you. Of what account this pitiful past? Blight me even as that wretch. So be only you are with me." She laughed, and disengaging herself, leaned, half clinging to me, towards the coughing creature by the mire. "Come," I cried, catching her by the waist. "Come." She laughed again, a silver, ringing laugh. She moved with me slowly across the flat to where the track started for the portals of the marsh. She laughed and clung to me. But at the edge of the track I was startled by a shrill hoarse screaming, and behold, from my very feet that loathsome creature rose up and wound his long black arms about her, shrieking and crying in his pain. Stooping, I pushed him from her skirts, and with one sweep of my arm drew her across the pathway. As her face passed mine, her eyes were wide and smiling. Then, of a sudden, the still mist enveloped us once more. But ere it descended, I had a glimpse of that contorted figure trembling on the margin, the white face drawn and full of desolate pain. At the sight, an icy shiver ran through me, and then, through the yellow gloom, the shadow of her darted past me
to the further side. I heard the hoarse cough, the dim noise of a struggle, a swishing sound, a thin cry, and then the sucking of the slime over something in the rushes. I leapt forward, and once again the fog thinned, and I beheld her, woman or devil, standing upon the verge and peering with smiling eyes into the foul and sickly bog. With a sharp cry wrung from my nerveless soul, I turned and fled down the narrow way from that accursed spot, and as I ran, the thickening fog closed round me, and I heard far off and lessening still the silver sound of her mocking laughter.
Laura Silverbell. In the 5 Northumbrian counties, you will scarcely find so bleak, ugly, and yet, in a savage way, so picturesque a moor as Dardale Moss. The moor itself spreads north, south, east, and west, a great undulating sea of black peat and heath. What we may term its shores are wooded wildly with birch, hazel, and dwarf oak. No towering mountains surround it, but here and there you have a rocky knoll rising among the trees, and many a wooded promontory of the same pretty, because utterly wild, forest running out into its dark level. Habitations are thinly scattered in this barren territory, and a full mile away from the meanest was the stone cottage of Mother Carke. Let not my southern reader who associates ideas of comfort with the term cottage mistake. This thing is built of shingle with low walls. Its thatch is hollow, the peat smoke curls stingingly from its stunted chimney. It is worthy of its savage surroundings. The primitive neighbours remark that no rowan tree grows near, no holly, no bracken, and no horseshoe is nailed on the door. Not far from the birches and hazels that straggle about the rude wall of the little enclosure, on the contrary, they say, you may discover the broom and the ragwort in which witches mysteriously delight. But this is perhaps a scandal. Mal Carke was for many a year the sage femme of this wild domain. She has renounced practice, however, for some years, and now, under the rose, she dabbles. It is thought, in the black art, in which he has always been secretly skilled, tells fortunes, practices charms, and in popular esteem is little better than a witch. Mother Carke has been away to the town of Willarden to sell knit stockings and is returning to her rude dwelling by Dardale Moss. To her right, as far away as the eye can reach, the moor stretches. The narrow track she has followed here tops a gentle upland, and at her left a sort of jungle of dwarf oak and brushwood approaches its edge. The sun is sinking blood red in the west. His disk has touched the broad black level of the moor, and his parting beams glare athwart the gaunt figure of the old beldam as she strides homeward, stick in hand, and bring into relief the folds of her mantle, which gleam like the draperies of a bronze image in the light of a fire. For a few moments, this light floods the air. Tree, gorse, rock, and bracken glare, and then it is out, and grey twilight over everything. All is still and sombre. At this hour, the simple traffic of the thinly peopled country is over, and nothing can be more solitary. From this jungle, nevertheless, through which the mists of evening are already creeping, she sees a gigantic man approaching her. In that poor and primitive country, robbery is a crime unknown. She therefore has no fears for her pound of tea and pint of gin, and 16 shillings in silver which she's bringing home in her pocket. But there is something that would have frightened another woman about this man. He is gaunt, sombre, bony, dirty, and dressed in a black suit which a beggar would hardly care to pick out of the dust. This ill-looking man nodded to her as he stepped on the road. "I don't know you," she said. He nodded again. "I never seed you nowhere," she exclaimed sternly. "Fine evening, Mother Cark," he says, and holds his snuff-box toward her. She widened the distance between them by a step or so, and said again sternly and pale, "I have nought to say to thee, whoever thou beest." "You know Laura Silverbell?" "That's a by nyam, the lass's nyam is Laura Lou," she answered, looking straight before her. "One name's as good as another for one that was never christened, mother." "How know ye that?" she asked grimly, for it is a received opinion in that part of the world that the fairies have power over those who have never been baptized. The stranger turned on her a malignant smile. "There's a young lord in love with her," the stranger says, "and I'm that lord. Have her at your house tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, and you must stick cross pins through the candle, as you have done for many a one before, to bring her lover thither by 10, and her fortune's made. And take this for your trouble." He extended his long finger and thumb toward her, with a guinea temptingly displayed. "I have nought to do with thee. I never seed thee afore. Get thee away. I earned nee gold of thee, and I'll take nin. Away with thee, or they'll find end it'll mack thee." The old woman had stopped and was quivering in every limb as she thus spoke. He looked very angry. Sulkily he turned away at her words and strode slowly towards the wood for which he had come. And as he approached it, it seemed to her to grow taller and taller, and stalked into it as high as a tree. "I conceited there would come something o' it," she said to herself. "Farmer Lou must get it done next Sunday, that old loupy." Old Farmer Lou was one of that sect who insist that baptism shall be but once administered, and not until the Christian candidate had attained adult years. The girl had indeed for some time been of age not only, according to this theory, to be baptized, but if need be, to be married. Her story was a sad little romance. A lady some 17 years before had come down and paid Farmer Lou for 2 rooms in his house. She told him that her husband would follow her in a fortnight, and that he was in the meantime delayed by business in Liverpool. In 10 days after her arrival, the baby was born. Mal Clark acting as sage-femme on the occasion, and on the evening of that day the poor young mother died. No husband came. No wedding ring, they said, was on her finger. About £50 was found in her desk, which Farmer Lou, who was a kind old fellow and had lost his 2 children, put in bank for the little girl, and resolved to keep her until the rightful owner should step forward to claim her. They found 6 love letters signed Francis, and calling the dead woman Laura. So Farmer Lou called the little girl Laura, and her sobriquet of Silverbell was derived from a tiny silver bell, once gilt, which was found among her poor mother's little treasures after her death, and which the child wore in a ribbon round her neck. Thus, being very pretty and merry, she grew up as a North Country farmer's daughter, and the old man, as she needed more looking after, grew older and less able to take care of her. So she was, in fact, very nearly her own mistress, and did pretty much in all things as she liked. Old Mal Clark, by some caprice for which no one could account, cherished an affection for the girl, who saw her often and paid her many a small fee in exchange for the secret indications of the future. It was too late when Mother Cark reached her home to look for a visit from Laura Silverbell that day. About 3 o'clock next afternoon, Mother Cark was sitting knitting with her glasses on outside her door on the stone bench, when she saw the pretty little girl mount lightly to the top of the stile at her left under the birch, against the silver stem of which she leaned her slender hand, and called, Mal, Mother Cark, are you alone all by yourself?" "Aye, Laura, lass, we can be close enough if you want a word with me," says the old woman, rising with a mysterious nod and beckoning her stiffly with long fingers. The girl was assuredly pretty enough for a lord to fall in love with. Only look at her. A profusion of brown rippling hair, parted low in the middle of her forehead, almost touched her eyebrows, and made the pretty oval of her face by the breadth of that rich line more marked. What a pretty little nose! What scarlet lips! And large, dark, long-fringed eyes! Her face is transparently tinged with those clear Murillo tints which appear in deeper dyes on her wrists and on the backs of her hands. These are the beautiful gypsy tints with which the sun dyes young skins so richly. The old woman eyes all this, and her pretty finger, so round and slender, and her shapely little feet, cased in the thick shoes that can't hide their comely proportions, as she stands on the top of the stile, but it is with a dark and saturnine aspect. "Come, lass, what stand ye for atop at wall, where folk may chance to see thee? I have a thing to tell thee, lass." She beckoned her again. "And I have a thing to tell thee, Mal." "Come hither," says the old woman peremptorily. "But you munna give me that creeping. I winna look again in the glass of water, mind ye." The old woman smiled grimly and changed her tone. "Now, honey, get thee down and let me see the canny fias," and she beckoned her again. Laura Silverbell did get down and stepped lightly toward the door of the old woman's dwelling. "Take this," said the girl, unfolding a piece of bacon from her apron, "and I have a silver sixpence to give thee when I'm going away yam." They entered the dark kitchen of the cottage, and the old woman stood by the door lest their conference should be lighted on by surprise. "Afore you begin," said Mother Carke, I softened her patois, "I must tell you there's ill folk watching ye. What's old Farmer Lou about? He doesn't get the sir, the clergyman, to baptise thee. If he lets Sunday next pass, I'm afeard you'll never be sprinkled nor signed with the cross while there's a sky above us." "Agoy!" exclaims the girl. "Who's looking after me?" A big black feller as high as the Kipples came out of the wood near Dead Man's Grike just after the sun went down yesterday evening. I know well what he was, for his feet never touched the road while he made as if he walked beside me. And he wanted to give me snuff first, and I wouldn't have that. And then he offered me a golden guinea, but I was no sick orpy, and to bring you here tonight and cross the candle with pins to call your lover in. And he said he's a great lord, and in love with thee. And you refused him." "Well for thee I did, lass," says Mother Carke. "Why, it's every word true," cries the girl vehemently, starting to her feet, for she had seated herself on the great oak chest. "True, lass. Come, say what you mean," demanded Mal Carke with a dark and searching gaze. "Last night I was coming yam from the wake with old Farmer Dykes and his wife and his daughter Nell, and when we came to the stile I bid them good night and we parted." "And you came by the path alone in the night time, did you?" exclaimed old Mal Carke sternly. "I wasn't afeard. I don't know why. The path yam leads down by the waters of old Haworth Castle." "I know it will, and a dowly path it is. You'll keep indoors o' nights for a while, or you'll rue it. What saw ye?" "No freetin', mother, nowt I was feared on." "You heard a voice calling your name." "I heard nowt that was dow but the hully-hoo in the old castle waste," answered the pretty girl. "I heard nor seed nowt that's dow, but mickle it's canny and gladsome. I heard singing and laughing a long way off. I consated and I stopped a bit to listen. Then I walked on a step or two, and there, sure enough, in the pie-mag field, under the castle walls, not 20 steps away, I seed a grand company, silks and satins, and men with velvet coats with gold lace striped over them, and ladies with necklaces that would dazzle ye, and fans as big as griddles, and powdered footmen, like what the shirra had behind his coach, only these was 10 times as grand." "It was full moon last night," said the old woman. "So bright it would blind you to look at it," said the girl. "Never an ill sight but the devil finds a light," quoth the old woman. "There's a running brook there. You were at this side, and they at that. And did they try to make you cross over?" "Agoy did they. Nowt but civility and kindness, though, and you must let me tell it my own way. They was talking and laughing and eating and drinking out of long glasses and gold cups, seated on the grass, and music was playing, and I keeking behind a bush at all the grand doings, and up they gets to dance, and says a tall fella I hadn't seen before, 'You must step across and dance with a young lord that's fallen in love with thee,' and that's myself. And sure enough I keeked at him under my lashes, and a canny lad he is, and to my taste, though he be dressed in black, with sword and sash, velvet twice as fine as the sells in the shop at Golden Friars, and keeking at me again for the corners of his eyes. And the same fella tell't me he was mad in love with me, and his father was there, and his sister, and they came all the way from Catstean Castle to see me that night, and that's the other side of Golden Friars. Come, lass, you know Mafflin, tell me true. What was he like? Was his face grimed with soot? A tall fellow with wide shoulders and looked like an ill thing, with black clothes, maced in rags. His face was long, but well favoured, and darker than a gypsy, and his clothes were black and grand and made of velvet. And he said he was the young lord himself, and he looked like it. That'll be the same fella I seed at Deadman's Grike, said Mal Clark, with an anxious frown. Hoot, mother, how could that be? Cried the lass, with a toss of her pretty head and a smile of scorn. But the fortune-teller made no answer, and the girl went on with her story. When they began to dance, continued Laura Silverbell, he urged me again, but I wouldn't step over. 'Twas partly pride, because I wasn't dressed fine enough, and partly contrariness or something. But Gar wouldn't, not a foot. No, but I more than half wished it at the time. Well for thee, thou didn't cross the brook. Hoity-toity, why not? Keep at home after nightfall, and don't you be walking by yourself by daylight on any light, lang, lonesome ways till after you're baptized, said Mal Clark. I'm like to be married first. Take care that marriage won't hang in the bell rope, said Mother Cark. Leave me alone for that. The young lord said he was maist daft in love with me. He wanted to give me a canny ring with a beautiful stone in it, but drat it, I was sick and orping, I wouldn't tack it, and he a young lord. Lord, indeed, are you daft or dreaming? Those fine folk, what were they? I'll tell you, dobbies and fairies, and if you don't do as you bid, they'll take ye, and you'll never get out of their hands again while grass grows, said the old woman grimly. Odd-whited, replies the girl impatiently. Who's daft or dreaming now? I'd been dead with fear if it was any such thing. It couldn't be. All was so lovesome and bonny and shapely. Well, and what do you want of me, lass? Asked the old woman sharply. I want to know, here's a sixpence, what I should do, said the young lass. 'Twould be a pity to lose such a marrow, eh? Say your prayers, lass. I can't help you, says the old woman darkly. If you go with the people, you'll never come back. You mustn't talk with them, nor eat with them, nor drink with them, nor take a pin's worth by way of gift for them. Mark well what I say, or you're lost. The girl looked down, plainly much vexed. The old woman stared at her with a mysterious frown steadily for a few seconds. Tell me, lass, and tell me true, are you in love with that lad? What for should I? Said the girl with a careless toss of her head and blushing up to her very temples. I see how it is, said the old woman with a groan, and repeated the words, sadly thinking, and walked out of the wood, out of the door a step or two, and looked jealously round. The lass is witched, the lass is witched. Did you see him since? Asked Mother Cark, returning. The girl was still embarrassed, and now she spoke in a lower tone and seemed subdued. I thought I seed him as I came here, walking beside me among the trees, but I can say it was only the trees themselves that looked like rinning one behind the other as I walked on. I can tell thee now, lass, but what I tell't thee afore, answered the old woman peremptorily. Get ye hame, and don't delay on the way, and say your prayers as ye go, and let none but good thoughts come nigh ye, and never put a foot outside the doorstone again till you go to be christened, and get that done Sunday next. And with this charge, given with grisly earnestness, she saw her over the stile and stood upon it, watching her retreat until the trees quite hid her and the path from view. The sky grew cloudy and thunderous, and the air darkened rapidly as the girl, a little frightened by Mal Clark's view of the case, walked homeward by the lonely path among the trees. A black cat, which had walked close by her, for these creatures sometimes take a ramble in search of their prey among the woods and thickets, crept from under the hollow of an oak and was again with her. It seemed to her to grow bigger and bigger as the darkness deepened, and its green eyes glared as large as halfpennies in her affrighted vision as the thunder came booming along the heights from the Willarden road. She tried to drive it away, but it growled and hissed awfully and set up its back as if it would spring at her, and finally it skipped up into a tree where they grew thickest at each side of her path and accompanied her high overhead, hopping from bough to bough as if meditating a pounce upon her shoulders. Her fancy being full of strange thoughts, she was frightened, and she fancied that he was haunting her steps and destined to undergo some hideous transformation the moment she ceased to guard her path with prayers. She was frightened for a while after she got home. The dark looks of Mother Carke were always before her eyes, and a secret dread prevented her passing the threshold of her home again that night. Next day, it was different. She had got rid of the awe which with Mother Carke had inspired her. She could not get the tall, dark-featured lord in the black velvet dress out of her head. He had taken her fancy. She was growing to love him. She could think of nothing else. Bessie Hennock, a neighbour's daughter, came to see her that day and proposed a walk towards the ruins of Haworth Castle to gather bleaberries. So off the two girls went together. In the thicket, along the slopes near the ivied walls of Haworth Castle, the companions began to fill their baskets. Hours passed. The sun was sinking near the west, and Laura Silverbell had not come home. Over the hatch of the farmhouse door, the maids leant ever and anon with outstretched necks, watching for a sign of the girl's return, and wondering, as the shadows lengthened, what had become of her. At last, just as the rosy sunset gilding began to overspread the landscape, Bessie Hennock, weeping into her apron, made her appearance without her companion. Her account of their adventures was curious. I will relate the substance of it more connectedly than her agitation would allow her to give it, and without the disguise of the rude Northumbrian dialect. The girl said that as they got along together among the brambles that grow beside the brook that bounds the Pymag field, she on a sudden saw a very tall, big-boned man with an ill-favoured, smirched face, and dressed in worn and rusty black, standing at the other side of a little stream. She was frightened, and while looking at this dirty, wicked, starved figure, Laura Silverbell touched her, gazing at the same tall scarecrow, but with a countenance full of confusion and even rapture. She was peeping through the bush behind which she stood, and with a sigh she said, "Isn't that a canny lad? Agoy, see his bonny velvet clothes, his sword and sash. That's a lord, I can tell you, and well I know who he follows, who he loves, and who he'll wed." Bessie Hennock thought her companion daft. "See how lovesome he looks," whispered Laura. Bessie looked again and saw him gazing at her companion with a malignant smile, and at the same time he beckoned her to approach. "Don't go! Go not near him, he'll wring thy neck," gasped Bessie in great fear, as she saw Laura step forward with a look of beautiful bashfulness and joy. She took the hand he stretched across the stream, more for love of the hand than any need of help, and in a moment was across and by his side, and his long arm around her waist. "Fare thee weel, Bessie, I'm going my way," she called, leaning her head to his shoulder, "and tell good Father Lou I'm going my ways to be happy, and maybe, at long last, I'll see him again." And with a farewell wave of her hand, she went away with her dismal partner. And Laura Silverbell was never more seen at home, or among the coppies and the wickwoods, the bonny fields and busky hollows by Dardell Moss. Bessie Hennock followed them for a time. She crossed the brook, and though they seemed to move slowly enough, she was obliged to run to keep them in view, and she all the time cried to her continually, come back, bonny Laura," until, getting over a bank, she was met by a white-faced old man, and so frightened was she that she thought she fainted outright. At all events, she didn't come to herself until the birds were singing their vespers in the amber light of sunset, and the day was over. No trace of the direction of the girl's flight was ever discovered. Weeks and months passed, and more than a year. At the end of that time, one of Malcark's goats died, as she suspected, by the envious practices of a rival witch who lived at the far end of Dardell Moss. All alone in her stone cabin, the old woman had prepared her charm to ascertain the author of her misfortune. The heart of the dead animal, stuck all over with pins, was burnt in the fire, the windows, doors, and every other aperture of the house being first carefully stopped. After the heart, thus prepared with suitable incantations, is consumed in the fire, the first person who comes to the door, who passes by it, is the offending magician. Mother Carke completed these lonely rites at dead of night. It was a dark night, with the glimmer of the stars only, and a melancholy night wind was soughing through the scattered woods that spread around. After a long and dead silence, there came a heavy thump at the door, and a deep voice called her by name. She was startled, for she expected no man's voice, and peeping from the window, she saw in the dim light a coach and 4 horses, with gold-laced footmen, and a coachman in wig and cocked hat, turned out as if for a state occasion. She unbarred the door, and a tall gentleman dressed in black, waiting at the threshold, entreated her, as the only sage-femme within reach, to come in the coach and attend Lady Lairdale, who was about to give birth to a baby, promising her handsome payment. Lady Lairdale? She'd never heard of her. How far away is it? 12 miles on the old road to Golden Friars. Her avarice is roused, and she steps into the coach. The footman claps to the door, the glass jingles with the sound of a laugh. The tall, dark-faced gentleman in black is seated opposite. They're driving at a furious pace. They have turned out of the road into a narrow one, dark with thicker and loftier forest than she was accustomed to. She grows anxious, for she knows every road and bypath in the country round, and she's never seen this one. He encourages her. The moon has risen above the edge of the horizon, and she sees a noble old castle. Its summit of tower, watchtower, and battlement glimmers faintly in the moonlight. This is their destination. She feels on a sudden all but overpowered by sleep, but although she nods, she is quite conscious of the continued motion, which has become even rougher. She makes an effort and rouses herself. What has become of the coach, the castle, the servants? Nothing, but the strange forest remains the same. She is jolting along on a rude hurdle, seated on rushes, and a tall, big-boned man in rags sits in front, kicking with his heel the ill-favoured beast that pulls them along, every bone of which sticks out, and holding the halter which serves for reins. They stop at the door of a miserable building of loose stone, with a thatch so sunk and rotten that the roof tree and couples protrude in crooked corners like the bones of the wretched horse, with enormous head and ears that drag them to the door. The long, gaunt man gets down, and his sinister face grimed like his hands. It was the same grimy giant who had accosted her on the lonely road to Dead Man's Grike, but she feels that she must go through with it now, and she follows him into the house. 2 rushlights were burning in the large and miserable room, and on a coarse, ragged bed lay a woman, groaning piteously. "That's Lady Lairdale," says the gaunt, dark man, who then began to stride up and down the room, rolling his head, stamping furiously and thumping one hand on the palm of the other, and talking and laughing in the corners, where there was no one visible to hear or to answer. Old Mal Carke recognised in the faded, half-starved creature who lay on the bed, as dark now and grimy as the man, and looking as if she had never in her life washed hands or face, the once blithe and pretty Laura Lou. The hideous being who was her mate continued in the same odd fluctuations of fury, grief, and merriment, and whenever she uttered a groan, he parried it with another, as Mother Carke thought, in saturnine derision. At length he strode into another room and banged the door after him. In due time, the poor woman's pains were over, and a daughter was born. Such an imp, with long pointed ears, flat nose, and enormous restless eyes and mouth. It instantly began to yell and talk in some unknown language, at the noise of which the father looked into the room and told the sage-femme that she should not go unrewarded. The sick woman seized the moment of his absence to say in the ear of Mal Carke, "If ye had not been at ill work tonight, he could not have fetched ye. Take no more now than your rightful fee, or he'll keep ye here." At this moment he returned with a bag of gold and silver coins, which he emptied on the table, and told her to help herself. She took 4 shillings, which was her primitive fee, neither more nor less, and all his urgency could not prevail with her to take a farthing more. He looked so terrible at her refusal that she rushed out of the house. He ran after her. "You'll take your money with you," he roared, snatching up the bag still half full, and flung it after her. It lighted on her shoulder, and partly from the blow, partly from terror, she fell to the ground, and when she came to herself, it was morning, and she was lying across her own doorstone. It is said that she never more told fortune or practised spell, and though all that happened 60 years ago and more, Laura Silverbell, wise folk think, is still living, and will so continue till the day of the doom among the fairies.
Pallinghurst Barrow by Grant Allen. Rudolph Reeve sat by himself on the old long barrow on Pallinghurst Common. It was a September evening, and the sun was setting. The west was all aglow with a mysterious red light, very strange and lurid, a light that reflected itself in glowing purple on the dark brown heather and the dying bracken. Rudolph Reeve was a journalist and a man of science, but he had a poet's soul for all that, in spite of his avocations, neither of which is usually thought to tend towards the spontaneous development of a poetic temperament. He sat there long, watching the livid hues that incarnadined the sky, redder and fiercer than anything he ever remembered to have seen since the famous year of the Krakatoa sunsets. Though he knew it was getting late, and he ought to have gone back long since to the manor house to dress for dinner, Mrs. Bouverie Barton, his hostess, the famous women's rights woman, was always such a stickler for punctuality and dispatch and all the other unfeminine virtues. But in spite of Mrs. Bouverie Barton, Rudolph Reeve sat on. There was something about that sunset and the lights on the bracken, something weird and unearthly that positively fascinated him. The view over the common, which stands high and exposed, a veritable waste of heath and gorse, is strikingly wide and expansive. Pallinghurst Ring, or the Old Long Barrow, a well-known landmark familiar by that name from time immemorial to all the countryside, crowns its actual summit, and commands from its top the surrounding hills far into the shadowy heart of Hampshire. On its terraced slope, Rudolph sat and gazed out, with all the artistic pleasure of a poet or a painter, for he was a little of both, in the exquisite flush of the dying reflections from the dying sun upon the dying heather. He sat and wondered to himself why death is always so much more beautiful, so much more poetical, so much calmer than life, and why you invariably enjoy things so very much better when you know you ought to be dressing for dinner. He was just going to rise, however, dreading the lasting wrath of Mrs. Bouverie Barton, when of a sudden a very weird yet definite feeling caused him for one moment to pause and hesitate. Why he felt it, he knew not, but even as he sat there on the grassy tumulus covered close with short sward of subterranean clover, that curious, cunning plant that buries its own seeds by automatic action. He was aware through an external sense, but by pure internal consciousness, of something or other living and moving within the barrow. He shut his eyes and listened. No. Fancy, pure fancy. Not a sound broke the stillness of early evening save the drone of insects, those dying insects now beginning to fail fast before the first chill breath of approaching autumn. Rudolph opened his eyes again and looked down on the ground. In the little boggy hollow by his feet, innumerable plants of sundew spread their murderous rosettes of sticky red leaves, all bedewed with viscid gum, to catch and roll round the straggling flies that wrenched their tiny limbs in vain efforts to free themselves. But that was all. Nothing else was astir. In spite of sight and sound, however, he was still deeply thrilled by this strange consciousness, as of something living and moving in the barrow underneath, something living and moving. Or was it moving and dead? Something crawling and creeping, as the long arms of the sundews crawled and crept around the helpless flies whose juices they sucked out. A weird and awful feeling, yet strangely fascinating. He hated the vulgar necessity for going back to dinner. Why do people dine at all? So material, so commonplace, and the universe all teeming with strange secrets to unfold. He knew not why, but a fierce desire possessed his soul to stop and give way to this overpowering sense of the mysterious and the marvellous in the dark depths of the barrow. With an effort he roused himself and put on his hat, which he had been holding in his hand, for his forehead was burning. The sun had now long set, and Mrs. Bouverie Barton dined at 7:30 punctually. He must rise and go home. Something unknown pulled him down to detain him. Once more he paused and hesitated. He was not a superstitious man, yet it seemed to him as if many strange shapes stood by unseen, and watched with great eagerness to see whether he would rise and go away, or yield to the temptation of stopping and indulging his curious fancy. Strange. He saw and heard absolutely nobody and nothing, yet he dimly realized that unseen figures were watching him close with bated breath and anxiously observing his every movement, as if intent to know whether he would rise and move on, or remain to investigate this causeless sensation. For a minute or two he stood irresolute, and all the time he so stood, the unseen bystanders held their breath and looked on in an agony of expectation. He could feel their outstretched necks. He could picture their strained attention. At last he broke away. "This is nonsense," he said aloud to himself, and turned slowly homeward. As he did so, a deep sigh, as of suspense relieved, but relieved in the wrong direction, seemed to rise, unheard, impalpable, spiritual, from the invisible crowd that gathered around him, immaterial. Clutched hands seemed to stretch after him and try to pull him back. An unreal throng of angry and disappointed creatures seemed to follow him over the moor, uttering speechless imprecations on his head in some unknown tongue, ineffable, inaudible. This horrid sense of being followed by unearthly foes took absolute possession of Rudolph's mind. It might have been merely the lurid redness of the afterglow, or the loneliness of the moor, or the necessity for being back not 1 minute late for Mrs. Bouverie Barton's dinner hour, but at any rate he lost all self-control for the moment and ran wildly, at the very top of his speed, all the way from the barrow to the door of the manor house garden. There he stopped and looked round with a painful sense of his own stupid cowardice. This was positively childish. He had seen nothing, heard nothing, had nothing definite to frighten him, yet
He had run from his own mental shadow like the veriest schoolgirl, and was trembling still from the profundity of his sense that somebody unseen was pursuing and following him. What a precious fool I am, he said to himself, half angrily, to be so terrified at nothing. I'll go round there by and by, just to recover my self-respect and show at least I'm not really frightened. And even as he said it, he was internally aware that his baffled foes, standing, grinning their disappointment with gnashed teeth at the garden gate, gave a chuckle of surprise, delight, and satisfaction at his altered intention. 2. There's nothing like light for dispelling superstitious terrors. Pallinghurst Manor House was fortunately supplied with electric light, for Mrs. Bouverie Barton was nothing if not intensely modern. Long before Rudolph had finished dressing for dinner, he was smiling once more to himself at his foolish conduct. Never in his life before, at least since he was 20, had he done such a thing, and he knew why he'd done it now. It was nervous breakdown. He'd been overworking his brain in town with those elaborate calculations for his fortnightly article on the present state of Chinese finances. And Sir Arthur Boyd, the famous specialist on diseases of the nervous system, had earned 3 honest guineas cheap by recommending him a week or two's rest and change in the country. That was why he had accepted Mrs. Bouverie Barton's invitation to form part of her brilliant autumn party at Pallinghurst Manor, and that was also doubtless why he had been so absurdly frightened at nothing at all just now on the common. Memorandum, never to overwork his brain in future. It doesn't pay, and yet, in these days, how earn bread and cheese at literature without overworking it? He went down to dinner, however, in very good spirits. His hostess was kind. She permitted him to take in that pretty American. Conversation with the soup turned at once on the sunset. Conversation with the soup is always on the lowest and most casual plane. It improves with the fish, and reaches its culmination with the sweets and the cheese, after which it declines again to the fruity level. "You were on the Barrow about 7, Mr. Reeve," Mrs. Bouverie Barton observed severely when he spoke of the afterglow. "You watched that sunset close. How fast you must have walked home. I was almost half afraid you were going to be late for dinner." Rudolph coloured up slightly. It was a girlish trick, unworthy of a journalist, but still he had it. "Oh dear no, Mrs. Bouverie Barton," he answered gravely. "I may be foolish, but not, I hope, criminal. I know better than to do anything so weak and wicked as that at Pallinghurst Manor. I do walk rather fast. And the sunset? Well, the sunset was just too lovely." "Elegant," the pretty American interposed in her own language. "It always is, this night, every year," little Joyce said quietly, with the air of one who retails a well-known scientific fact. "It's the night, you know, when the light burns bright on the old long Barrow." Joyce was Mrs. Bouverie Barton's only child, a frail and pretty little creature, just 12 years old, very light and fairy-like, but with a strange cowed look, which, nevertheless, somehow curiously became her. "What nonsense you talk, my child!" her mother exclaimed, darting a look at Joyce which made her relapse forthwith into instant silence. "I'm ashamed of her, Mr. Reeve. They pick up such nonsense as this from their nurses." For Mrs. Bouverie Barton was modern and disbelieved in everything. "'Tis a simple creed. One clause concludes it." But the child's words, though lightly whispered, had caught the quick ear of Archie Cameron, the distinguished electrician. He made a spring upon them at once, for the merest suspicion of the supernatural was to Cameron irresistible. "What's that, Joyce?" he cried, leaning forward across the table. "No, no, Mrs. Bouverie Barton, I really must hear it. What day is this today, and what's that you just said about the sunset and the light on the old long Barrow?" Joyce glanced pleadingly at her mother, and then again at Cameron. A very faint nod gave her grudging leave to proceed with her tale, under maternal disapprobation, for Mrs. Bouverie Barton didn't carry her belief in woman's rights quite so far as to apply them to the case of her own daughter. We must draw a line somewhere.
Joyce hesitated and began. Well, this is the night, you know, she said, when the sun turns, or stands still, or crosses the tropic, or goes back again, or something. Mrs. Bouverie Barton gave a dry little cough. The autumnal equinox, she interposed severely, at which, of course, the sun does nothing of the sort you suppose. We shall have to have your astronomy looked after, Joyce. Such ignorance is exhaustive. But go on with your myth, please, and get it over quickly. The autumnal equinox, that's just it, Joyce went on, unabashed. I remember, that's the word, for old Rachel, the gypsy, told me so. Well, on this day every year, a sort of glow comes up on the moor. Oh, I know it does, Mother, for I've seen it myself, and the rhyme about it goes, every year on Michael's night, Pallinghurst Barrow burneth bright. Only the gypsy told me it was Baal's night before it was St. Michael's. It was somebody else's night, whose name I forget, before it was Baal's. And the somebody was a god, to whom you must never sacrifice anything with iron, but always with flint or with a stone hatchet. Cameron leaned back in his chair and surveyed the child critically. Now, this is interesting, he said. Profoundly interesting, for here we get what is always so much wanted, first-hand evidence. And you're quite sure, Joyce, you've really seen it? Oh, Mr. Cameron, how can you? Mrs. Bouverie Barton cried quite pettishly, for even advanced ladies are still feminine enough at times to be distinctly pettish. I take the greatest trouble to keep all such rubbish out of Joyce's way, and then you men of science come down here and talk like this to her, and undo all the good I've taken months in doing. Well, whether Joyce has ever seen it or not, Rudolph Reeves said gravely, I can answer for it myself that I saw a very curious light on the Long Barrow tonight, and furthermore, I felt a most peculiar sensation. What was that? Cameron asked, bending over towards him eagerly. For all the world knows that Cameron, though a disbeliever in most things, except the brushlight, still retains a quaint tinge of Highland Scotch belief in a good ghost story. Why, as I was sitting on the Barrow, Rudolph began, just after sunset, I was dimly conscious of something stirring inside, not visible or audible, but, oh, I know, Joyce put in, leaning forward with her eyes staring curiously, a sort of feeling that there was somebody somewhere, very faint and dim. Though you couldn't see or hear them, they tried to pull you down, clutching at you like this. And when you ran away frightened, they seemed to follow you and jeer at you. Great gibbering creatures. Oh, I know what all that is. I've been there and felt it. Joyce, Mrs. Bouverie Barton put in with a warning frown. What nonsense you talk. You're really ridiculous. How can you suppose Mr. Reeve ran away, a man of science like him, from an imaginary terror? Well, I won't quite say I ran away, Rudolph answered sheepishly. We never do admit these things, I suppose, after 20, but I certainly did hurry home at the very top of my speed. Not to be late for dinner, you know, Mrs. Bouverie Barton, and I will admit, Joyce, between you and me only, I was conscious, by the way, of something very much like your grinning followers behind me. Mrs. Bouverie Barton darted him another look of intense displeasure. I think, she said, in that chilly voice that has iced whole committees, at a table like this, and with such thinkers around, we might surely find something rather better to discuss than such worn-out superstitions. Professor Spence, did you light upon any fresh paleoliths in the gravel pit this morning? 3. In the drawing-room a little later, a small group collected by the corner bay, remotest from Mrs. Bouverie Barton's own presidential chair, to hear Rudolph and Joyce compare experiences on the light above the Barrow. When the two dreamers of dreams and seers of visions had finished, Mrs. Bruce, the esoteric Buddhist and hostess of Mahatmas, they often dropped in on her, it was said, quite informally for afternoon tea, opened the floodgates of her torrent speech with triumphant vehemence. This is just what I should have expected, she said, looking around for a sceptic, that she might turn and rend him. Novalis was right. Children are early men. They are freshest from the truth. They are freshest to us from the truth. Little souls just let loose from the free expanse of God's sky see more than we adults do, at least except a few of us. We ourselves, what are we but accumulated layers of phantasmata? Spirit light rarely breaks in upon our grimed charnel of flesh. The dust of years overlies us. But the child, bursting new upon the dim world of karma, trails clouds of glory from the beatific vision. So Wordsworth held. So the masters of Tibet taught us long ages before Wordsworth. It's curious, Professor Spence put in with a scientific smile, restrained at the corners, that all this should have happened to Joyce and to our friend Reeve at the Long Barrow. For you've seen McRitchie's last work, I suppose. No? Well, he's shown conclusively that long barrows, which are the graves of the small squat people who preceded the inroad of Aryan invaders, are the real originals of all the fairy hills and subterranean palaces of popular legend. You know the old story of how Childe Roland to the Dark Tower came, of course, Cameron. Well, that Dark Tower was nothing more or less than a long barrow. Perhaps Pallinghurst Barrow itself, perhaps some other, and Childe Roland went into it to rescue his sister, Bird Ellen, who had been stolen by the fairy king, after the fashion of his kind for a human sacrifice. The Picts, you recollect, were a deeply religious people who believed in human sacrifice. They felt they derived from it high spiritual benefit. And the queerest part of it all is that in order to see the fairies, you must go round the Barrow widdershins, that is to say, Miss Quackenboss, as Cameron will explain to you, the opposite way from the way of the sun. On this very night of all the year, Michaelmas Eve, which was the accepted old date of the autumnal equinox. All long barrows have a chamber of great stones in the centre, I believe, Cameron suggested tentatively. Yes, nearly all, megalithic, you know, and wrought. And that chamber's the subterranean palace lit up with the fairy light that's so constantly found in old stories of the dead, which you and Joyce, alone among moderns, have been permitted to see, Reeve. It's a very odd fact, Dr. Porter, the materialist, interposed musingly, that the only ghosts people ever see are the ghosts of a generation very, very close to them. One hears of lots of ghosts in 18th century costumes because everybody has a clear idea of wigs and small clothes from the pictures and fancy dresses. One hears of far fewer in Elizabethan dress because the class most given to beholding ghosts are seldom acquainted with ruffs and farthingales, and one meets with none at all in Anglo-Saxon or ancient British or Roman costumes, because those are only known to a comparatively small class of learned people, and ghosts, as a rule, avoid the learned, except you, Mrs. Bruce, as they would avoid prussic acid. Millions of ghosts of remote antiquity must swarm about the world, though after 100 years or thereabouts they retire into obscurity and sense to annoy people with their nasty cold shivers. But the queer thing about these long barrow ghosts is that they must be the spirits of men and women who died thousands and thousands of years ago, which is exceptional longevity for a spiritual being, don't you think so, Cameron? Europe must be chock full of them, the pretty American assented, smiling, though America hasn't had time so far to collect any considerable population of spirits. But Mrs. Bruce was up in arms at once against such covert levity, and took the field in full force for her beloved spectres. No, she said. Dr. Porter, there you mistake your subject. You should read what I've written in The Mirror of Trismegistus. Man is the focus of the glass of his own senses. There are other landscapes in the fifth and sixth dimensions of space than the one presented to him. As Carlyle said truly, each eye sees in all things just what each eye brings with it the power of seeing. And this is true spiritually as well as physically. To Newton and Newton's dog Diamond, what a different universe. One saw the great vision of universal gravitation. The other saw a little mouse under a chair, as the wise old nursery rhyme so philosophically puts it. Nursery rhymes summarize for us the gain of centuries. Nothing was ever destroyed, nothing was ever changed, and nothing new is ever created. All the spirits of all that is, or was, or ever will be, people the universe everywhere, unseen, around us, and each of us sees of them those only he himself is adapted to seeing. The rustic or the clown meets no ghosts of any sort save the ghosts of the person he knows about otherwise. If a man like yourself saw a ghost at all, which isn't likely, for you starve your spiritual side by blindly shutting your eyes to one whole aspect of nature, you'd be just as likely to see the ghost of a Stone Age chief as the ghost of a Georgian or Elizabethan exquisite. Did I catch the word ghost? Mrs. Bouverie Barton put in, coming up unexpectedly with her angry glower. Joyce, my child, go to bed. This is no talk for you. And don't go chilling yourself by standing at the window in your nightdress looking out on the common to search for the light on the long Barrow, which is all pure moonshine. You nearly caught your death of cold last year with that nonsense. It's always so. These superstitions never do any good to anyone. And indeed, Rudolph felt a faint glow of shame himself at having discussed such themes in the hearing of that nervous and high-strung little creature. 4. In the course of the evening, Rudolph's head began to ache, as, to say the truth, it often did, for was he not an author, and sufferance is the badge of all our tribe. His head generally ached, the intervals he employed upon magazine articles. He knew that headache well. It was the worst neuralgic kind, the wet towel variety, the sort that keeps you tossing the whole night long without hope of respite. About 11 o'clock, when the men went into the smoking room, the pain became unendurable. He called Dr. Porter aside. Can't you give me anything to relieve it? He asked piteously after describing his symptoms. Oh, certainly, the doctor answered with that brisk medical confidence we all know so well. I'll bring up a draft that will put all that right in less than half an hour. What Mrs. Bruce calls soma, the fine old crusted remedy of our Aryan ancestor. There's nothing like it for cases of nervous inanition. Rudolph went up to his room, and the doctor followed him a few minutes later with a very small phial of a very thick green viscid liquid. He poured 10 drops carefully into a measured medicine glass and filled it up with water. It amalgamated badly. Drink that off, he said with the magisterial air of the cunning leech, and Rudolph drank it. I'll leave you the bottle, the doctor went on, laying it down on the dressing table. Only use it with caution. 10 drops in 2 hours if the pain continues. Not more than 10, recollect. It's a powerful narcotic. I dare say you know its name. It's cannabis indica. Rudolph thanked him inarticulately and flung himself on the bed without undressing. He had brought up a book with him, that delicious volume, Joseph Jacobs' English Fairy Tales, and he tried in some vague way to read the story of Childe Roland, to which Professor Spence had directed his attention. But his trend ached so much he could hardly read it. He only gathered with difficulty that Childe Roland had been instructed by witch or warlock to come to a green hill surrounded with terrace rings, like Pallinghurst Barrow, to walk round it thrice, widdershins, saying each time, open door, and let me come in. And when the door opened to enter unabashed the Fairy King's palace, and the third time the door did open, and Childe Roland entered a court all lighted with a fairy light or gloaming, and then he went along through a passage, till he came at last to 2 wide stone doors, and beyond them lay a hall, stately, glorious, magnificent, where Bird Ellen sat combing her golden hair with a comb of amber. And the moment she saw her brother, up she stood, and she said, Woe worth the day, ye luckless fool, or ever that ye were born, for come the King of Elflanden, your fortune is forlorn. When Rudolph had read so far, his head ached so much he could read no further. So he laid down the book and reflected once more in some half-conscious mood on Mrs. Bruce's theory that each man could only see the ghosts he expected. That seemed reasonable enough, for according to our faith is it unto us always. If so, then these ancient and savage ghosts of the dim old Stone Age, before bronze or iron, must still haunt grassy barrows under the waving pines, where legend declared they were long since buried, and the mystic light of Pallinghurst Moor must be the local evidence and symbol of their presence. How long he lay there he hardly quite knew, but the clock struck twice, and his head was aching so fiercely now that he helped himself plentifully to a second dose of the thick green mixture. His hand shook too much to be puritanical to a drop or two. For a while it relieved him. Then the pain grew worse again. Dreamily he moved over to the big north oriel to cool his brow with the fresh night air. The window stood open. As he gazed out, a curious sight met his eye. At another oriel in the wing, which ran in an L-shaped bend from the part of the house where he had been put, he saw a child's white face gaze appealingly across to him. It was Joyce, in her white nightdress, peering with all her might, in spite of her mother's prohibition, on the mystic common. For a second she started. Her eyes met his. Slowly she raised one pale forefinger and pointed. Her lips opened to frame an inaudible word, but he read it by sight. "Look," she said simply. Rudolph looked where she pointed. A faint blue light hung lambent over the old long barrow. It was ghostly and vague, like matches rubbed on the palm. It seemed to rouse and call him. He glanced towards Joyce. She waved her hand to the barrow. Her lips said, "Go." Rudolph was now in that strange, semi-mesmeric state of self-induced hypnotism, when a command of whatever sort, or by whomever given, seems to compel obedience. Trembling, he rose, and taking his bedroom candle in his hand, descended the stair noiselessly. Then, walking on tiptoe across the tile-paved hall, he reached his hat from the rack, and opening the front door, stole out into the garden. The Soma had steadied his nerves and supplied him with false courage, but even in spite of it he felt a weird and creepy sense of mystery and the supernatural. Indeed, he would have turned back even now had he not chanced to look up and see Joyce's pale face still pressed close against the window, and Joyce's white hand still motioning him mutely onward. He looked once more in the direction where she pointed. The spectral light now burnt clearer and bluer and more unearthly than ever, and the illimitable moor seemed haunted from end to end by innumerable invisible and uncanny creatures. Rudolph groped his way on. His goal was the barrow. As he went, speechless voices seemed to whisper unknown tongues encouragingly into his ear. Horrible shapes of elder creeds appeared to crowd round him and tempt him with beckoning fingers to follow them. Alone, erect across the darkling waste, stumbling now and again over roots of gorse and heather, but steadied, as it seemed, by invisible hands, he staggered slowly forward, till at last, with aching head and trembling feet, he stood beside the immemorial grave of the savage chieftain. Away over in the east, the white moon was just rising. After a moment's pause, he began to walk round the tumulus, but something clogged and impeded him. His feet wouldn't obey his will. They seemed to move of themselves in the opposite direction. Then all at once he remembered he had been trying to go the way of the sun instead of widdershins. Steadying himself and opening his eyes, he walked in the converse sense. All at once his feet moved easily, and the invisible attendants chuckled to themselves so loud that he could almost hear them. After the third round his lips parted, and he murmured the mystic words, "Open door! Open door! Let me come in!" Then his head throbbed worse than ever with exertion and giddiness, and for 2 or 3 minutes more he was unconscious of anything. When he opened his eyes again, a very different sight displayed itself before him. Instantly, he was aware that the age had gone back upon its steps 10,000 years, as the sun went back upon the dial of Ahaz. He stood face to face with remote antiquity. Planes of existence faded, new sights floated over him, new worlds were penetrated, new ideas, yet very old, undulated centrically towards him from the universal flat of time and space and matter and motion. He was projected into another sphere and saw by fresh senses. Everything was changed, and he himself changed with it. The blue light over the Barrow now shone clear as day, though infinitely more mysterious. A passage lay open through the grassy slope into a rude stone corridor. Though his curiosity by this time was thoroughly aroused, Rudolph shrank with a terrible shrinking from his own impulse to enter this grim black hole which led at once by an oblique descent into the bowels of the earth. But he couldn't help himself. For, oh God, looking round him, he saw to his infinite terror, alarm, and awe a ghostly throng of naked and hideous savages. They were spirits, yet savages. Eagerly they jostled and hustled him, and crowded round him in wild groups, exactly as they had done to the spiritual sense a little earlier in the evening, when he couldn't see them. But now he saw them clearly with the outer eye, saw them as grinning and hateful barbarian shadows, neither black nor white, but tawny-skinned and low-browed, their tangled hair falling unkempt in matted locks about their receding foreheads, their jaws large and fierce, their eyebrows shaggy and protruding like a gorilla's, their loins just girt with a few scraps of torn skin, their whole mien inexpressibly repulsive and bloodthirsty. They were savages, yet they were ghosts. The two most terrible and dreaded foes of civilized experience seemed combined at once in them. Rudolph Reeve crouched powerless in their intangible hands, for they seized him roughly with incorporeal fingers and pushed him bodily into the presence of their sleeping chieftain. As they did so, they raised loud peals of discordant laughter. It was hollow, but it was piercing. In that hateful sound, the triumphant whoop of the Red Indian and the weird mockery of the ghost were strangely mingled into some appalling harmony. Rudolph allowed them to push him in. There were too many to resist, and the soma had sucked all strength out of his muscles. The women were the worst. Ghastly hags of eld, witches with pendant breasts and bloodshot eyes. They whirled round him in triumph and shouted aloud in a tongue he had never before heard, though he understood it instinctively. "A victim! A victim! We hold him! We have him!" Even in the agonized horror of that awful moment, Rudolph knew why he understood these words, unheard till then. They were the first language of our race, the natural and instinctive mother tongue of humanity. They haled him forward by main force to the central chamber, with hands and arms and ghostly shreds of buffalo hide. Their wrists compelled him as the magnet compels the iron bar. He entered the palace. A dim, phosphorescent light, like the light of a churchyard or of decaying paganism, seemed to illumine it faintly. Things loomed dark before him, but his eyes almost instantly adapted themselves to the gloom, as the eyes of the dead on the first night in the grave adapt themselves by inner force to the strangeness of their surroundings. The royal hall was built up of cyclopean stones, each as big as the head of some colossal Sesostris. They were of ice-worn granite and a dusky grey sandstone, rudely piled on one another, and carved in relief with representations of serpents, concentric lines, interlacing zigzags, and the mystic swastika. But all these things Rudolph only saw vaguely, if he saw them at all. His attention was too much concentrated on devouring fear and the horror of his situation. In the very centre, a skeleton sat crouching on the floor in some loose, huddled fashion. Its legs were doubled up, its hands clasped round its knees, its grinning teeth had been long blackened by time, or by the indurated blood of human victims. The ghosts approached it with a strange reverence, in impish postures.
"See, we bring you a slave, great king,"
they cried in the same barbaric tongue, all clicks and gutturals.
"For this is the holy night of your father the sun, when he turns him about on his yearly course through stars and goes south to leave us. We bring you a slave to renew your youth. Rise, drink its hot blood. Rise, kill, and eat him."
The grinning skeleton turned its head and regarded Rudolph from its eyeless orbs with a vacant glance of hungry satisfaction. The sight of human meat seemed to create a soul beneath the ribs of death in some incredible fashion. Even as Rudolph, held fast by the immaterial hands of his ghastly captors, looked and trembled for his fate, too terrified to cry out or even to move and struggle, he beheld the hideous thing rise and assume a shadowy shape, all pallid blue light, like the shapes of his jailers. Bit by bit, as he gazed, the skeleton seemed to disappear, or rather to fade into some insubstantial form, which was nevertheless more human, more corporeal, more horrible than the dry bones it had come from. Naked and yellow like the rest, it wore round its dim waist just an apron of dry grass, or what seemed to be such, while over its shoulders hung the ghost of a bearskin mantle. As it rose, the other spectres knocked their foreheads low on the ground before it and grovelled with their long locks in the ageless dust and uttered elfin cries of inarticulate homage. The great chief turned, grinning, to one of his spectral henchmen.
"Give a knife,"
he said curtly, for all that these strange shades uttered was snapped out in short, sharp sentences, and in a monosyllabic tongue like the bark of jackals or the laugh of the striped hyena among the graves at midnight. The attendant, bowing low once more, handed his liege a flint flake, a very keen-edged but jagged and rude and horrible instrument of barbaric manufacture. But what terrified Rudolph most was the fact that this flake was no ghostly weapon, no immaterial shred, but a fragment of real stone, capable of inflicting a deadly gash or long torn wound. Hundreds of such fragments indeed lay loose on the concreted floor of the chamber, some of them roughly chipped, others ground and polished. Rudolph had seen such things in museums many times before. With a sudden rush of horror, he recognized now for the first time in his life with what object the savages of that far-off day had buried them with their dead in chambered barrows. With a violent effort he wetted his parched lips with his tongue and cried out thrice in his agony the one word, "Mercy." At that sound, the savage king burst into a loud and fiendish laugh. It was a hideous laugh, halfway between a wild beast's and a murderous maniac's. It echoed through the long hall like the laughter of devils when they succeed in leading a fair woman's soul to eternal perdition.
"What does he say?"
the king cried, in the same transparently natural words whose import Rudolph could understand at once.
"How like the birds they talk, these white-faced men, whom we get for our only victims since the years grew foolish. Moo, 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 they say. Moo, 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 moo. More like frogs than men and women."
Then it came over Rudolph instinctively through the maze of his terror that he could understand the lower tongue of these elfish visions because he and his ancestors had once passed through it, but they could not understand his because it was too high and too deep for them. He had little time for thought, however. Fear bounded his horizon. The ghosts crowded round him, gibbering louder than before. With wild cries and heathen screams, they began to dance about their victim. Two advanced with measured skips and tied his hands and feet with a ghostly cord. It cut into the flesh like the stab of a great sorrow. They bound him to a stake which Rudolph felt conscious was no earthly and material wood, but a piece of intangible shadow. Yet he could no more escape from it than from the iron chain of an earthly prison. On each side of the stake, two savage hags, long-haired, ill-favoured, inexpressibly cruel-looking, set two small plants of enchanter's nightshade. Then a fierce orgiastic shout went up to the low roof from all the assembled people. Rushing forward together, they covered his body with what seemed to be oil and butter. They hung grave flowers around his neck. They quarrelled among themselves with clamorous cries for hairs and rags torn from his head and clothing. The women, in particular, whirled round him with frantic bacchanalian gestures, crying aloud as they circled,
"O great chief! O my king! We offer you this victim. We offer you new blood to prolong your life. Give us in return sound sleep, dry graves, sweet dreams, fair seasons."
They cut themselves with flint knives. Ghostly ichor streamed copious. The king, meanwhile, kept close guard over his victim, whom he watched with hungry eyes of hideous cannibal longing. Then, at a given signal, the crowd of ghosts stood suddenly still. There was an awesome pause. The men gathered outside. The women crouched low in a ring close up to him. Dimly at that moment, Rudolph noticed, almost without noticing it, that each of them had a wound on the side of his own skull. And he understood why. They had themselves been sacrificed in the dim long ago to bear their king company to the world of spirits. Even as he thought that thought, the men and women with a loud whoop raised hands aloft in unison. Each grasped a sharp flake which he brandished savagely. The king gave the signal by rushing at him with a jagged and saw-like knife. It descended on Rudolph's head. At the same moment the others rushed forward, crying aloud in their own tongue,
"Carve the flesh from his bones. Slay him. Hack him to pieces."
Rudolph bent his trend to avoid the blows. He cowered in abject terror. Oh, what fear would any Christian ghost have inspired by the sight of these incorporeal pagan savages? Ah, mercy, mercy! They would tear him limb from limb. They would rend him in pieces. At that instant, he raised his eyes, and as by a miracle of fate saw another shadowy form floating vague before him. It was the form of a man in 16th century costume, very dim and uncertain. It might have been a ghost, it might have been a vision, but it raised its shadowy hand and pointed towards the door. Rudolph saw it was unguarded. The savages were now upon him. Their ghostly breath blew chill on his cheek. "Show them iron!" cried the shadow in an English voice. Rudolph struck out with both elbows and made a fierce effort for freedom. It was with difficulty he roused himself, but at last he succeeded. He drew his pocket-knife and opened it. At the sight of the cold steel, which no ghost, nor troll, nor imp can endure to behold, the savages fell back, muttering. But 'twas only for a moment. Next instant, with a howl of vengeance even louder than before, they crowded round him and tried to intercept him. He shook them off with wild energy, though they jostled and hustled him, and struck him again and again with their sharp flint edges. Blood was flowing freely now from his hands and arms, red blood of this world, but still he fought his way out by main force with his sharp steel blade. Towards the door in the moonlight, the nearer he got to the exit, the thicker and closer the ghosts pressed around, as if conscious that their power was bounded by their own threshold. They avoided the knife, meanwhile, with superstitious terror. Rudolph elbowed them fiercely aside and, lunging at them now and again, made his way to the door. With one supreme effort, he tore himself madly out and stood once more upon the open heath, shivering like a greyhound. The ghosts gathered, grinning by the open vestibule, their fierce teeth like a wild beast's confessing their impotent anger. But Rudolph started to run, all wearied as he was, and ran a few hundred yards before he fell and fainted. He dropped on a clump of white heather by a sandy ridge, and lay there unconscious, till well on into the morning. 6. When the people from the manor house picked him up the next day, he was hot and cold, terribly pale from fear, and mumbling incoherently. Dr. Porter had put him to bed without a moment's delay. "Poor fellow," he said, leaning over him. "He's had a very narrow escape indeed of a bad brain fever. I oughtn't to have exhibited cannabis in his excited condition, or at any rate, if I did, I ought at least to have watched its effect more closely. He must be kept very quiet now, and on no account whatever, nurse, must either Mrs. Bruce or Mrs. Bouverie Barton be allowed to come near him." But late in the afternoon, Rudolph sent for Joyce. The child came creeping in with an ashen face. "Well," she murmured, soft and low, taking her seat by the bedside. "So the King of the Barrow very near had you?" "Yes," Rudolph answered, relieved to find there was somebody to whom he could talk freely of his terrible adventure. "He nearly had me." "But how did you come to know it?" "About 2, by the clock," the child replied, with white lips of terror. "I saw the fires on the moor burn brighter and bluer, and then I remembered the words of a terrible old rhyme the gypsy woman taught me. Pallinghurst Barrow, Pallinghurst Barrow, every year one heart thou'lt harrow. Pallinghurst ring, Pallinghurst ring, a bloody man is thy ghostly king. Men's bones he breaks and sucks their marrow in Pallinghurst ring, on Pallinghurst Barrow." And just as I thought it, I saw the lights burn terribly bright and clear for a second, and I shuddered for horror. Then they died down, low, at once, and there was a moaning on the moor, cries of despair, as from a great crowd cheated. And at that, I knew that you were not to be the Ghost King's victim.
How Pan Came to Little Ingleton by Margery Lawrence, published 1926. Dear old Father Pring had been a regular member of the Round Table ever since that happy January night when I joined it, but it had never dawned on me that he was anything of a storyteller. Knowing the custom at Saunderson's, I yet imagined vaguely that the gentle old priest was, like the deep chairs, the cosy shaded lamp, the hospitable red-tiled hearth, merely a pleasant part of the charming mise-en-scene, a stage prop rather than one of the actors. I thought too soon, though. It was a perfect June night, midsummer night, and the windows thrown open upon a purple star-splashed sky, while from the far below streets the hum of London rose like the faint boom and thunder of a distant sea. I was sitting with whimsical, charming Dan Vasey in the wide window embrasure, looking out over the black peaked roofs, a jagged cubist silhouette against the marvellous sky, when Father Pring joined us, staring out across the roofs to where in the distance, low down behind the line of black, a few streaks and slivers of livid green and gold showed the last ragged traces of the sinking sun. The old man sighed a little and smiled as I raised questioning eyes to his. "A wonderful night, Laurie, my child, an enchanted night, the night on which they say the old powers have sway once more over mortals, and the church must stand aside. Strange, strange." But the hint was enough. Greedy, I clutched his hand and called to the company. "Knights of the Round Table, here's a story." "No nonsense, Father. I'm sure there is." "Tell us the story." Blinking at the lamplight and the chorus of shouts and encouragement that greeted him, the old priest, smiling, half hesitating, drew out an envelope, thick and bound with a rubber band. "Yes, there is a story. It may seem a strange one for a priest to tell, but I can vouch for its truth indeed. It was written down shortly after it happened by the dear friend to whom it happened, many years ago. He died, and in his will he left it to me, the one person to whom he had ever told the story, and till tonight its sacredness to me, as well as its singular strangeness, has kept it locked in my private safe. But with you, my friends, who do not see fit to laugh and jeer when you hear of things that seem beyond mortal knowledge, eerie and inexplicable, I will read you this true story, only changing the name of my friend, lest he might have been known to any of you. I will call him Minchin, and the tale Mr. Minchin's Midsummer, or How Pan Came to Little Ingleton. Little Ingleton, drowsy in the summer sun, lay curled like a sleepy child in the hollowed arm curves of the mothering green hills that cradled it. Warm and white and frankly sleepy on a Sunday afternoon lay little Ingleton, and the Reverend Thomas Minchin was cross. In the inexplicable absence of Potts the bell-ringer, Mr. Minchin was tolling the schoolhouse bell for Sunday school. He tolled the bell industriously, but the wooden lich-gate gave no click to announce an entering scholar. The waiting cypresses stood tall and grim beside the old green-mossed headstones, jostling each other up and down the little hill-perched graveyard. And the Reverend Thomas peered out now and again, and gave the bell an angry extra tug in his annoyance. But sleep and the idleness of Midsummer Day held his parishioners, and not even Miss Rosamond Perkins, the lady teacher in the Sunday school, seemed to mean to turn up. So, at last, with a primmed-up mouth and a scowl that rivalled those on the faces of the grimacing gargoyles that watched him go, the Reverend Thomas Minchin, newly installed incumbent of Little Ingleton, clapped on his black shovel hat and stalked forth to find his strayed flock. The Reverend Thomas did not yet know his way about the village very well. He was aware, as he plodded up the twisting little main street, looking vaguely for the turning to Miss Perkins' lodgings, that he looked an incongruous figure in his dusty black garb against the prevailing glory of blue and gold and white, and the knowledge, somehow, gave an added edge to his already ruffled temper. He was a lean, stooping ascetic of a man with narrow lips and pale, intolerant eyes, and his primly buttoned black clerical coat over tight black trousers and clumping square-toed boots, his flat black felt hat jammed squarely down on his head, expressed his personality as surely as any courtesan's painted smile and shadowed eyes express hers. Though, to be sure, he would have been mightily enraged at the comparison, for was he not a man of God, a celibate, a teetotaler, a non-smoker, and, in a word, all the other things that a clergyman, vide the press, should be? This being so, surely he should have earned the respect and obedience of his people, so that they flocked to listen to the word. But the remembrance of the empty schoolhouse that afternoon brought a fresh scowl of sour anger to the face of the Reverend Thomas, and as he turned into a winding lane that seemed to resemble Miss Perkins' description of her road, he muttered a word that in a layman's mouth might have resembled profanity. Had he not instituted fresh services, countless in number and strict in their ordinances, suppressed dancing in the village hall or on the green, closed down the Georgian Crown, except for the sale of ginger ale and such innocuous drinks, banished from the chemist's shop poudre de riz, lip rouge, scents, and other snares of the devil? Who but he had worked unceasingly for the regeneration of Little Ingleton, sunk, as he had found it, in idle happiness, with but one or at most two services a Sunday, and used, low be it spoken, to the lax ways of his predecessor, old Father Fagin, frail, gentle, kindly, who, it was whispered, at times so far forgot his duties as a clergyman as to watch and even take part in dancings and singings and junketings on the village green. Even Miss Rosamond Perkins, who wore pretty summer dresses of pink or blue or yellow, patterned with gay little flowers, and had bright eyes and cherry lips, though, to be sure, the Reverend Thomas had never noticed whether her lips were red or no. Even Miss Perkins was reputed to have danced and laughed and played with these unregenerates before the advent of sterner ways. Now he came to remember it. Miss Perkins had actually once or twice been guilty of murmuring on a fine Sunday in the hot classroom that it might be better to take the children out in the woods to play with God, to quote her own unusual phrase, to play with God in his lovely world, then droned sleepily over their Bibles. But this had greatly scandalized the new vicar, and he had spoken so severely to Miss Rosamond Perkins about it that she had wept, and looking up at his austerity with eyes like bluebells drowned in tears, subsided into silence. Subsequently, he remembered with satisfaction, she had discarded her frivolous patterned cotton frocks, her hat with its wreath of floppy roses, and taken to brown holland and a severe straw hat with a band of ribbon only. This had pleased him, as showing a commendable wish to improve. But today he remembered the earlier rebellious murmur, and, reviewing things grimly in his mind, decided that for some reason Miss Perkins had suddenly broken out and taken her little band of scholars to the woods or fields. He quickened his step, sending up a little cloud of light flowery dust, and his lips tightened as he peered through his short-sighted eyes at the names on the gates of the cottages. Rose Nook was the name of the cottage, he knew, but it was strange. It seemed much further down the lane than he had surmised from Miss Perkins' description. Just round the corner of Pan's Lane. You can't miss it. Now he came to think of it, he supposed this was Pan's Lane. Curious name, that. It must have some connection with the old Roman times and their crude gods. Curious how traces of that sort linger. The squire had told him that King's Panton, the little town in the Valley's Hollow, far below high-perched little Ingleton, was so called for its old name, King Pan, his town. Strange old heathen days. How thankful one should be for modern education and enlightenment. Now, where was Rose Nook? It was tiring plodding along in this heat, and the mental picture of Miss Rosamond Perkins, cool and happy in some sylvan dell, with the adoring children round her listening to some absurd fairy story, the sort of imaginative rubbish she was far too fond of telling, made his ill-temper already sour, more acid still. He would find out from old Mrs. Calder where Miss Perkins lodged, where they had gone, and follow after them. He would come upon them suddenly in their idleness and see them cringe in shame and confusion before his righteous wrath, hurry tearfully back to the old schoolhouse to their books and catechism. And as for Miss Perkins, she must be spoken to severely, more than severely. He was walking so fast in his wrathful energy that in the cloud of dust he was raising he couldn't see anything distinctly, and stumbling over an obstacle in his path came down full length on his respectable nose, knocking himself completely breathless. When winded, angry, and thoroughly undignified, he sat up at last, he found the obstacle over which he had stumbled was not one but two. The long legs of a shabby young man in travel-stained grey flannel trousers, no shoes or socks, and a torn blue shirt, who sat surveying him gravely over a half-eaten hunk of bread. "My goodness," said the young man, "you did come a cropper." He laughed and took another bite. The Reverend Thomas was still too breathless to reply, but he blinked and stared, endeavouring to recover a touch of his lost dignity. But as he stared around him, interest in his dignity was lost in his growing astonishment. Little as he knew of little Ingleton, he was under the impression that he certainly knew by now all the lanes that ended in field paths or cul-de-sac, but it appeared he did not, for this lane was certainly new. Somehow it seemed to have fizzled out into a mere field path, winding away over the sloping hillside. Glancing back, Mr. Minchin's puzzlement increased, and he concluded that, lost in his thoughts, he must have tramped further and faster than he meant, and left the village itself far behind him. A copse of trees, through which the tiny path wound, stood at his back, and all around the stillness of a summer afternoon brooded over green hill and sleepy valley, sentinel woods and white-flecked shining sky. Under the lee of a steep bank the strange young man sat, nodding cheerfully at him, and continued to munch his bread, throwing the crumbs to an impertinent red squirrel that, to Mr. Minchin's great amazement, sat perched and chittering at his elbow. Transferring his attention to the young man himself, Mr. Minchin frowned. He wore no hat, and his face was brown as a pine cone, his hair bleached and wiry with the sun and wind. It stood up over each eye with a comic alert whisk that gave him a curiously impertinent appearance. His face was long and thin, with a narrow chin that ran to meet a hooked nose that stood out like a wedge between two light eyes, dancing, irreverent eyes, the colour of a hawk's. The Reverend Thomas winced and looked away from those eyes, and his resentment increased. What business had this ragged vagabond to survey him with such obvious amusement? He should have lowered his own eyes in shame at his garments. They were well cut enough, but disgracefully torn and travel-stained, and that shirt! Well, not only were the sleeves rolled up to the shoulder, but the unbuttoned front lay almost open to the waist, showing skin burnt brown as the merry face, or very nearly, thus proving indubitably that this graceless fellow was in the habit of doing without even a shirt very often. "It's so much cooler in this hot weather," said the stranger. He took another bite, and Mr. Minchin jumped. So astonished was he that he remained sitting on the path, his hands spread each side to support him, staring at the young man who had so curiously guessed his question and answered it. Coincidence, but odd. Very. "Decent clothing is scarcely a question of convenience," he said stiffly. The hooked nose came down over the lean chin, and the young man grinned, surveying the dusty figure before him. "Obviously, from your point of view, or you wouldn't wear those horrible black things. Why do you?" Mr. Minchin gasped in amazement, not only at the revolutionary suggestion contained in the remark, but at the stranger's temerity at making it. He answered severely, rising and dusting the insulted clerical garments as best he could, though he was conscious, under the scrutiny of the merry-eyed stranger, that he was not cutting his usual dignified figure. "You do not seem aware, sir, that I am a man of God." The stranger twinkled again, quite unimpressed. "I can see you're a clergyman, all right. Is that what you call a man of God?" Mr. Minchin was outraged. "Sir, are you not a Christian, that you ask me such a question?" The stranger threw a last handful of crumbs to the waiting squirrel, and clasping his hands round his dusty knees, surveyed Mr. Minchin again, then laughed, softly, oddly. "A Christian? I don't think I've ever been asked that before." "Then it's quite time you were," said Mr. Minchin virtuously. "Time? There's so much time, isn't there?" said the stranger rather irrelevantly, but to continue. "Oh, man of God, what brings you wandering out here this Sunday afternoon, when presumably all men of God should be herding their flocks willy-nilly into church?" The faint flavour of insolence in the stranger's tone, strangely matching his impertinent, up-flaming hair, stung Mr. Minchin, and his response was severe. "I agree with you, but unfortunately my Sunday school class did not appear, and I came out to find them." The young man, hunching his shoulders back against the warm red earth of the bank, laughed suddenly, amusedly, a gleeful spurt of laughter, like the uprush of a spring to the sunlight. "So for once Pan won, eh? The old gods against the new, the lure of the sun and the hills and the blue sky. Well, my worthy son of the Christian Church, go on. So you came a-wandering to find your straying flock, eh?" Yes." For the life of him the Reverend Thomas could not quite help an odd little feeling of trepidation under the fire of the yellow hawk's eyes that watched him.
and he finished lamely, "and I wandered considerably further than I had meant." "You did indeed," said the young man grimly. There was a moment's silence while he eyed the clergyman up and down. Then down came the hooked nose again in a grin, and rolling over, he stretched for a shabby knapsack reposing against a giant root. Down Pan's Lane, into Panton Wood, over against Pan his town, and all on a midsummer day. Wonderful, amazing, my poor dear earnest-minded friend. He extracted a fat round bottle and a tin mug from the bag as he talked, sheer nonsense to the puzzled clergyman, and uncorking the bottle with a pop that certainly sounded more than luscious and tempting to the thirsty ears of the vicar of Ingleton, poured out a foaming crimson draught and held it out invitingly. "Have a drink, old boy. But I'm thirsty too, so drink fair." Despite his iron prohibition principles, it was with quite a considerable effort that Mr. Minchin waved the mug away. "Thank you, no. I realise you meant it kindly, but my cloth forbids." "Your cloth? Good Lord!" The stranger's laugh was faintly scornful. "I've had many a cheery drink with other fellows of your cloth, as you call it. Come, drink up." "I am, fortunately, not concerned with the irregularities unfortunately committed by others of my calling," said Mr. Minchin stiffly. Unmoved, the stranger quaffed the rejected wine. Over the top of the mug, his piercingly bright eyes stared at the clergyman. "Mistakes? Are you, then, so much better than your fellows?" He set down the mug with a flourish. "I seem to remember, somewhere, something about a Pharisee who thanked God he was not as other men." The Reverend Thomas flushed angrily, confounded, and momentarily speechless. Before he could think out a sufficiently crushing answer, the young man was off again. "So, you're the new vicar of Little Ingleton. I've heard of you, round about King's Panton. We've been talking quite a lot about you lately." This was a sop, and though Mr. Minchin was feeling a little distrustful of this remarkable young man, he smiled, cautiously, warily, but he smiled. The allusion to King's Panton relieved his mind. This was probably, now he came to think of it, one of Mr. Imray's fellows from King's Panton Manor House, down in the valley. The verger had told him he always had 5 or 6 studying for exams, reading for the bar, being coached. Doubtless this was one of his pupils. Eccentric, of course, but obviously a gentleman, and to a gentleman even going barefoot and wearing an open-necked shirt might be excused, though Mr. Minchin secretly hoped most devoutly that the stranger would not walk down the main street of Little Ingleton thus arrayed. King's Panton, that was 15 miles away as the crow flies. It was certainly gratifying to hear that 15 miles away they were talking of him, and of his work in cleansing, in regenerating Little Ingleton. "I don't know that I should quite call it that," said the stranger coolly. The Reverend Thomas jumped again, and the young man laughed. "Oh, I'm a thought reader, one of my hobbies." His eyes danced as he watched the other fellow's chap-fallen expression. "Great fun it is. I often guess what our fellows are thinking about, and it makes them no end annoyed. But what makes you think you've done so much for Little Ingleton?" Mr. Minchin stiffened. "I think, if you have heard as much about me as you say, that I need hardly answer your question." "That, of course, is a matter of opinion," he commented lazily. "You may think that driving your school children into a stuffy room on a gorgeous day like this is doing good." Mr. Minchin exploded. "Doing good? Doesn't the prayer book say—" "I know all the prayer book says. Read it all before you were born," said the stranger brusquely. In his annoyance, Mr. Minchin failed to note this remarkable assertion from a young man of at most 24. "I know God demands a certain amount of attention." His curious, half-wistful, half-insolent gaze strayed over the brooding hills, and he paused, then went on briskly. "But I fancy, you know, that God is a fair-minded deity, and if folk come to worship him on a Sunday morning, what harm is there if for the rest of the day they give worship to other gods, and maybe older gods than he?" Mr. Minchin gasped in horror and amaze. The poor young man was mad, surely.
Mr. Imray should not have let him go out without a hat in the sun. As the alarming thought that he might be consorting with a raving lunatic crossed his mind, the young man jumped up and, bursting into a frank laugh, stood arms akimbo in the sun watching him. Through all the bewildered fright and anger that confused him, Mr. Minchin was aware of a quick stab of sheer masculine jealousy of the slim, wiry frame that confronted him, muscular and lithe and brown. Why, he was only just 34 himself, and he should be like this long-limbed, sun-tanned vagabond, not a lean, shriveled bone of a man buttoned into a black coat and deliberately turning away his eyes when a pretty girl glanced at him. Through the heat and confusion of his thoughts, the stranger's mocking voice came to him, taunting, accusing. "Done for them. That's what you're trying to do. Do for them. Kill joy and youth and laughter in them to implant your wizened, mean little creed instead. Because of your own dour, miserable narrowness, you're trying to bully them into living life your way. You, with your bigotry and prudishness that sees sin and temptation in a flower in a hat, the gay colour of a pretty gown." "Black is the Lord's colour," croaked the Reverend Thomas, though he was growing more and more dreadfully frightened, confused, puzzled. Why, oh why, had nice quiet Mr. Imray imported this crazy young man? His inquisitor's laugh was contemptuous. "Are you sure you know him? He never said anything like that to me, and as far as that goes, isn't it in your dark creed that he created all things? So what of the scarlet poppy flower, the blue and purple of the hills yonder, the gold of Rosamond Perkins's hair?" "I've never noticed the colour of Miss Perkins's hair," said Mr. Minchin stiffly. The laugh that answered him stung him like a flick of a whip. "Poor fool! You've kept your nose so long between the leaves of your dusty book of duty that you almost forgot you're a man at all. Almost you have remade yourself into a hard religious machine grinding out texts and platitudes and conventions. And yet still, because I love my people, and perhaps a little because under those black absurdities of yours I discern the germ of a real man still, one worth saving." "A crazy revivalist! Must be," muttered Mr. Minchin to himself, catching at the explanatory straw. Above his shrinking head the voice went on, light, laughing, yet faintly menacing in its very laughter. "Didn't you stop little Molly Is-it from wearing a pink sash? Tell the squire that to start a cinema in the village meant encouraging immorality, since it would be held in the dark. Get Miss Banksmaid Ellen sacked because you caught her kissing a gypsy in the lane. Abolished the kindly old custom of giving bread to beggars each Friday night because it encouraged pauperism. Abolished beer drinking and the use of perfumes. Forbid dancing and singing and refused permission for the yearly pageant to be held in the vicarage grounds. All vanity and turning their thoughts from the Lord," snuffled the Reverend Thomas feebly, for he was very frightened. Above him the voice seemed to be shaping itself into a song of triumph and of scorn together, and he was shaking, cold, despite the glowing heat. "From the Lord. Oh, Set and Horus and Osiris, O Kali, Shiva, and all forgotten gods. Oh, the ringing scorn of that laughter, shrivelled, tiny, the wretched listener felt as the voice boomed on. O Zeus, Apollo, and goat-footed Pan. In the great world is there not room for more than one God?" It was evening when Mr. Minchin awoke, and the slanting rays of the sun were touching his bare head over the bank. Staggering to his feet, stiffly enough, for it seemed he had slept a long time, he dusted and shook himself and turned to the copse behind him. The path opened out into the end of Pan's Lane, up which he had trudged so wearily in the afternoon, and as the clang of the bell for evensong rang out, he hastened his steps. He had slept too long indeed. It was still a little way to the church, and he always liked to be there a good while before the service, fussing about the choir boys, heckling the patient little hump-backed organist, arranging and rearranging his books and papers. As he came down the darkening graveyard, he could see the people already filing into evening service, the single bells swinging in the square tower, and he frowned. He would have to hurry to get into his surplice and head the procession.
He almost ran down the incline to the crooked little vestry door that hid slyly behind a buttress, and rushing to the cupboard, reached for his surplice and gasped. It was no longer there. Neither his own nor the clean white surplices of the choir boys, ironed and carefully hung up every Sunday by Mrs. Kitson. As he stared, unable to believe his eyes, the organ burst forth into full volume, and he realized the dreadful truth. The service had begun without him. Staring vaguely round the vestry, Mr. Minchin pinched himself, at first doubtfully, then viciously. The shock of the pain made him realize quite definitely that he was not dreaming, and a wave of anger took possession of him. How dare they? Meek little Mr. Lycett, his curate, Kitson, the verger, Clubb, the organist, all the rest. How dared they venture to open the service without him? Was it possible that he had invited a brother priest to conduct evensong for him and forgotten? No, it was impossible. Fraser of King's Panton was not free, and he knew no other. The organ boomed and surged around him. The choir boys sang lustily, and the crowding people sang too. Though the church was full, it seemed that a long line of dark figures, black silhouettes against the violet evening sky, still streamed towards the door, and as they came, they sang. Staggering to the little window, Mr. Minchin watched them come. Never in all his life, certainly never since his ministry in Little Ingleton, had so great and eager a congregation besieged his church, and beneath all his bewildered anger he felt a sharp pang of compunction, of shame. Surely, if he had known his work as he ought to have known it, this throng should have trooped before to listen to his teaching. Suddenly his anger left him, gave place to bewilderment and a nameless, deep-seated fear. And slipping noiselessly into the dim-lit church, he crouched down in a distant pew, his heart, for the first time in his narrow life, humbled, abashed before a thing he could not understand. The tall windows were slips of gleaming purple where the night sky showed through, and the one rose window in the nave, of gorgeous old painted glass, shone like a glorious jewelled buckler. The high-hung gas lamps down the centre aisle shone out, round globes of yellow like pale marsh flares in the velvet gloom, but it seemed either a few of these had failed, or else this summer dusk was heavier than usual, for the church was dimly lit on the whole. From his far corner, Mr. Minchin could see the old pulpit with its supporting stone angels shrouded in their drooping wings, a corner of the lighted choir stalls, the carved oak lectern that bore the great leather-bound Bible with its gold-tasselled marker. As he looked at this, his eyes bulged, and he drew an astonished breath. It passed in a flash, but for a moment Mr. Minchin had imagined he saw an audacious red squirrel, own twin to the furry creature that had eaten crumbs so tamely from the brown hand of the strange young man, dash down the stem of the lectern and vanish beside the pulpit. It was a mere impression, of course. It must be. But Mr. Minchin was not quite so sure of himself as he had been a few hours ago, and the supreme assurance with which he would have said imagination had its tail between its legs and was already sneaking ignominiously away. A little way beyond him stood a slim, girlish figure, a child clinging to either hand. Rosamond Perkins, adorable in her pink-flowered gown, crowned with the rose-wreathed hat, her pretty mouth open as she sang, heartily, happily, her eyes fixed on the stall where sat the strange priest, grave and sedate, in the place usually sacred to the vicar of Little Ingleton. From his position, Mr. Minchin could not see anything but a white sleeve laid along the carved chair-arm, the back of a head. Yet he had the impression that the head was young, and suddenly, completely, a miserable jealousy seized him, and he knew that he would have given anything in his lonely world to have had Rosamond Perkins look up at him like that. Fool that he had been, oh, fool, and blind! The choir sang on, the people sang, and strange voices from every side took up the chant. Voices strange, and to Mr. Minchin's dazed ears barely human at times.
gruff and squeaky, shrill, bat-like, or deep and ringing as one in an insane dream might think a goat's or ram's might be. Old Miss Banks stood hand in hand with pretty Ellen, her dismissed maidservant, dressed gaily as for a wedding in white muslin and ribbons, and beside Ellen stood her gypsy swain, and grim old Miss Banks' face was gay with smiles, and she wore a flower spray pinned to her cloak. Molly Isaac's pink sash gleamed beside a pillar, and a pink frilly hat accompanied it. All the village was there, and behind them and beside them in the shadows there seemed 1,000 creatures more, strange and elusive, indistinct to see, yet present. A great concourse of tossing heads and rustling hairy bodies, bringing with them the scent of leaves and trampled grasses and flowers. And behind these, more elusive still, others that Mr. Minchin did not dare to look at, slim elf-like shadows, bright-eyed and wild, yet singing shrilly, lustily with all their hearts. The singing stopped, and shivering, not daring to glance up, Mr. Minchin knew that the strange preacher was in the pulpit, yet without glancing up he knew who stood there well enough. For it was the young man of the road, the mad student. In the lightning brilliance of those hawk's eyes that played upon him now, Mr. Minchin knew the truth, and shivering, cowered in sheer terror in his shadowy corner. Above him, his twin peaks of bleached shining hair like two flames under the flaring gaslight, the preacher gave out his text, "I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills." With all his theology-trained heart, the Reverend Thomas longed to shriek, "Blasphemy! Blasphemy!" For was it not blasphemy to have to listen in God's own house to this that preached? Why didn't the outraged heavens open, the earth split and swallow up church and congregation, the very stones consecrated by austere bishop and celibate priest crumble upon them for this impiety? But in the hush that settled over the dusk-veiled church, there seemed no note but attention, no hint of action from an outraged God. At last, raising his head from his hands where he had thrust his fingers into his ears, fascinated, Mr. Minchin listened too, as the preacher spoke on. He spoke of the grave eternal hills and of their story, of the hills in whose cradling generous arms nestle grim druid grove and pagan altar, fairy ring and Christian church alike, of the rains and dews that settle in their folds and run together into streams and pools, deep lakes and mighty rivers, of the little bright unconsidered flowers that grow on the hills, and the myriad unknown creatures that live out their coloured lives of but a day, the gossamer moths and lazy painted butterflies, the grey velvet ground spider and his black neighbour the busy ant, of the forgotten forts that built by a long-dead people still faced the sea, the green turf weaving a winding sheet over the sturdy bones of the old builders, of the cromlechs and dolmens, the strange stone rings so old that even their purpose is forgotten now, of the battered altars to ancient creeds so old that their very names are dead, the green groves in hidden woodland places, groves planted in honour of goddesses that rule no longer. He told of trees, of the bent and crooked pine trees that face the sea gales, the sturdy sentinels that stand guard over England and her shores, of the green willow that trails her long hair in the brooks, the sad yew with its clustering red berries, the brittle lanky elm and its twin sister the larch, slim and elegant in delicate fluttering green, like a Watteau lady, all powdered and panniered, ever whispering to her other, still lovelier sister, the silver birch, superior as any Bond Street miss, and twice as fair, of the grave oak whose roots are planted in a Britain older than even we dream, of secret ash and subtle thorn, that trinity of pagan magic, of the little furry creatures that scamper and fight and hide beneath the great tree boles, the quiet-eyed deer peeping wary from the thickets, all the 1,001 shy people of the woods that live and love, happy in their untaught way,
And when he spoke of man and his wonder and his strength, and woman in her beauty, and of how man and woman were made for love and joy and for the dear companioning of each other through laughing youth to hale old age, he spoke of the loveliness of love, of frank kisses betwixt honest man and maid, of the close pressure of hand in hand and heart to heart, the murmured holiness of loving speech, of marriage and mating, and the proud bearing of sturdy children. And as he listened, the Reverend Thomas thought of the red lips and uplifted eyes of Rosamond Perkins, and smiled and trembled and did not turn away. And above him, under the flaring gaslight, his twisting spirals of hair like pale horns, his yellow hawk's eyes roving the crowded audience, the preacher preached on. And now he spoke of others, of careless and happy things that roam the green woods in vivid lovely life, if not life as mere humans know it, of those that knew and loved their mother earth ere ever man had set foot upon it. Those older things that, retreating before man and his noisy, dusty cities, yet laugh, and shaking their wind-blown hair, withdraw deeper and deeper yet to their old fastnesses in mountain and cave and forest, unbaptized perchance, knowing no creed nor caste, merry pagan things that own no church, yet should there not be room for all beneath the mantle of him whose name is love? Room for even these, for elf and satyr and white-browed nymph, merry brown gnome and wandering fairy, fawns with their goat feet, and green-eyed nixie with her dripping hair. All the old ancient things that man denies, since dust of cities blinds his once keen sight, yet strangely, amazingly, the listener understood and nodded happily, though his face was wet with tears, as the great voice boomed on. That voice had held in it the pattering of rain on summer leaves, the sweep and majesty of thunder on the cowering hills, the shrilling clearness of the stars that sing eternally in the outer spaces. And as he listened, it seemed to the Reverend Mr. Minchin that his soul shrank within him in shame at his past littleness, shrank to the smallness of a shriveled pea, and yet swelled to a greatness and happiness utterly beyond his knowledge, a happiness too immense to even grasp as yet. Yet remembering his past harshness, his bigotry, the narrow foolish laws with which he had sought to bind and straighten the great and laughing world, his mean harsh judgment and lack of charity, in the shelter of the kindly pew he wept and trembled, afraid, as the voice boomed and shouted above him, and he knew who, for the saving of his little soul, had supplanted him to teach the people truth. Lift up your eyes to the hills, whence cometh your help indeed, the hills whence came your fathers, the woods, the seas, wherein dwell strange and lovely things, undreamt of in your little lives, the aged, the eternal Mother Earth. Mother Earth, from whose heart we are come, and to whose arms we return at last. Man and beast and stranger folk alike, sing praises, my people, to the dear and goodly earth, and all those that dwell therein, each in their kind and every kind, and to all gods old and new that love the world. For beneath the mantle of the great God, is there not room to shelter smaller gods? Abruptly the wonderful voice ceased, confusedly, dazed by the tumult of emotions that possessed him, yet dimly afterwards the Reverend Thomas seemed to remember a great and wonderful acclamation in which he joined, calling feebly, his face wet with joyful tears, the singing of a great Magnificat, in which he vaguely remembered such happy lines as he had never dreamt dourly thunderous psalms possessed. God is gone up with a merry sound, with the sound of the trumpet. He remembered stumbling out into the churchyard, ghostly, beautiful, with its tall black cypresses in the moonlight, its crowded gravestones leaning against each other in the shadows, as if to listen to the happy chanting, the chorus of praise that followed him out into the open. As if in a dream from his place on the sloping bank above the path, he watched the congregation file out, 2 and 2, like the figures in a Noah's Ark. A strung-out line of black shadows against the gorgeous sunset, rose, green and gold, singing jubilantly as they went, and smiled without surprise, but with happy knowledge as he saw mingling with the village folk those of a different world, beast and satyr and elvish unnamed creature, all come to shout their gladness in one great festival of praise. He saw old Kitson arm in arm with his wife, and a fawn, goat-footed, leaf-crowned, pranced beside them and tweaked old Kitson's hair, and the old man laughed and hugged his old wife the closer. He saw sour Gertrude Pring, who ran the post office, companioned by 2 merry small things, brown-eyed and saucy, and Miss Banks, unscandalized, walked beside a sly-eyed young bacchant, whose white breasts gleamed shamelessly beautiful in the dusk. Wee Molly Isit held a fawn in leash that trotted sedately at her side, and 2 slim green nixies bestrode Dame Calder's pig. Sweet-breathing cows came by beside the tossing antlered deer, the snarling village dogs, now harmless and friendly, playing between their pacing feet. Singing and waving branches of trees and garlands in the air, they wound away over the ridge that hid the village from the little church, and the sound of their singing was an echo in the listening air. Yet Mr. Minchin waited, afraid, for the preacher had not yet come forth. The last chanting figure vanished, silhouetted against the blazing golden sky, and from the dark church 2 figures came, shadowy among the shadows of the darkened churchyard, moving each by each, and as they went they gazed into each other's faces, rapt, enthralled, and suddenly, horribly, a pang of dread caught at the Reverend Thomas's once cold heart, for it was the preacher, the strange young man, his gay hawk eyes bent upon his companion, his arm about her waist, and that companion, slim and young, in pink-flowered gingham, swinging her rose-crowned hat by its dangling ribbons. Rosamond Perkins. Held by a spell he could not break, the wretched listener watched them approach, whispering, murmuring to each other, with little tender foolish sounds and laughter, and beneath him, on the path, pause and turn, rapt in each other's eyes. He saw, sharp in the moonlight that now strove valiantly against the fading gold, the face upraised, ecstatic, of Rosamond Perkins, her red lips pouted, her blue eyes starry with love. He saw, bending to that kiss, the profile of the stranger, hooked nose meeting lean chin, those dancing light eyes triumphant beneath those horn-like tufts of curling hair. His arms, now no longer surpliced, lean and muscular in the tattered shirt of the afternoon, clasped about the slender body of the girl that the miserable Thomas Minchin now realized he loved with all the yearning passion of a man at last awake to love. How it happened exactly the clergyman never knew, but at that moment the spell seemed to snap, and he stumbled wildly forward, shrieking, desperate. For a moment the entire universe seemed to swing round him in a whirling dance, clouds and moon and sinking sun, crowding trees and reeling church towers to the tune of a wild shouting and glorious laughter, and shaking, dazed, Mr. Minchin found himself standing on the path, a shaft of moonlight on his face, and Rosamond Perkins quivering, smiling in his arms, her lips upturned to his. Dimly, through a haze of rioting emotions, he heard her voice, loving, eager, human. "Yes, yes, I love you. I've loved you all along, darling. I felt you loved me, and after your sermon tonight, I knew. My sermon." The reverend gentleman was still dazed, but she patted his cheek with her hand and laughed triumphantly. "Your sermon, your wonderful sermon. If you could have heard yourself, the glorious theme, the fire and eloquence. If I hadn't loved you from the beginning, I should have loved you after tonight. You seemed all of a sudden to have dropped all your funny little stilted ways, your stiffness, the grim hardness and intolerance that, forgive me, seems to have so long enclosed your great and generous heart, like the hard shell of a nut that is all sweet and wholesome and tender within. But tonight All this fell away, and you spoke like one who, long prisoned in a dark tower, looks out into the open and sees the wide and lovely sky. Still dazed, but with his hand fast locked in hers, Mr. Minchin turned towards the listening hills, the dark woods that seemed to watch him, the dusk-filled valley from which he still vaguely thought came an echo of joyous singing. They had gone again back to their secret places, these dear, strange people who had turned aside to teach him wisdom, and his heart swelled within him in love and sorrow that he could not thank them, bless them, tell them his humility, his deep-hearted gratitude. Mystified, the girl watched him as, moving away a step on an irresistible impulse, he flung out both arms to the deep and smiling sky, and his voice, limpid, tremulous, rose to a joyful note that was almost a song. O great God Pan, I know thee, I thank thee, I bless thee, thee and all thy people, great and small, for indeed, beneath the mantle of the God whose name is love, is there not room for all in his world to shelter? So Pan and his merry crew came to little Ingleton, and so departed. And so the Reverend Thomas Minchin learnt humility, but deeply as he is now loved and revered by his flock, and indeed you wouldn't know him for the same man. It is generally admitted that he has never again quite attained the pitch of eloquence of that memorable midsummer day. Through cautious questioning of his betrothed, the young clergyman established, much to his own private relief, that not one of the congregation that night, not even Miss Perkins at the moment when Pan, playing his last elvish trick, literally thrust them into each other's arms, had the remotest idea that any but their own accustomed priest had led the service. The truth lay hid in Mr. Minchin's breast, and there it was buried, gratefully and thankfully. Not one had dreamt of the things of so strange life and shape and form that had elbowed them during that amazing evensong, and in his undreamt-of happiness with his pretty wife, the Reverend Thomas looks back upon that enchanted midsummer night with a deep and humble thankfulness, for since that marvellous hour of sight, when for a little while the veil before his eyes was torn away, and he saw horned beast of the field, wilful elf and goblin, faun and nymph, mingling with village maid and man, jostled together, singing prayer and praise in the church of Christ, he has walked humbly, tremblingly before men, and in his gentleness and understanding, his loving kindness and readiness to forgive sin, his old cruel bigotry is long forgotten. Only on one day in the year does he mystify the village a little, and that is on Midsummer Day, now a great holiday in little Ingleton, when parson and flock betake themselves to the fields and woods, dancing and singing and feasting as in the old days, for joy of the dear green world, the warm sun, and the merry pagan winds of heaven. And there is no stinting of the feast these days. Good ale and foaming golden beer, shoulder prim lemonade and ginger pop, and there is no lack of junket and syllabub of Granny Calder's recipe to eat with the cakes and pies, the plum-starred buns, and the village foots it to the tune of Ragged Peter's fiddle and old Dad Verity's drum, till the moon rises glimmering over the tree-tops, and busy little Mrs. Minchin begins to gather up the food for distribution on the morrow to her beloved poor. But then her husband comes, and despite her eager, puzzled questions, so frequent at first, though now she laughs and shrugs and lets it go, since he merely smiles and shakes his head, silently, reverently, the Reverend Thomas chooses a portion of cake, of fruit and wine, the best that remains, and disappears silently into the wood with his offering. There, on a log or clear space of mossy turf, he lays his tribute, and after standing a moment with bowed head, goes softly away through the green shadows back to his flock, leaving behind him his yearly offering, libation to the old God who taught him wisdom, the God who was old when Christ was a stammering babe, the great God Pan, who, in a whimsy moment, came and played parson to save a parson's soul.
Elias and the Draug by Jonas Ley. On Kvalholmen down in Helgeland, there once lived a poor fisherman by name Elias and his wife Karen, who before her marriage had worked in the parsonage at Alstahow. They lived in a little hut which they had built, and Elias hired out by the day in the Lofoten fisheries. Kvalholmen was a lonely island, and there were signs at times that it was haunted. Sometimes, when her husband was away from home, the good wife heard all sorts of unearthly noises and cries, which surely boded no good. Each year there came a child. When they had been married 7 years, there were 6 children in the home. But they were both steady and hard-working people, and by the time the last arrived, Elias had managed to put aside something and felt that he could afford a sixen, and thereafter do his Lofoten fishing as master in his own boat. One day, as he was walking with a halibut harpoon in one hand thinking about this, he suddenly came upon a huge seal sunning itself in the lee of a rock near the shore, and apparently quite as much taken by surprise as he was. Elias, meanwhile, was not slow. From the rocky ledge on which he was standing, he plunged the long, heavy harpoon into its back, just behind the neck. But then, oh, what a struggle! Instantly the seal reared itself up, stood erect on its tail, tall as the mast of a boat, and glowered at him with a pair of bloodshot eyes, at the same time showing its teeth in a grin so fiendish and venomous that Elias almost lost his wits from fright. Then suddenly it plunged into the sea and vanished in a spray of mingled blood and water. That was the last Elias saw of it. But that very afternoon the harpoon, broken just below the iron barb, came drifting ashore near the boat landing, not far from his house. Elias had soon forgotten all about it. He bought his sixen that same autumn and housed it in a little boat shed he had built during the summer. One night, as he lay thinking about his new sixen, it occurred to him that perhaps in order to safeguard it properly, he ought to put another shore on either side underneath it. He was so absurdly fond of the boat that he thought it only fun to get up and light his lantern and go down to look it over. As he held up his lantern to see better, he suddenly glimpsed on a tangle of nets in one corner a face that resembled exactly the features of the seal. It grimaced for a moment angrily towards him in the light. Its mouth seemed to open wider and wider, and before he was aware of anything further, he saw a bulky man-form vanish out of the door of the boathouse, not so fast, however, but that he managed to make out, with the aid of his lantern, a long iron prong projecting from its back. Elias now began to put 2 and 2 together, but even so, he was more concerned for the safety of his boat than he was for his own life. On the morning, early in January, when he set out for the fishing banks with 2 men in the boat beside him, he heard a voice call to him in the darkness from a skerry directly opposite the mouth of the cove. He thought that it laughed derisively. "Better beware, Elias, when you get your femboring." Note: femboring is a famous Nordland fishing boat whose form has been perfected by centuries of experimenting. End note. It was a long time, however, before Elias saw his way clear to get a femboring, not until his eldest son was 17 years old. It was in the fall of the year that Elias embarked with his whole family and went to Ranand to trade in his sixen for a femboring. At home, they left only a little Lapp girl, but newly confirmed, whom they had taken into their home some years before. There was one femboring in particular which he had his eye on, a little 4-man boat, which the best shipwright thereabout had finished and tarred that very fall. For this boat he traded in his own sixen, paying the difference in coin. Elias thereupon began to think of sailing home. He first stopped at the village store and laid in a supply, for Christmas for himself and his family, among other things, a little keg of brandy. It may be that, pleased as they were with the day's bargaining, both he and his wife had 1 drop too many before they left, and Bernd, their son, was given a taste too. Whereupon they set sail for home in the new femboring. Other ballast than himself, his wife and children, and his Christmas supplies, he had none. His son Bernd sat at the stem. His wife, with the assistance of the second son, managed the halyard.
Elias himself sat at the tiller, while the two younger sons, 12 and 14 respectively, were to alternate at the bailing. They had 50-odd miles of sea before them, and they had no sooner reached the open than it was apparent that the fen-boring would be put to the test the very first time it was in use. A storm blew up before long, and soon white-crested waves began dashing themselves into spray. Then Elias saw what kind of a boat he had. It rode the waves like a seagull, without so much as taking in one single drop, and he was ready to swear that he would not even have to single reef as any ordinary fen-boring would have been compelled to do in such weather. As the day drew on, he noticed, not far away, another fen-boring, completely manned, speeding along, just as he was then, with 4 reefs in the sail. It seemed to follow the same course, and he thought it strange that he hadn't noticed it before. It seemed to want to race with him, and when Elias realized this, he couldn't resist letting out a reef again. So they raced along at a terrific speed past headlands and islands and skerries. To Elias it seemed that he had never before sailed so gloriously, and the fen-boring proved to be every whit that had been claimed the best boat in Rhanen. Meanwhile, the sea had risen, and already several huge waves had rolled over them, breaking against the stem up forward where Bernd sat, and sweeping out to leeward near the stern. Ever since dusk had settled over the sea, the other boat had kept very close to them, and they were now so near each other that they could have thrown a bailing dipper one to the other had they wished. And so they sailed on, side by side, all the evening, in an ever-increasing sea. That last reef, Elias began to think, ought really to be taken in again, but he was loath to give up the race, and made up his mind to wait as long as possible until the other boat saw fit to reef in, for it was quite as hard-pressed as he, and since they now had to fight both the cold and the wet, the brandy bottle was now and then brought forth and passed around. The phosphorescent light which played on the dark sea near his own boat flashed eerily in the white crests around the stranger, which appeared to be ploughing a furrow of light and throwing a fiery foam to either side. In the reflection of this light, he could even distinguish the rope ends in the other boat. He could also make out the crew on board in their oilskin caps, but insomuch as they were on the leeward side of him, they kept their backs turned and were almost hid behind the lofty gunwale as it rose with the seas. Of a sudden, a gigantic breaker, whose white crest Elias had for some time seen in the darkness, crashed against the prow of the boat where Bernd sat. For a moment the whole fen-boring seemed to come to a stop. The timbers creaked and jarred under the strain, and then the boat, which for half a second had balanced uncertainly, righted itself and sped forward, while the wave rolled out again to leeward. All the while this was happening, Elias thought he heard fiendish cries issuing from the other boat. But when it was over, his wife, who sat in the halyard, cried out in a voice that cut him to the very soul, "My God, Elias, that sea took Martha and Kneale." These were their 2 youngest children, the former 9, the latter 7 years old, who had been sitting forward close to Bernd. "Hold fast to the halyard, Karen, or you may lose more," was all that Elias answered. It was necessary now to take in the 4th reef, and Elias had no sooner done so than he thought it advisable to reef in the 5th, for the sea was steadily rising. On the other hand, if he hoped to sail his boat clear of the ever-mounting waves, he dared not lessen his sail more than was absolutely necessary. It turned out, however, to be difficult going, even with the sail thus diminished. The sea raged furiously and deluged them with spray after spray. Finally, Bernd and Anton, the next oldest, who had helped his mother at the halyard, had to take hold of the yard-arm, something one resorts to only when a boat is hard-pressed, even with the last reef in this case, the 5th. The rival boat, which in the meantime had disappeared from sight, bobbed up alongside them again, with exactly the same amount of sail that he was carrying. Elias now began rather to dislike the crew over there. The 2 men who stood holding the yard-arm and whose faces he could glimpse underneath their oilskin caps appeared to him, in the weird reflections from the spray, more like spectres than human beings. They spoke near a word. A little to leeward he spied the foaming ridge of another breaker rising before him in the dark, and he prepared himself to meet it. He turned the prow slantwise towards it and let out as much sail as he dared to give the boat speed enough to cleave its way through. The sea struck them with the roar of a torrent. For a moment, the boat again careened uncertainly. When it was all over and the vessel had righted itself once more, his wife no longer sat at the halyard, nor was Anton at the yardarm. They had both been washed to sea. This time, too, he thought he made out the same fiendish voices above the storm, but mingled with them he also heard his wife's agonizing cries as she called him by name. When he realized that she had been swept overboard, he muttered to himself, "In Jesus' name," and said no more. He felt vaguely that he would have preferred to follow her, but he realized at the same time that it was up to him to save the other three he had on board. Bernd and the two younger sons, the one 12, the other 14, who for a while had been doing the bailing, but whom he had later placed in the stern behind him. Bernd was now left to manage the yardarm alone, and the two, father and son, had to help each other as best they could. The tiller Elias did not dare let go. He held on to it with a hand of iron, long since numb from the strain. After a while, the companion boat bobbed up again, as before it had been momentarily lost to view. He now saw more clearly than before the bulky form that sat aft, much as he was sitting, and controlled the tiller. Projecting from his neck, whenever he turned his back, just below the oilskin cap, Elias could clearly discern some 4 inches or so of an iron prong, which he had seen before. At that, he was convinced in his innermost soul of 2 things. One was that it was none other than the Draug himself who sat steering his half-boat alongside his, and who had lured him on to destruction. And the other was that he was fated, no doubt, this night, to sail the sea for the last time. For he who sees the Draug at sea is a marked man. He said nothing to the others in order not to discourage them, but he commended his soul in silence to the Lord. He had found it necessary during the last hours to bear away from his course because of the storm, and when, furthermore, it took to snowing heavily, he realized that he would no doubt have to postpone any attempt to land until dawn. Meanwhile, they sailed on as before. Now and again the boys aft complained of freezing, but there was nothing to do about that, wet as they were, and furthermore Elias sat preoccupied with his own thoughts. He had been seized with an insatiable desire to avenge himself. What he would have liked to do, had he not had the lives of his 3 remaining children to safeguard, was suddenly to veer about in an attempt to ram and sink the cursed boat, which still, as if to mock him, ran ever alongside him, and whose fiendish purpose he now fully comprehended. If the halibut harpoon had once taken effect, why might not now a knife or a gaff do likewise? He felt he would willingly give his life to deal one good blow to this monster who had so unmercifully robbed him of all that was dearest to him on earth, and who still seemed insatiate and demanded more. About 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning they again spied rolling towards them in the darkness the white crest of a wave, so huge that Elias for a moment surely thought they were just offshore somewhere in the neighbourhood of breakers. It wasn't long, however, before he understood that it really was only a colossal wave. Then he thought he clearly heard someone laugh and cry out in the other boat, "There goes your femboring, Elias." Elias, who foresaw the catastrophe, repeated loudly, "In Jesus' name," commanded his sons to hold fast, and told them if the boat went down to grasp the osier band in the oarlocks, and not let go until it had come afloat again. He let the elder of the 2 boys go forward to Bernd. The younger he kept close to himself, caressing his cheeks furtively once or twice, and assuring himself that the child had a tight hold. The boat was literally buried beneath the towering comber, and was then pitched up on end, its stem high above the wave before it finally went under. When it came afloat again, its keel now in the air, Elias, Bernd, and the 12-year-old Martin appeared too, still clinging to the osier bands, but the 3rd of the brothers had disappeared. It was a matter of life and death now, first of all to get the rigging cut away on one side, that they might be rid of the mast, which would otherwise rock the boat from beneath, and then to crawl up onto the hull
and let the imprisoned air out, which would otherwise have kept the boat too high afloat and prevented it riding the waves safely. After considerable difficulty they succeeded in so doing, and Elias, who had been the first to clamber up, assisted the other two to safety. Thus they sat the long winter night through, desperately clinging with cramped hands and numb knees to the hull as one wave after another swept over them. After a few hours, Martin, whom the father had supported all this time as best he could, died of exhaustion and slipped into the sea. They had several times attempted to call for help, but realizing that it was of no avail, they finally gave it up. As the two, thus left alone, sat on the hull of the boat, Elias told Bernd he knew that he himself was fated soon to follow Mother, but he had a firm hope that Bernd would be saved in the end, if only he stuck it out like a man. And then he told him all about the Draug, how he had wounded him in the neck with a halibut harpoon, and how the Draug was now taking his revenge and would surely not give in until they were quits. It was towards 9 o'clock in the morning before the day finally began to dawn. Elias then handed over to Bernd, who sat at his side, his silver watch with the brass chain, which he had broken in pulling it out from underneath his close-buttoned vests. He still sat on a while longer, but as it grew lighter, Bernd saw that his father's face was ghastly pale. The hair on his head had parted in several places, as it often does just before death, and the skin on his hands was worn off from his efforts to hang on to the keel. Bernd realized that his father was near the end. He tried, as well as the pitching of the boat permitted, to edge over to him and support him, but when Elias noticed it, he waved him back. "You stay where you are, Bernd, and hold fast. I'm going to Mother, in Jesus' name." And so saying, he threw himself backward down from the hull. When the sea had got its own, it quieted down for a while, as everyone knows who has straddled the hull. It became easier for Bernd to maintain his hold, and with the coming of daylight, new hope kindled in him. The storm moderated, and in the full light of the day he thought he recognized his surroundings, that he was in fact drifting directly offshore from his own home, Kvalholmen. He began crying for help again, but he really had greater faith in the tide that he knew bore landward, just beyond the projection of the island, which checked the fury of the sea. He drifted nearer and nearer shore, and finally came so close to one of the skerries that the mast, which still floated alongside the boat, grated on the rocks with the rising and falling of the surf. Stiff as his muscles and joints were from his sitting so long and holding fast to the hull, he managed with a great effort to transfer himself to the skerry, after which he hauled in the mast and finally moored the fembooring. The little Lap girl, who was home alone, for 2 whole hours thought she heard cries for help, and when they persisted, she mounted the hilltop to look out to sea. There she saw Bernd on the skerry and the upturned fembooring beating up and down against it. She ran instantly down to the boathouse, pushed out the old rowboat and rowed it out to the skerry, hugging the shore round the island. Bernd lay ill under her care the whole winter long, and did not take part in the fishing that year. People used to say that ever after he seemed now and again a little queer. To sea he would never go again. He had come to fear it. He married the Lap girl, and moved up to Malingen, where he broke new ground and cleared himself a home. There he is still, living and doing well.